Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Let's set the scene. The year is 2005. After years of being left in the wilderness of television's yesteryear, Doctor Who has finally come back to our screens. The new series stars Christopher Eccleston as the new Ninth Doctor and Billie Piper as his companion Rose Tyler. The show is led primarily by writer and longtime Whovian Russ T Davies, with Julie Gardner serving as an executive producer alongside Davies and Mal Young, with Phil Collinson as the show's producer. The show is a massive critical and ratings success, with its now updated tone and direction reflecting well the overall political and cultural landscape of the time. And yet, it's not all good news. Behind the scenes, Christopher Eccleston has struggled to maintain a positive relationship with several members of the crew, most notably Russell T Davies and Phil Collinson. In our timeline, this all eventually made Eccleston decide to leave the show, which he did so in the two-part Series 1 finale, Bad Wolf / The Parting of the Ways. But for this video we're going to ask, what if things had gone differently? What if this hadn't happened, at least at that time? What if Christopher Eccleston had stayed for Series 2? Now, curiously enough, we do have a bit of an idea of what could potentially have happened if Eccleston had stayed for another series. Well, kind of anyway. Before Christopher Eccleston's departure became public, an alternate ending to The Parting of the Ways was written and filmed, intending to be shown to the press so that they wouldn't suspect about Eccleston leaving the show. The alternate ending would have been somewhat similar to what we ended up getting, but without any regeneration. Instead, the Doctor gets the TARDIS to scan Rose with the TARDIS view screen displaying the message, "Life form dying." This would then be the cliffhanger that would lead into the next story. For the sake of this alternate timeline, we're going to go with this alternate ending instead of the one we got, which means that if the rest of the episode still plays out the same, then why is the Doctor not able to save Rose and absorb the energy of the time vortex from her? Well, the best I can come up with is that Rose was simply too far gone, or maybe even was able to stop the Doctor from taking the energy from her somehow. So yeah, a bit flimsy, but never mind, we'll just have to work with it. So this means that it's Rose dying in this alternate timeline, and not the Ninth Doctor, which changes the next episode, the Christmas Invasion, quite a bit. With the Doctor knowing that Rose is dying, but not wanting to tell her yet, he decides to take her back home. The TARDIS lands at the power states normally this time, rather than crash landing like it did in our timeline. And then we basically have more or less the same-ish story, but with Rose taking the place of the newly regenerated 10th Doctor. She collapses once she stepped out of the TARDIS, with the 9th Doctor left to try and look after her, as well as explain what's wrong with her to Jackie and Mickey. They both get angry with the Doctor and blame him for Rose's condition, especially Jackie, but there's not much they can do but help him look after her. With the Doctor having eventually defeated the Sycorax, Rose's condition seems to improve slightly, enough for her to have Christmas dinner with Mickey and Jackie. But the Doctor refuses to take part, searching for an answer to Rose's condition in the TARDIS's database. Jackie walks into the TARDIS and makes peace with the Doctor. She then convinces him to come and eat with them, which he does so. We still have a similar scene at the end with the snow, but with the 9th Doctor promising Jackie and Mickey that he'll figure out a way to cure Rose of her affliction. We then get to New Earth, but this time the Doctor takes Rose there so that the Sisters of Plenitude can treat her. The rest of Series 2 plays out more or less the same, all the while the Doctor frantically uses each adventure to figure out a means of saving Rose. Rose steadily grows worse throughout the series. Mickey stays on the TARDIS longer than he did in our timeline, as he helps the Doctor keep an eye on Rose. We eventually come to Series 2 finale Army of Ghosts / Doomsday, which plays out mostly the same to start off with, but Rose has grown very weak by this time and struggles even more so to help the Doctor defeat the Daleks and Cybermen and send them all back into the void. She helplessly flies into the void with the Doctor unable to stop her. Pete saves her just like he did in our timeline. The Doctor and Rose still say their goodbyes on Bad Wolf Bay, but after a while Rose collapses and Jackie and Mickey run to her aid. Mickey checks her pulse but shakes his head. Jackie sobs and the Doctor's eyes water. The Doctor apologises to Jackie and Mickey, but neither of them are listening. Heartbroken and angry at himself for his own failure, the Doctor ends the hologram link to the parallel world and breaks down in tears. Doomsday ends on this note rather than end with Donna in the TARDIS. Rusty Davies decides to do this so that the audience could have a breather after Rose's death. The events of the Runaway Brides then happen. The Ninth Doctor initially refuses to listen to Donna when she tells him to stop. Donna still manages to get him out in time though, and the Doctor still regenerates into David Tennant's 10th Doctor, this time inside the TARDIS with Donna. Donna then becomes the 10th Doctor's companion earlier on in a probably very altered Series 3. Martha would eventually become the companion in an alternate Series 5, which would air in 2009 instead of the specials. And then the 10th Doctor would bow out with some specials in 2010 to 2011. If you want me to, I may do separate videos about these alternate series at some point in the near future. As for the behind the scenes issues that Eccleston faced, the best I could think as to why he would want to stay on for longer is that those issues mostly didn't surface until this alternate series 2 instead. It's not great, but it's the best I can come up with. Ideally I wished that he hadn't have gone through those issues in the first place. Anyway, so there it is, there's my take on what if Christopher Eccleston had stayed for series 2. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you do anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. I'll be doing more of these what if videos, with one all about what if David Tennant had stayed for series 5 coming next. So until next time, bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2009. After its return to television screens 4 years earlier, Doctor Who has become a massive critical and cultural success. Under the talented writing of Russell T Davies and acting of David Tennant, the show has completely re-established itself firmly in the public consciousness. But a great many changes are on the way. Both Davies and Tennant have already signalled their intention to leave, with both of their successors having already been announced to the public, these being of course Stephen Moffat and Matt Smith respectively. When Stephen Moffat's era as showrunner started with Series 5 in April 2010, the show was successfully revamped and refreshed, ready for the brand new era. Series 5 would go on to become, in my personal opinion anyway, to be a truly terrific series. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the show hadn't undergone quite such a big change at that particular point? What if David Tennant had stayed for Series 5? Now, just like the last instalment in this series, we do already have a pretty good idea of what could have happened. You see, in our timeline, David Tennant did actually come pretty close to staying for the revived era's 5th series, to the point where Steve Moffat had already made a few plans for it. These plans had the 10th Doctor crash into Amelia's back garden, just like the newly regenerated 11th Doctor did in our timeline. This 10th Doctor would be just about to regenerate, with Amelia helping him back to the TARDIS before he flies off again. And then we transition to the present day, with Amelia now all grown up. Amelia, or rather Amy now, would meet the 10th Doctor again, but this time it would be a younger version to the one that she had previously met. The Doctor would have no memory of meeting Amy before, but the two would still travel together throughout the series, with us eventually getting back to what had happened in Amelia's back garden. For our alternate timeline, we're going to go with this plan. So in our alternate universe, David Tennant decides to stay on for Series 5, with him liking the idea of having this 4th series of his as a transitional period. This would obviously change the Series 4 specials quite a lot, especially the end of time. Let's say the specials still happen, as Russell T Davies would still be leaving and would probably want to have a proper end to his era. But this time, instead of regenerating at the end of the second part of the end of time, the 10th Doctor would survive. I'm not too sure how he'd be able to survive, but let's just say that Wilf never enters the radiation chamber. With the 10th Doctor surviving the events of the end of time unscathed, we then come to the alternate Series 5. I don't think Series 5 would change that much with the 10th Doctor instead of the 11th, so we'd probably have pretty much the same stories and the whole series would probably still play out the same overall. One change to note, however, would be that the opening titles and theme would still be that used for Series 4, as Stephen Moffat has said that he wouldn't have changed them if David Tennant had stayed for another series. He would have just waited until a new Doctor came along. The only part of the series that would be drastically different would be the 2-part series finale, the Pandorica Open / The Big Bang. When we come to Amy's and Roy's wedding towards the end, I think the regeneration may have already happened at that point, most likely after we've gone back to Amelia's back garden to that night when she met the older 10th Doctor. So when the TARDIS lands in the middle of the wedding, it wouldn't be the 10th Doctor that would step out, it would be a newly regenerated 11th Doctor instead, probably still played by Matt Smith. Everyone at the wedding would be shocked when the 11th Doctor collapses, with Amy and Roy then trying to look after him, as well as figure out whether he is the Doctor or not. This would probably continue into the 2010 Christmas special, which would have to be something completely different to the Christmas Carol story, maybe something set in the present day and might even feature the return of the Yeti, as I'm sure there was a rumour at that time that the 2010 Christmas special would feature them, although maybe it was the 2012 one now that I think of it. Anyway, the point is, Series 5 wouldn't change too much in of itself, but the Christmas special most likely would be radically different from what we got in our timeline. And then the 11th Doctor's era would continue with Series 6, 7 and possibly Series 8 too. Anyway, so there it is. There's my take on what if David Tennant had stayed for Series 5. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you do anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 817 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 1000 by the end of this year, then I will do my very own fan-made audio story. Also please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2013. Doctor Who is celebrating its 50th anniversary. Throughout the year there have been exciting treats for its fans, from various special merchandise, to the second half of Series 7 and the 2 following specials, and even the return of 9 missing episodes. But just as the year marks an important milestone in the show's overall history, there are also a few changes on the way. Matt Smith signals his intention to leave the show, with Jenna Coleman having only just properly joined him as his companion Clara Oswald. In our timeline, Matt Smith's 11th Doctor bowed out in pretty spectacular fashion, and this is coming from someone who's not the biggest fan of his final story, The Time of the Doctor. But what if that all changed? What if in an alternate timeline, the fall of the 11th didn't happen at that particular point? What if Matt Smith had stayed for Series 8? Now, unfortunately, we don't have as much of a concrete idea of what would have happened, especially when compared to the last two What If videos. But given that Stephen Moffat had pretty much always intended for the 11th Doctor's last stand to be on Trenzalore, I think the time for Doctor would still have happened, just a year later than in our timeline. But before we can get to all of that, we have to rewind back to Series 7B. Whilst the main story arc for Series 7B was the Impossible Girl one, there were still elements of the Trenzalore arc as well, mainly with the name of the Doctor, of course. I think this could all still more or less play out the exact same in this alternate timeline, maybe a few little tweaks here and there so that we don't find out too much about Trenzalore just yet. The Day of the Doctor would still have happened as well. 2013 was still the 50th anniversary after all, and I don't think Weeds needs to make even the tiniest of changes to its overall story, as it's mostly already pretty separate from the whole Trenzalore stuff. And as I've already stated, we wouldn't have the Time of the Doctor as the 2013 Christmas special, so it'd have to be replaced with something else. I'm honestly not too sure what this Christmas special could be about. Maybe something with the Weeping Angels, maybe it would be called something like Hark the Weeping Angels Sing. That's probably a pretty rubbish title, but it's the best I could come up with. So now we move on to the alternate Series 8, which could go in one of two different ways. One, the whole series could be set on Trenzalore itself, or two, the series could instead lead up to the events of Trenzalore, with various plot details left over from Series 5 and 6 being given more time to be explained better. Personally, I think the latter is more realistic and likely. So let's say we go with this second option. As I say, this would allow Stephen Moffat more time to properly explain just what was going on with the cracks in the universe, the whole Silence Will Fall thing, the TARDIS exploding, etc. This may end up making this alternate Series 8 seem almost like a crash course for the previous 3 series, but I think this may not be that bad of an idea. In our timeline, Moffat didn't really get the chance to properly explain just what had been going on in the past few series, so all we really got was a few throwaway lines that only lasted about a minute or so in the time of the Doctor. Maybe this was because he thought Matt Smith would be staying longer than he ended up doing. We don't really know for sure right now. But anyway, this alternate Series 8 would therefore probably give Moffat the chance he needed to explain it all. And it could still set up at least the Missy arc with us getting more mentions of her, but I think the whole Promised Land arc would be saved for an alternate Series 9, which would basically resemble our timeline's Series 8 in quite a few ways. Also, just a quick thing about our alternate Series 8, I don't think many of the stories from our timeline's Series 8 would be in it. I say this because I don't think most of them would work that well with the 11th Doctor instead of the 12th. But anyway, we then move on to the alternate Time of the Doctor. Stephen Moffat may have decided to rename it to something like The Siege of Trenzalore or A Town Called Christmas, given that the previous 2 stories which had Of the Doctor in their title would have been a whole year in the past by then. Or he may have just kept the title as it is. Probably the latter, actually, now that I think of it. Anyway, the Time of the Doctor would still be broadly similar to what we got in our timeline. It just wouldn't have had to wrap up Matt Smith's era as the Doctor with a few lines of dialogue, as Stephen Moffat would already have done that with the preceding alternate Series 8. We'll say that Matt Smith still regenerates into Peter Capaldi at the end. But what about Clara? Honestly, I'm not too sure. We know that Jenna Coleman was originally going to leave after 2 series in our timeline, so maybe she does leave with Matt Smith. Or maybe she does stay on after all and stars alongside Capaldi in the alternate Series 9, before then leaving in an alternate version of Last Christmas perhaps. I'll probably go with this second one actually, as she did stay on for 3 series in our timeline after all, so it's not impossible she could have done the same in this alternate timeline too. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Matt Smith had stayed for Series 8. But what do you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you do anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 864 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 1000 by the end of this year, then I will do my very own fan-made audio story. Also please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2017. Having already signalled his intention to leave a whole year earlier, as well as his successor Chris Chibnall having already been announced, Steven Moffat's era as showrunner is coming to an end. But since then, fans have been wondering whether or not Peter Capaldi would leave with Steven Moffat. Eventually, in an interview on BBC Radio 2, Capaldi announced that he would indeed be leaving with Steven Moffat in that year's Christmas special. And that's exactly what he did. But what if all that changed? What if in an alternate timeline all of this didn't happen at that particular point? What if Peter Capaldi had stayed for Series 11? Now this video is going to be wildly different from the previous three. There is pretty much nothing that's been said officially about what could have happened, at least at the time of making this video. We know that Peter Capaldi was asked to stay by Chris Chibnall, and that it did take him a while to decide whether or not he was going to in our timeline. But there's very little concrete plans that can be figured out, even by looking at the way Series 10 or 11 went. And given how things went in our timeline, Series 10 is going to have to play out pretty differently for the alternate timeline. So here's my best shot at all of this. So after much deliberation, Peter Capaldi decides to stay on for Series 11. But how does this affect Series 10? Well, until we get to the series finale, not that much actually. But then we get to The Doctor Falls, which for a start most likely wouldn't have been called that. Perhaps it would be called something like The Two Masters instead, which would mean that it would be another Series 10 episodes that shared its title with a Big Finish audio, just like Thin Ice and even the preceding episode of Wilderness and Time 2. Or maybe the title of The Day of the Master instead, in a nice sort of homage to The Day of the Doctor. We probably wouldn't have had the 12th Doctor being close to death's door throughout the episode. He never would have been electrocuted by a Cyberman on the roof of the hospital. Bill would still have been converted into a Cyberman, of course though. Somehow the 12th Doctor would survive the events of Floor 507 intact, although Bill would still have died and then gone off with Heather. Twice Upon a Time wouldn't have happened, as the regeneration parallel between the 1st and 12th Doctors wouldn't have been there. But I suspect that Steven Moffat would still have ended his era with a Christmas special, given how much he didn't want the tradition of the Christmas specials to end in our timeline. But what would the 2017 Christmas special be instead? Honestly, I'm not really sure. Perhaps something which kind of brings the whole Moffat era full circle in a way, with the return of perhaps Amy and Rory. Although then again, maybe Steve Moffat could have just done a special solely about the 1914 Christmas truce, which we kind of got towards the end of Twice Upon a Time in our timeline. And then have it end with the TARDIS landing in modern day Sheffield, which of course would lead into the Series 11 opener, which would obviously not be called The Woman Who Fell to Earth in this alternate timeline. It doesn't really sound like the greatest way of ending Steven Moffat's time as showrunner, but let's just go with it for now. We'll call this alternate Christmas special something like A Christmas Miracle. So we then come to the alternate Series 11, starting with what I'm going to call The Man Who Fell to Earth, sharing its title with a 1976 David Bowie film, a fact which probably would have delighted Peter Capaldi. This would basically play out the same as The Woman Who Fell to Earth did in our timeline, just without the Doctor having just regenerated, of course. The next two episodes would also play out more or less the same, so the Ghost Monument and Rosa wouldn't really change that much. Arachnids in the UK would mostly be the same as well, apart from the 12th Doctor perhaps being more cautious about taking on Graham, Ryan and Yaz as full-time companions towards the end. The Sarango Conundrum, Demons of the Punjab and Kablam would all be mostly the same, but the 12th Doctor might make a massive speech all about bigotry in Demons of the Punjab, like he did in the Zygon inversion. The Witchfinders would play out quite differently though, as the 12th Doctor wouldn't have been treated like a witch and would probably have been listened to at least somewhat quicker than the 13th Doctor was. It Takes You Away would probably be somewhat the same, although maybe the Solitract would have taken the form of Bill instead of a frog. But then again, given how much Chibnall wanted Series 11 to stand apart from everything that came before, maybe this wouldn't have happened after all. The Battle of Ranskor Av Kolos would probably be the same, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view. And then we come to Resolution. Whilst I believe Resolution would also probably play out the same, it probably would have been Peter Capaldi's last episode. So how would the 12th Doctor end up regenerating? What would be the cause of his regeneration? One option could be that he has a second kind of one-on-one confrontation with the Recon Scout Dalek at the end, where the Dalek ends up shooting him. And then Graham, Ryan, Yaz, Lynn, Mitch and Aaron would come in and finish off defeating the Dalek. Or maybe he's the one that the Dalek mutant attaches itself to in the TARDIS, rather than Ryan's dad, Aaron. And the others are able to get rid of the mutant, but at the cost of it damaging the 12th Doctor. It's a bit of a brutal and perhaps understated way for a Doctor to go, but I'm going to go with it, as I personally think it's the best out of the two. And then Peter Capaldi would still regenerate into Jodie Whittaker, as he's surrounded by everyone. Maybe we see some flashbacks of Bill, Nardole and Clara in a similar way to Logopolis, but again with Series 11 intended to be a fresh start, who knows. If I'm being completely honest, I think it was actually better that Peter Capaldi left at the end of Series 10 with Twice Upon a Time. He got a much better exit with what we got in our timeline, and I honestly struggled to come up with a satisfying way to have the 12th Doctor regenerate in the alternate timeline. Even now, I'm still not sure about the exit I gave him. I think, as much as it's really intriguing to imagine what if every Doctor had stayed for a bit longer, sometimes it's actually better to just leave these things be. Not every Doctor arguably needs more time, as it were. But anyway, there's my take on what if Peter Capaldi had stayed for Series 11. But what did you think of it, and would you do anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1966. For the past 3 years, Doctor Who has been capturing the imaginations of thousands of viewers across the UK. Terry Nation's Daleks have arguably helped largely with this, but so has the talented performance of William Hartnell as the titular Doctor. He's come to be seen as a crotchety but kind-hearted grandfatherly figure to a whole generation of children. But behind the scenes all is not well for Hartnell or the production team. Ever since the show's original producer Verity Lambert left a year earlier, William Hartnell's relationship with her successor, John Wiles, has completely broken down. Frustrated with all of this, as well as not being able to fully realise his vision for the show, and the BBC high-ups refusing his request to write Hartnell out of it, Wiles resigns, with Innes Lloyd eventually taking his place, whilst the script editor Donald Tosh leaves with Wiles out of sympathy, and Jerry Davies replaces him. Throughout much of the show's third season, Hartnell's role in each story has slowly been diminished, with Peter Purves' Stephen taking on more of a leading man role in several stories. This has partly been due to the difficult relationship between Hartnell and John Wiles, but also because of William Hartnell's decline in health. He is starting to show signs of arteriosclerosis. He's finding it more and more difficult to learn and remember his lines. In our timeline, all of this would eventually result in Hartnell's departure from the show, with Patrick Troughton taking over as the Second Doctor. The very concept of regeneration, or the Doctor being renewed as it was known then, was introduced to explain all of this. But what if all that changed? What if in an alternate timeline all of these things didn't happen at that particular point? What if William Hartnell had stayed for season 5? Now, before we get into our alternate timeline, a few things need to be said first. Firstly, the idea that William Hartnell would have been able to stay for a bit longer is incredibly unlikely. As I mentioned earlier, he was becoming really ill by the time of season 3, and I personally find it very difficult to imagine that he'd be able to stay on the show, whilst he continues to get more and more ill. Secondly, even if Hartnell had managed to stay on, I think the layout of both seasons 4 and 5 would have to be changed around a little. I don't think the Wheel in Space would have been a suitable final story for the First Doctor, for example, and that's assuming Hartnell would even be up to staying for 5 whole seasons in the first place. So here's what I'm going to go with. Let's say William Hartnell stays on until the first part of season 5, just like he did with season 4 in our timeline. I believe it's been said that Hartnell apparently wanted to do at least 5 seasons on the show, but if that means 5 full seasons, I just don't think that's really possible, given how his health was at the time. So him doing 4 full seasons and then going at the beginning of a 5th is probably more realistic and likely. Also, they probably wouldn't have changed the opening titles, as they didn't even change them until towards the end of our timeline's season 4, and that was probably at least primarily because of Patrick Troughton's casting. So with all of that out the way with, let's dive right in. Season 4 would still start off with the smugglers and the 10th planet, but now at the end of the latter, the First Doctor obviously doesn't regenerate. Next we come to the power of the Daleks, which wouldn't be drastically different apart from not having a newly regenerated Doctor, of course. And maybe the colonists would listen to the First Doctor a little sooner than they did the second. The Highlanders would come up next, but without the same type of humour that it did in our timeline. I can't imagine Hartnell ever being in drag, for example. Then the Underwater Menace. I'm sure it'd be very interesting to see the First Doctor interact with Professor Zaroff. Why do you want to blow up the world, And then the Moonbase and the Macra Terror, neither of which would change too much, I believe. Ben and Polly would still leave in the Faceless Ones, although due to Michael Craze and Annika Wills apparently not getting on all that well with William Hartnell behind the scenes, maybe they would have left sooner. I know it's quite likely that Pauline Collins would still have turned down a chance to be a series regular, but let's suppose for a moment that she didn't in this alternate timeline. Her character of Samantha Briggs joins the First Doctor and Jamie in the TARDIS, which doesn't get lost at the end. Also on the subject of Jamie, it'd be very interesting to see what kind of rapport he would develop with the First Doctor, and how different it would be from his relationship with the Second Doctor in our timeline. Oh, and him and Ben would take on more and more of a leading man role, just like Ian and Stephen before them. This would obviously be done to take some pressure off William Hartnell. Anyway, back to the alternate season 4. We wouldn't have the evil of the Daleks up next, as I'm going to save that for later. Instead, I'm going to go with the unmade story The Imps as the final story of this alternate 4th season. Let's say that William Ems is able to get better just in time to finish doing the necessary rewrites for it. And then we come to the beginning of the alternate Season 5, which would have William Hartnell's final two stories, The Tomb of the Cybermen and The Abominable Snowmen. These would both play out more or less the same, but with the First Doctor's battle against the Great Intelligence at the end, severely wounding and tiring him out. He would then regenerate into the Second Doctor, who would still be played by Patrick Troughton. The alternate Season 5 would then continue with Patrick Troughton's first story, The Evil of the Daleks, which would play out on mostly similar lines as it did in our timeline, but with a few differences. Obviously, it would have to introduce and help establish the new Doctor, as well as the concept of the Doctor changing face. And as I alluded to earlier with the alternate faceless ones, the Doctor and co wouldn't spend the beginning of the alternate Evil trying to find the TARDIS, and we may have spent a bit more time on Skaro to compensate for this. And then Patrick Troughton would go on to be the Second Doctor for the rest of the alternate Season 5, as well as Seasons 6 and 7 too, probably. Maybe Victoria would still become a companion at the end of the alternate Evil of the Daleks, joining the Doctor, Jamie and Sam. To be honest, just like how I thought Peter Capaldi probably had the best idea to go after Series 10 rather than Series 11, I would say that the same was the case for William Hartnell with Season 4. If he'd have stayed on for another year, or rather another year and a bit in this particular alternate timeline I've created, it might not have been the best for his health, and it might have made the idea of introducing somebody else as a Doctor just a little bit harder, due to the audience spending even more time getting used to the First Doctor. But anyway, so there's my take on what if William Hartnell had stayed for Season 5. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 894 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 1000 by the end of this year, then I will do my very own fan-made audio story. Also, please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. The year is 1969. After playing the part for 3 years, Patrick Troughton has decided to leave Doctor Who. His co-stars of Fraser Hines and Wendy Padbury have decided to leave with him, with all 3 of them making their final regular appearances in the show in a 10-part epic, The War Games, which is broadcast from the 19th of April to the 21st of June of that year. Their departures aren't the only thing that's about to change the show. With more and more TV shows gradually switching to being shown in colour in the UK, Doctor Who would eventually join them, with the first part of Spearhead from Space broadcast in early January of the following year. And there's already been a change of producer as well. Peter Bryant is replaced by his former script editor Derek Sherwin, although Sherwin's own tenure would eventually prove to be short-lived. Before Bryant's departure, however, he and Sherwin have already made plans to drastically shake up the show's format by exiling the Doctor to modern-day Earth. But what if this all changed? What if, in an alternate timeline, Patrick Troughton hadn't have left at that particular point? What if Patrick Troughton has stayed for Season 7? Now, this should be a pretty interesting one. You see, there's a few ways this particular alternate timeline could go. One option I could have gone with would be for Jamie to leave but for Zoe to stay, and to be exiled alongside the Second Doctor to 20th century Earth. In fact, this was actually the original plan in our timeline. This was because Fraser Hines had planned to leave sometime during season 6. It was only after Patrick Troughton asked for him to stay until the end of the season, so that they could then leave together, that Hines stayed. But the prospect of a run of second Doctor stories without Jamie isn't one that I really like, and if Zoe was to stay, then that would probably mean that we would never have had Liz Shaw, and Caroline John got treated badly enough in our timeline with her only being in one season, even though she hadn't wanted to leave. So given that, I don't really want a season 7 without Liz either. So even though it's going against the original plan the production team had come up with, I'm going to say that Zoe leaves, but Jamie stays and gets exiled along with the second Doctor. Besides, both of the previous Troughton era female companions only stayed on for about a season. Think of Polly in season 4 and Victoria in season 5. So that could maybe further back up the idea that Wendy Padbury might decide to do the same with season 6. Anyway, how about the run of stories themselves? Would they still stay the same, or would there have to be any changes? Well, I can't really see why they would need to be changed, to be honest. Sure, the second Doctor may react to some of the events differently to the third, but I don't think it would be enough to warrant drastically changing the course of the season. So we'd still have Spearhead from Space, Doctor Who and the Silurians, the Ambassadors of Death, and Inferno. What would change is the relationship between the Doctor and the Brigadier. The second Doctor tended to get on better with the Brigadier than the thirds did. Not that the third Doctor and the Brig were always butting each other's heads, but you know what I mean. The second Doctor would probably still have been annoyed and upset with the Brig over the latter blowing up the Silurians' base though, because, well, this is still the Doctor we're talking about. Behind the scenes wise, I bet Patrick Troughton will be a lot happier with the reduced episode amount, as one of the reasons for him deciding to leave in our timeline was that he became tired out from doing 40 odd episodes a year with little to no breaks. Now, we come to the question of the title sequence for this alternate season 7. Would they have stuck to the 1967 black and white titles but just colourised them? Or would they have gone with a Patrick Troughton version of the 1970 colour titles? Honestly, it could go either way, although the latter probably seems more likely. But since I'm not really any good with creating new titles myself, I just went with a colourised version of the 67 titles for the Doctor Who intro earlier. So anyway, with all of that out of the way with, let's dive right into our alternate timeline. Since Patrick Troughton doesn't leave at the end of season 6 in our alternate timeline, I'm not sure they would still have made the War Games. They could still have made it, and maybe Zoe still leaves at the end of it, but I'm not sure if it would work as well without Troughton's departure, or at least the final episode of it anyway. So for the sake of argument, let's say that the War Games doesn't happen, which would be a real crying shame as it's my personal favourite Doctor Who story ever. Let's say that they use its budget to make 2 different stories instead. Its budget was made up of what would originally have been used for both a 6-parter and 4-parter after all. So what would these 2 replacement stories be? Well, I'm going to go with what was originally planned before the War Games became a reality. So season 6 will end with the Impersonators and an, in our own timeline, untitled story by Derek Sherwin. For the sake of this alternate timeline, I'll give the latter the decent enough title of The Time Lords. Not much is known about the Impersonators beyond its title, so I'm just going to give it a generic villains impersonating the Doctor and Co plot, which is just entirely based on the title. Even less is known about Derek Sherwin's story, although it would still have seen the Doctor exiled to Earth, so I'll just sort of base it off the 10th episode of the War Games. So just imagine that, but as a 4-parter, sort of. This would also see Zoe's departure. Then we get into the alternate Season 7, which would still have the same run of stories as our timelines as I mentioned earlier. But in this alternate timeline, Jamie gets exiled to Earth along with the Second Doctor. The Doctor also isn't forced to regenerate by the Time Lords, of course. Spearhead from Space would play out relatively the same, but most likely without the hospital scenes. Unless the Doctor and Jamie are recruited by the Brig to investigate some other kind of strange goings on there, and Liz would still be introduced in this, of course. Doctor and the Silurians would be pretty much the same, as would the Ambassadors of Death. But now we come to Inferno. How would the Second Doctor regenerate at the end of it? Well, one way could be that he gets shot at the end of episode 6 by the Brigade's leader, and then is only able to mumble about his time in the parallel universe to Jamie and Liz before passing out. Jamie and Liz would then be the ones to try and stop the drilling in the main universe. But I think that would be a pretty unsatisfactory and brutal way for the Second Doctor to go, so I'm not going to go with that. So let's try a different approach. Let's imagine that the Second Doctor is still able to get safely back to his universe, but when he tries to stop the drilling, some kind of equipment explodes in his face, knocking him out and forcing him to regenerate. Or a third option, and perhaps the most satisfying out of the three, is that he's taken back to his universe by the Time Lords so that he can stop the drilling there before it's too late. Once he has done that, they then still force him to regenerate, like they did at the end of the War Games in our timeline. Whichever way you prefer, he'd still probably regenerate into Jon Pertwee's Third Doctor. As for how Jamie would eventually leave, perhaps the Time Lords still end up taking him back to his own time, although that would make exiling him alongside the Second Doctor kind of pointless on their part. Oh, and I should also probably say that the reason why Jamie would be exiled alongside the Doctor in the first place would be because the Doctor would ask the Time Lords to do so. So maybe he gets killed by a Primord or something. It's not really a very satisfying exit either way, but I'll just go with the latter for now. Jon Pertwee's era would then start with Season 8, which would probably still start with Terror of the Autons. It's quite likely that Jo would probably still replace Liz though, as the show's new producer Barry Letts would still feel like the character of Liz Shaw was unsuitable for what he wanted to do with the show. Jon Pertwee would then go on to be the Third Doctor until at least Season 11, but maybe Season 12 as well? But anyway, so there's my take on what if Patrick Troughton had stayed for Season 7. But what did you think? Did you like it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 983 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 1000 by the end of this year, then I will do my very own fan-made audio story. Also please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1974. After playing the part for 5 seasons and with the show's popularity higher than ever before, Jon Pertwee decides to leave Doctor Who. His main reasons for doing so stem from a gradual feeling of a great many changes and departures. Much of Pertwee's run has been comprised of the Earthbound unit stories. Him and his co-stars of Katie Manning, Nicholas Courtney, John Levine, Richard Franklin and Roger Delgado all become one happy family. But with Katie Manning leaving at the end of Season 10, as well as Roger Delgado's untimely and tragic death in a car accident, that sense of family has started to fade. This is all furthered by the fact that the show is starting to return to its traditional alien threats on alien planets format, as well as the show's producer Barry Letts and its script editor Terrance Dicks deciding to leave as well. This all combined led to Pertwee's decision to leave. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the Third Doctor's era hadn't have ended at that particular point? What if Jon Pertwee had stayed for season 12. Now this is actually one of those what-if scenarios that very nearly happened in our own timeline. You see, in our timeline, Jon Pertwee had asked for a meeting with the BBC's then head of serials and drama, Sean Sutton. In that meeting, Pertwee had said to Sutton that he would stay on for another season if the BBC gave him a pay rise. But Sutton had turned him down, insisting that the show's budget couldn't change and saying, "I'm terribly sorry to see you go." And that was that for our timeline. But for this alternate timeline, let's imagine that meeting had gone differently. What if Pertwee and Sutton had come to some sort of compromise, which allowed Pertwee to be paid not the exact amount he'd asked for, but still a bit more than before? It might not make much financial sense for Sean Sutton to do this, but let's run with it. Even though Planet of the Spiders is the best way to end the Jon Pertwee era in my personal opinion, I'm going to just leave it as the final story for season 11 in our alternate timeline, mainly because there isn't really much else that could have replaced it. But obviously the Third Doctor is able to survive the events of it this time. Then we get into the alternate season 12, which wouldn't be that much different from our own timelines. It would still start off with robots, although a new Doctor wouldn't need to be introduced now. Harry Sullivan would still be introduced and become the Doctor's companion alongside Sarah Jane, as the production team came up with Harry so that he could take a lot of the action man role away from the new Doctor, who the production team thought might end up being another older actor. But when Tom Baker was cast in our timeline, this no longer became necessary. But in this alternate timeline, Harry would be able to take on the role he was originally intended for, as Jon Pertwee had already suffered a few injuries when doing some of his own stunts on the show, so Ian Marter would take some pressure off Jon Pertwee, although Pertwee would still probably do his usual Venusian Aikido ways, don't you worry. The arc in space would still happen, as would the Sontaran experiment and genesis of the Daleks, although Jon Pertwee might be a little uncomfortable with the show's gradual new emphasis on horror, as he spoke out against it after he'd left in our timeline, so maybe some of it would be turned down at Pertwee's request. Revenge of the Cybermen would probably still happen, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view. But one change I will make is to have the alternate season 12 end with Terror of the Zygons, as had originally been the plan, and I would have it as a 6-parter, which had also been the original intention. The Third Doctor would regenerate at the end of Terror of the Zygons, perhaps after something happens to him on the Zygon spaceship. Maybe he has a fight with Broton. Regardless of what the regeneration cause would be, he'd still regenerate into Tom Baker. I know some of you might want me to use these what-ifs to cast alternate Doctors, but unless there's a specific behind-the-scenes reason for why I'd need to, such as one of the actors becoming unavailable, I don't really see the need to. Although, wait until we come to the What If Season 27 video. Anyway, Tom Baker would then take over for Season 13 onwards, with the Seeds of Doom as his first story. And this alternate Seeds of Doom would be 4 episodes long, not 6. With Jon Pertwee having stayed on for another year, I can imagine that might result in Harry staying on longer. And I'd be quite happy with that, as I always felt like he didn't get enough time to shine in our timeline. Harry would probably leave at the end of the alternate android invasion, which would be the final story of the alternate season 13, and would be stretched to 6 episodes for this reason. So in essence, here's how the run of stories would go. Season 11 would still end with Planet of the Spiders, as that would make for a fitting end for Barry Letzer's and Terrence Dix's time on the show. Season 12 would be comprised of Robots, The Ark in Space, The Sontaran Experiment, Genesis of the Daleks, Revenge of the Cybermen, and Terror of the Zygons. And then the Fourth Doctor's era would start with Season 13, which would be comprised of the Seeds of Doom, Planet of Evil, Pyramids of Mars, the Brain of Morbius, and the Android Invasion. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Jon Pertwee had stayed for Season 12. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,015 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. Now this is going to be pretty different from the what if scenarios I've been doing so far. Instead of imagining what if a Doctor had stayed on for another season or series, I'm going to instead do one all about what if one had left earlier than they did in our timeline. This might be the only what if of this type, so it should be pretty interesting. Anyway, here is what if Tom Baker had left earlier. Now, there's a few ways this could have gone. Obviously, we know that in our timeline, Tom Baker stayed on for 7 years, making him the longest running Doctor, a distinction he still holds to this very day. But in that time, there are quite a few occasions where he could have left earlier. One such example would be that he leaves at the end of Season 14 alongside departing producer Philip Hinchcliffe. This is an idea that I know quite a few fans have pondered about over the years. But he could also have left at the end of Season 15, Season 16, or even Season 17, although that last one might have been a little bit tricky if the untransmitted Shada had been intended to be his final story. However, the potential exit of his that intrigues me the most would be the Season 15 one. You see, I think the Season 14 one would have been a bit too early, as the amount of stories Tom Baker would then have would have been less than all of his predecessors were, and would only be slightly more than both Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy would later get. And as I said earlier, plenty of people have already pondered about what if he'd left at the end of Season 14. So that's why I'm going to go with Season 15. 23 stories spread over 4 seasons. Sounds about right to me. But if Tom Baker had left, how would that affect Season 15's final story, The Invasion of Time? Well, let's say that Leela gets killed in a fight with a Sontaran whilst they're all inside the TARDIS. Rodan would then become the new companion, with K9 Mark 1 staying on. Now we come to the question of how exactly would the Fourth Doctor regenerate? Well, let's say that the blast of the DMAT gun doesn't just cause the Doctor to lose his memory, it mortally wounds him instead, with Rodan and K9 rushing to his side when he manages to stumble back into the TARDIS, before collapsing to the floor. And now we come to the question of who would take over from Tom Baker. Who would be the alternate Fifth Doctor? Well, I don't think it would be Peter Davison for a start. Davison's casting was very much down to John Nathan Turner, and since JNT wasn't the show's producer yet, and the show's actual then producer Graham Williams would doubtless have his own ideas as to who should play the Doctor, I doubt very much that Peter Davison would have ended up becoming the Fifth Doctor a few seasons earlier. Plus, Davison has himself stated that he wasn't really a fan of the Graham Williams era, and its, quote, undergraduate humour. So I'm going to go with somebody else instead. But who exactly? It would certainly need to be somebody who could still have worked with the Graham Williams era's emphasis on humour. It could be someone who had already been considered to play the Doctor before. Graham Crowden, Bernard Cribbins, Fulton Mackay or Jim Dale could have worked, but an idea that I really like would be David Dixon of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 1981 TV show fame. And I have to give credit to Carrie from Soundsmith Productions for this idea. So I'm going to go with David Dixon. Now, interestingly enough, if Dixon had have been cast, he would have then been known as the youngest actor to play the Doctor, as he was just 30 years old at the time. And slight spoilers for how this timeline is going to work out here, he'd end up stealing Pete Davidson's thunder a bit. Poor Pete Davidson. Although Matt Smith would obviously still end up becoming the youngest actor later on. Also, just because I think it looks quite doctory, let's imagine that Dixon's Ford Prefect costume from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is his Fifth Doctor's outfit. Hello, Future Bill here. I just realised that I never actually talked about what the title sequences would be like in this alternate timeline. So basically, for the alternate seasons 16 to 18, just imagine a David Dixon version of the first Tom Baker intro, you know, the one with the diamond logo and everything. And then for his last season, the alternate season 19, just imagine the Sid Sutton, Peter Howell title, the Sid Sutton title sequence of the Peter Howell theme, but with David Dixon's face rather than Tom Baker's. So yeah, that's that for title sequences. Apologies that I forgot to include that. Anyway, the alternate season 16 might have had to start quite differently to our timelines. David Dixon would have to have time to settle into the role, which would probably take up most of his first story, as had been the case for Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee and Tom Baker, with each of their respective first stories. Now, Dixon's first story could have been the Ribos operation, and indeed that could still have set up the key to time arc, but I don't know if it would have been such a good idea to introduce a new Doctor and then immediately have him set off on a season-long story arc. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save the key to time arc for the following season, season 17, and have this alternate season 16 be more about just introducing the new Doctor. So for this entirely different season 16, we're once again going to have to take a look at some of the unmade stories that were mooted around that time. Thankfully, there's actually quite a good number of unmade stories that we can use this time. So this alternate season 16 will be comprised of number 1, the Stones of Blood with all the key to time elements removed and with the introduction of the new Doctor. Number 2, the Pirate Planet, again with all the key to time elements removed. Number 3, Shield of Zarek, which was originally supposed to have been the 4th story of season 16. It would have dealt with the Doctor meeting Robin Hood, who would have been revealed to not be the hero he was meant to be, but a villain instead. Number 4, The Lords of Misrule, which was originally supposed to have been the 5th story of season 16. It would have dealt with the population of a planet called Tetran being enslaved by robots called the Shadow Lords. Number 5, The Divided, not much of which is known about unfortunately. Number 6, and finally Killers of the Dark, which was supposed to have been the final story of season 15. But after it became clear that it wasn't achievable on the show's small budget, producer Graham Williams and then script editor Anthony Reed had written The Invasion of Time in its place. Even though they didn't revisit the script in our timeline, let's say for the sake of this alternate timeline, they did, and made it more achievable with the limited money they had to work with. This would have been set on Gallifrey and would have the Doctor fight against cat-like people. Rodan would stay behind with K9 Mark 1 to help mediate a peace between the cat people and the Time Lords. And then we get to the alternate season 17, which would be almost exactly like our timeline season 16 and would feature the Key to Time arc. But some unmade stories would have to replace the Stones of Blood and the Pirate Planet, as they've obviously already been used for the alternate Season 16. Let's say that the Doomsday Contracts and the Tearing of the Veil replace them. So the alternate Season 17 would go like this. Number 1, the Ribos Operation. Number 2, the Doomsday Contract. Number 3, the Tearing of the Veil. 4, the Androids of Tara. 5, the Power of Kroll. And number 6, the Armageddon Factor. And Romana would obviously still be introduced in this alternate Key to Time season, with Mary Tam and Lala Ward still playing her first and second incarnations respectively. So yeah, 2 female Time Lord companions in a row, as in Rodan and Romana. But why not? And then the alternate Season 18 would be our timeline's Season 17. There probably wouldn't be any changes to the run of stories, although maybe Sharda is somehow able to be completed in this alternate timeline. And then the alternate Season 19 would be the same as our timeline's Season 18. It would also be David Dixon's final season as a Doctor, with him regenerating into Peter Davison in the alternate Logopolis. Pete Davison would then be in the very unenviable position of having his first season during the show's 20th anniversary. What could happen would be that you'd still have him with Adric, Nyssa and Tegan, but with a mixture of our timeline's Season 19 and Season 20 stories. So maybe something like this. Number 1, Castrovalva. 2, Arc of Infinity. 3, Kinder. 4, Morgan Undead. 5, Terminus. 6, Enlightenment. And number 7, Earthshock. And then the 20th anniversary special would be the 6 Doctors, which would still be the same story as the 5 Doctors, but with 1 extra Doctor to now deal with. Maybe with Tom Baker having been gone longer and not been quite as much typecast as the Doctor, perhaps he would actually take part in the 20th anniversary special this time round. It might have been a bit weird for David Dixon to come back though, since he'd only just left the year before. Pete Davidson's era would then continue with the alternate Season 21, which would be comprised of the remaining stories from our timelines Seasons 19 and 20. So it would go 1, Snake Dance. 2, Fort Doomsday. 3, The Visitation. 4, Black Orchid. 5, Time Flight. 6, The King's Demons. And 7, I'm also going to have Resurrection of the Daleks in this alternate Season 21 as well, so that it ends on a bang. The remaining stories from our timeline Season 21 would then make up the alternate Season 22. So basically it would be moving each season back by 1 most of the time. So that would be 1, Warriors of the Deep. 2, The Awakening. Number 3, Frontios. Number 4, Planet of Fire. Number 5, to make up for Resurrection being moved to the previous season, there would be another story for the now 6th Doctor and Perry. How about the unmade story The Rogue TARDIS, about a Time Lord who has regenerated and merged with their TARDIS? Number 6, The Caves of Androzani. And 7, The Twin Dilemma, which would still be Colin Baker's first story, but this time as the 7th Doctor, not the 6th. How would all of this affect each companion's introduction and departure? Well, Adric would still die in Earthshock, whilst Nyssa would now leave in Time Flight. Poor Nyssa. Tegan would still leave in Resurrection of the Daleks, and Turlo could maybe be introduced in Time Flight, with him being among the passengers on one of the Concords perhaps. He would also still leave in Planet of Fire. Chameleon would still be introduced in the King's Demons and then get killed off in Planet of Fire, and Perry would also still join the Doctor at the end of it too, as in Planet of Fire. Maybe, due to Tegan technically leaving a bit earlier, you could have either Will and or Jane from The Awakening join the Doctor, Turlo and Chameleon for a bit. Although, as much as I like both those characters and wish they'd been full-time companions, maybe they would have made the TARDIS just a bit too crowded. Besides, what would be the best story for them to leave in? Would they leave before Peter Davison's own departure, or stay on with Colin Baker? It would all be pretty difficult, so let's just say that they still don't become companions. As much as this alternate timeline interests me, I don't really like how it would have affected Peter Davison's era. Seasons 19 and 21 are some of the best in the show's entire history in my personal opinion. So to mess about with them as much as this timeline does just isn't really to my liking. So, as an alternative, or second scenario if you will, you could always imagine that seasons 16 to 18 still play out the exact same, but with David Dixon's alternate 5th Doctor, not with Tom Baker's 4th. Maybe to solve the whole introducing a new Doctor in the middle of the Key to Time issue, you could just add an extra 4-parter to season 16 to serve as Dixon's first story, and make the Armageddon factor 4 episodes long rather than 6, so that an extra story would have been slightly more possible to the show's limited budget at the time. But maybe that would clash a bit with the rest of season 16, having the first story be more or less entirely disconnected from the rest. Anyway, so there's my take on what if Tom Baker had left earlier. But what did you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? And which of the technically 2 scenarios did you prefer? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1046 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. The year is 1984. After playing the 5th Doctor for 3 seasons, Peter Davison has decided to leave Doctor Who, taking the advice of his own favourite Doctor, Patrick Troughton. But Davison isn't the only one who's decided to leave the show. His co-stars of Janet Fielding and Mark Strickson as Tegan and Turlough respectively also depart, with all 3 of them making their farewells in each one of the 5th Doctor's final 3 stories. A new companion in the shape of Nicola Bryant as Perry joins the Doctor just in time for the 5th Doctor to regenerate into the 6th Doctor, who is played by Colin Baker. Colin Baker's own tenure as the Doctor would be full of various behind-the-scenes issues, with the show even being put on hiatus for 18 months at one point. But what if that all changed? What if, in an alternate timeline, the 5th Doctor's era hadn't have ended at that particular point? What if Pete Davison had stayed for season 22? Now let's just address the whole hiatus stuff straight away. Would Peter Davison staying on for another year have stopped all of that from happening entirely? Well, unfortunately no, I don't think so. You see, the then high-ups at the BBC wouldn't really care who was playing the Doctor or not. That was never really what it was about. The likes of Michael Grade and Jonathan Powell just absolutely hated the show. They saw it as an embarrassment, as a waste of the BBC's time and money. They were absolutely determined to get rid of it, however they could. So the 1985 hiatus would still happen in this alternate timeline. I wish it had never happened at all in any timeline, but never mind. I'll do another separate what if video all about that one day instead. Anyway, let's put that whole depressing thought to one side for the time being. How would Peter Davison staying on for another year affect the end of season 21? Well, I doubt it would still end with the twin dilemma, as that had always been intended to be the first story of a new Doctor, from what I could make out anyway. And I don't think the Caves of Androzani would work quite as well without the Doctor regenerating at the end. I mean, it'd still be a great story, don't get me wrong, but some of its impact and edge would now be lost if both the 5th Doctor and Perry made out of it unscathed. But we'll come back to it later on. So we're once again going to take a look at the world of unmade stories that were mooted around this time. I'm going to choose The Place Where All Times Meet and Nightmare Country to replace Caves of Androzani and Twin Dilemma. The Place Where All Times Meet was all about people from different time zones finding themselves able to move through time in the English countryside. Nightmare Country, meanwhile, was all about the Doctor testing out a reality simulator. The simulator features a graveyard world which has been overrun by a race called the Frodiani, who eventually managed to escape into the real world. In our timeline, Nightmare Country had been rejected by then script editor Eric Saywood due to concerns over how much it would cost. But let's just say that these concerns are able to be addressed, and writer Stephen Gallagher is able to make the story more doable on the show's limited budget. And then we come to the alternate Season 22, which probably wouldn't be too different from what we got in our timeline, apart from the fact that the Fifth Doctor would now be in it, not the Sixth, of course. Attack of the Cybermen, Vengeance on Varos, The Mark of the Rani, The Two Doctors, and even Timelash would still play out the same. The 45-minute format would still be a thing, by the way, and as for the matter of title sequences, maybe they would have just used the same titles they'd used for the rest of Peter Davison's era, or maybe they would have used a Davison version of Colin Baker's more sparkly titles. I kind of like the latter idea myself, although I still use the former for the intro earlier, just to make things easier for myself. With Davison having stayed on for another year, this would obviously mean that the Fifth Doctor and Perry would have more time to develop as a Doctor companion team. But now we get to the matter of what the Fifth Doctor's final story would be in this alternate timeline. I think it's most likely that John Nathan Turner would still have wanted the season to end with the Sixth Doctor's first story. So I'm going to have the Fifth Doctor still go out in the Caves of Androzani, which has now been moved to the penultimate slot of the alternate Season 22. And then I'll have Revelation of the Daleks acting as the Sixth Doctor's first story, not the dreaded Twin Dilemma, thank goodness. This is mainly because I think it'd be better to have the Sixth Doctor's era start with a battle against an old foe, rather than whatever the Twin Dilemma was trying to do. Oh, and the Sixth Doctor would still be played by Colin Baker because, again, I can't personally see any reason why it wouldn't be him. But if you know of any reason, then feel free to correct me in the comments. The problem with having Colin Baker starting at this point now is that his first full season as the Doctor would be delayed due to the 18-month-long hiatus in 1985. So his first season would probably be The Trial of a Time Lord Season 23. I can imagine Colin staying on for at least another season until Michael Grades and Jonathan Powell order J&T to fire him at the end of the alternate Season 24, which would probably still be more or less the same run of stories as we got in our timeline. So Colin Baker's era would now be comprised of just 6 or 9 stories instead of the 8 or 11 we got in our timeline, depending on how you want to count the Trial of a Time Lord, of course. So poor old Colin would have even less a chance to prove how good a Doctor he could be, which is even more sad and depressing than what we got. So yeah, even though Peter Davison staying on for a 4th season would have been good news for fans of the 5th Doctor, it would have resulted in an even worse situation for fans of the 6th Doctor. So that's a great and cheery note to end this What If on, isn't it? Even though I do really like the 5th Doctor, I'd much rather have things work out how they did in our timeline compared to how this alternate timeline's gone. Or better yet, maybe the BBC high-ups could have just put their own feelings towards the show to one side and allow Colin Baker to stay on to beat Tom Baker's record to become the longest running Doctor. Maybe it's more important to not let your personal opinions cloud your judgment. Just a thought, Michael Grade. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Peter Davison had stayed for season 22. But what did you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1059 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. The year is 1986, and oh boy is Doctor Who going through some very tough times. After being put on hiatus for 18 months, the show comes back for its 23rd season. This season is made up of one season-long story arc called The Trial of a Time Lord, where the Doctor is once again put on trial by his people. The season initially runs on the Christmas Carol idea of showing the past, present and future in the Doctor's own personal timeline. The season is eventually wrapped up with arguably mixed results in the final 2 episodes, which would later be given the title of The Ultimate Foe. In our timeline, this marks the end of Colin Baker's brief and trouble-ridden time as the Doctor, with his final words in the part being the infamous "Carrot juice, carrot juice, carrot juice." But this was only after producer John Nathan Turner was told to fire Colin by the BBC high-ups. This all understandably deeply upset Colin, especially as he had wanted to break Tom Baker's 7-year records to become the longest running Doctor. Thankfully, in our timeline, Colin at least got to do lots of Big Finish audios later on, which have helped fans see his Doctor in a new and much more positive light. Big Finish even gave the 6th Doctor a much better send-off than he got on TV, with a special release called The 6th Doctor The Last Adventure in 2015. But what if that all changed? What if, in an alternate timeline, Colin Baker had gotten just a bit more time on the TV show? What if Colin Baker had stayed for season 24? Now, I know this is a what if quite a few of you have been asking and waiting for, so I hope it's worth the long wait. So first things first, what would have to change so that Colin Baker could stay on for another year? Well, in our timeline, Colin had asked for a meeting with the BBC's then head of drama, Jonathan Powell. In this meeting, Colin had asked Powell if he could stay on for another full season, as opposed to just doing one more story that Powell had suggested. Colin made the understandable points that he didn't want to return to the show for another couple of weeks' work and have the public still view him as a Doctor, meaning that anyone who might want to hire him in the meantime couldn't. In our timeline, this meeting didn't really go anywhere, with Powell apparently just saying, "Okay, we'll go away and think about what you said, and you go away and think about what we said, and we'll discuss it some more." This was the last that Colin would ever hear from Powell. But let's suppose, for the sake of this alternate timeline, that this meeting goes differently this time round. Let's say that in our alternate timeline, Colin and Jonathan Powell then have a second meeting, where an agreement is eventually reached. Powell agrees to let Colin stay on for another season, but informs him that it would definitely be his last. It's actually quite surprising that this didn't happen in our timeline, as it isn't like Colin was really asking for that much now, was he? But I think the fact it didn't just speaks to how little interest or care Powell and several other of the BBC high-ups at the time had in the show. Anyway, back to our alternate timeline. So season 23 still plays out the exact same and still ends the same as it did in our timeline. This meeting, as far as I'm aware, took place long after season 23 had finished filming and been broadcast, so I can't see why there would need to be any changes to it. But the following season, season 24, would have to have a few little changes. It wouldn't start off with Time Nirvani. You see, in our timeline, if Colin had stayed on for another year, J&T had intended to show Mel's proper introduction story. So I'm going to have this introduction be the first story of the alternate season 24. But what would this story be about beyond properly introducing Mel? Well, in the absence of any better options, I'm going to choose the BBC Past Doctor Adventures book Business Unusual as Mel's first story. In our timeline, Gary Russell had written this to be Mel's first story, from her own chronological perspective anyway. There are of course other options I could maybe have gone with, such as a version of the Big Finish audio The Wrong Doctors, which also attempts to depict Mel's first meeting with the Doctor, albeit leading to some complicated temporal shenanigans, and there's also J&T's original idea for Mel's introduction, which would have seen her meeting the Sixth Doctor and helping him to defeat a plot by the Master to disrupt the global stock market. But this latter idea ended up being ignored by the Ultimate Foe when Mel didn't recognise the Master, and I can't really see The Wrong Doctors working with the direction the TV show was going in at that time. So Business Unusual opens the alternate season 24. It wouldn't just feature Mel's chronological first meeting with the Doctor though. The book also saw the Sixth Doctor meet the Brigadier and fight against the Nestine consciousness. I can't see any reason why a TV version wouldn't have included these elements, so I'm going to keep them in. Paradise Towers would still be up next with very little differences, if any. Probably the same with Delta and the Bannerman too. But Time Nirvani would now come at the end of the season and would be the Sixth Doctor's final story. It would also be 3 episodes long now, not 4. The Sixth Doctor would regenerate at the end after he had defeated the Rani. The newly regenerated Seventh Doctor would still be played by Sylvester McCoy, because again I can't personally see why not. McCoy's first story would be Dragonfire, which would start off the alternate season 25 and still see Mel's exit and Ace joining the Doctor. Season 25 would then still have Remembrance of the Daleks, Silver Nemesis, and The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. The Happiness Patrol would have to be moved to the alternate season 26, where it would now replace Ghostlight. Sorry to any fans of Ghostlight. Also, as for the matter of the title sequence for the alternate season 24, I think a Colin Baker version of Sylvester McCoy's titles would probably happen, but due to me struggling to find a clean version that was of a decent enough quality, I opted to use the 1986 titles for the What If intro earlier. I think Colin would probably have asked J&T if his costume could be changed up a bit as well, as I know he wanted to at the start of season 23 in our timeline, but J&T had refused at that time. Maybe we might have ended up seeing the Sixth Doctor in his blue coat, or perhaps a darker version instead. Obviously, if Colin had stayed on for another year, it would have impacted Sylvester McCoy's era in quite a few ways. Not only would stories have to be moved around in this alternate timeline, but we would also now only have 2 seasons for the Seventh Doctor, as opposed to 3. But maybe this could work well in some ways, as now McCoy wouldn't still be trying to find his feet during season 24. He would start with the Machiavellian persona straight away. All in all, I would have loved to have seen Colin get another season as the Doctor. Even with just another year, he might have been able to continue mellowing his Doctor, but still at the same time show that there was more to him than meets the eye. But as I said earlier, it could have impacted the Seventh Doctor's era quite a bit, so who knows if this alternate timeline would have worked out better for everyone. But one person it would definitely work out well for would of course be Colin Baker himself. He was so cruelly denied the chance to flesh out and develop his Doctor more and to take the character in a direction that he wanted to. Colin really did deserve far better than he got in our timeline. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Colin Baker had stayed for season 24. But what did you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1098 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate, and I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. On the 6th of December 1989, the original series of Doctor Who came to an end, with the third and final part of season 26's survival. For the next 16 years, Doctor Who would be almost completely off the air, with only sporadic attempts at a revival. This all changed on the 26th of March 2005, when the show finally came back with the episode Rose. Russell T Davies became the showrunner, with Christopher Eccleston as the Ninth Doctor and Billie Piper as the titular companion, Rose Tyler. But what if things had gone differently? What if Doctor Who hadn't been cancelled in 1989? That's something which many fans have pondered about for over 30 years, and now here's my take on it. I'll be using sources such as interviews with people like Sylvester McCoy, Sophie Aldred, John Nathan Turner, Andrew Cartmel and Ben Aronovich. Other sources include the documentary Doctor Who Endgame, released on the Survival DVD release, and issue 255 of Doctor Who magazine. And I'll also use other fans' videos as inspiration, including Who Studios' excellent video, as well as the Doctor Who fans' brilliant series. So, without further ado, let's journey back to the year 1989. Chapter 1. Avoiding Cancellation. Just like in our world, as the final few episodes of season 26 were being filmed, news came through to the show's production office that the BBC high-ups wanted Doctor Who to at least take a break after the season had finished being broadcast. But in this alternate timeline, the show's then producer, John Nathan Turner, requested a meeting with the then BBC One controller, Jonathan Powell. Powell, having developed a disliking of Nathan Turner after the whole 1985 attempt to cancel the show, declined, saying that if Nathan Turner had an issue with the decision, he should take it up with the man who had actually been responsible for it, the then BBC head of series, Peter Cushing. John Nathan Turner then contacted Cushing, who was more willing to give him the meeting he wanted. The two of them then had the meeting, with JNT wanting to know why Cushing had made his decision to essentially cancel Doctor Who. Peter Cushing explains that the programme was starting to look tired and mentioned its declining ratings too. He also said that the show needed a new direction. JNT agreed that the show needed a refresh, but argued that the best way for that to happen would be to keep it going and get new people working on it. Cushing said that he did agree with that, but that no one was really making themselves known as far as he was aware, so there was little point. JNT then proposed that if Cushing were to give the show a temporary stay of execution for another year, then he would step down as producer and look for his replacement. Eventually, after the two of them went back and forth for a bit longer, they came to an agreement. Cushing agreed to JNT's proposal on the condition that JNT come up with his successor fairly quickly, as otherwise he would press ahead with cancelling the show. JNT accepted this and went away to look for his successor. J&T told then script editor Andrew Cartmel about his meeting with Peter Grugin, with J&T then asking if Cartmel had any ideas for who his successor should be. Cartmel admitted that he couldn't think of anyone at first, before then suggesting getting one of their production managers to take it, as that's how J&T himself had ended up with the job in the first place. J&T agreed and immediately started ringing up some of their most recent production managers and asking them about it. Most of them turned it down, but one showed some interest. This was Ian Fraser, who had been the production manager on many Doctor Who stories of the late 80s, from Terror of the Vervoids to The Curse of Fenric. Whilst Fraser admitted that he hadn't ever really thought about producing, he did say that he would be interested in giving it a go, provided that J&T could stay on for a bit longer so that he could mentor Fraser and show him the ropes of how to produce the show. J&T agreed, even though he wasn't the biggest fan of telling someone else how to be a producer, and he then told Cartmel about what Ian Fraser had said. Andrew Cartmel felt like it was a good idea as well, and then mentioned about how he had been getting lots of offers to come work for other shows. He then said that if J&T was leaving, then he may as well leave too, so that he could accept one of these offers, and also out of loyalty for J&T. J&T agreed with this too, asking Cartmel if he had any idea who should take over as script editor. Cartmel immediately suggested Colin Brake, an idea which J&T supported. He then rang Peter Grugin to arrange for another meeting. Sure enough, another meeting took place about a week or so later. J&T told Grugin about Ian Fraser, who Grugin wasn't too enthusiastic about, but thought that he was a satisfactory choice. J&T then told him of Cartmel's desire to leave the show as well, and mentioned Colin Brake as being potentially his replacement, an idea which Grugin more enthusiastically supported. John Nathan Turner asked Grugin how he'd feel about him staying on for the first half of the next season, so as to soften Ian Fraser into the producer's chair, in essentially a transitionary period. Grugin replied that he felt like it was a good idea and thanked J&T for coming up with a successor so quickly. Grugin then instructed J&T to ask Colin Brake to make sure he was still interested in becoming the show's script editor. J&T then went away and did this, with Brake confirming that he was indeed still interested and accepted J&T's offer. With the show's future now looking more secure, Peter Grugin told Jonathan Powell about his agreement with J&T. Whilst not happy with the idea of Doctor Who continuing, Powell still agreed to let the show have one last throw of the dice. The show was formally granted another season a few weeks later, which of course would become season 27. J&T had finally been allowed to leave, after the BBC high-ups had spent the past few years threatening to cancel the show if he ever left it. Now knowing just how close the show had come to being axed once again, J&T and Andrew Cartmel were determined to begin giving it a much-needed refresh. Chapter 2. A Time of Change. The next massive change the show would undergo would begin when J&T told Sylvester McCoy that he was leaving. McCoy had played the 7th Doctor for 3 seasons now, with season 27 due to be his 4th. Just like how Cartmel had decided to leave with J&T out of loyalty to him, McCoy decided to do the same. McCoy did this because he felt like Ian Fraser would eventually want to cast his own Doctor, so that he could really stamp his mark on the show. J&T let Fraser himself decide on who should play the new Doctor. After seeing countless actors for the part, Fraser rang J&T up one evening and asked for his advice. J&T suggested Richard Griffiths, and the rest, as they say, was history. This marked a sort of full circle moment for J&T, as he had wanted to cast Griffiths in the part a lot earlier when Tom Baker left. Andrew Cartmel and Ben Aronovich had decided to write the current companion Ace out as well, instead of just waiting for Sophie Aldred to tell them when she wanted to leave. So a new companion would have to be cast as well. Once again, Ian Fraser saw many different actors, but Julia Swahala eventually won out. Swahala was a little reluctant to play the part at first, as she regarded playing a Doctor Who companion as an actress graveyard, but Fraser reassured her that her character wouldn't be just another companion, and after reading the character outline Cartmel and Aronovich had come up with, Swahala became more on board with the idea. Speaking of those character details, Swahala would be playing a cat burglar type of companion called Rain Cunningham. Rain's father, Sam, had once been a gangster and ended up with a lot of money and decided to go straight, and used his new wealth to become a member of the upper class. Whilst Rain had grown up in this posh world, she had gotten sick of it and turned to safecracking. Her father would also become a recurring ally of the Doctor's throughout the course of season 27 and beyond, similar in some ways to the Brigadier. How Julia Swahala being cast in Doctor Who would affect her then work on Press Gang is difficult to say. She might have just about been able to juggle both parts for a couple of years, or she might have left Press Gang and been replaced by someone else so that she could focus on Doctor Who. But since she played the main role in Press Gang, from what I could make out anyway, perhaps it would have been better if she just did her best to juggle both for a bit. But the main cast weren't the only things that would be changing during the season. Some cosmetic changes would also happen, such as JNT once again asking for the theme tune to be changed, with the Distant J theme, as it's come to be known among fans, replacing Kev McCulloch's version. The title sequence and logo would stay the same for now though. A new TARDIS set would have to be built, as the old one had basically fallen to bits by this point and was starting to look pretty dated anyway. But given that the show didn't have a massive budget back then, a more traditional and cheaper version of Mike Tucker's designs would probably be made, without the central column connecting to the roof and the rest of the console hanging off the floor. And finally, the Seventh Doctor's outfit would undergo a radical change, after JNT finally gave in to McCoy's requests for them to get rid of the question mark tank top. The Seventh Doctor would now wear something closer to his TV movie look, with the duffel coats that McCoy wore during the Curse of Fenric the previous season replacing the dark brown jacket. The plague of question marks, as McCoy once put it, would now be replaced with a burgundy waistcoat. The Panama hat and question mark umbrella, however, would stay the same. Chapter 3. The stories themselves. Just like with the previous 4 seasons, season 27 would be made up of 14 25-minute episodes, creating 4 stories in total. These stories would be: Number 1. Bad's Destination, aka Earth Aid, by Ben Aronovich. Synopsis. When the planet's safe nest home is in urgent need of food supplies, the Earth space vessel Vancouver is dispatched to help, carrying a vast shipment of grain. But some strange things are afoot on board the Vancouver. For one thing, its Captain Ace is a little unsure of herself, almost like she's new to the job. The ship has a mysterious medical officer known only as the Doctor, with him not being everything that he seems. And there's something very nasty in the grain containers themselves. And it's not very happy. Overview. Bad's Destination would start off season 27 in a pretty decent way. Whilst its limited budget and runtime, with it only being a 3-parter, would prevent it from fully exploring the food aid themes it wanted to, the story would still have some memorable moments, such as the Doctor building Stonehenge to send a signal into space. It would also mark the first appearance of the Metatraxi, an alien race that Ben Aronovich and Andrew Cartmel came up with. The idea behind them was they were aliens who had a mental complex that prevented them from harming anyone who was unarmed. They would therefore resort to insulting and taunting someone and offering them weapons, just so they could kill them. This was a very unique idea for a Doctor Who monster, and they quickly became fan favourites. Overall, whilst the design of the Vancouver ship, especially inside, was seen as looking very cheap, fans would still regard Bad Destination as a story that had some great ideas and potential, just like the previous season opener, Battlefield, in some ways. The opening scene especially would go down pretty well. This features Ace in her captain's uniform going into her cabin, with the Doctor spinning around in a chair to face her in typical James Bond villain style. Ace would then say to the Doctor, "This isn't going to work," with the opening titles then fading in. Number 2. Thin Ice, aka Ice Time, by Mark Platt. Synopsis. London, 1967. The Doctor and Ace have landed during the peak of the swinging 60s. A civil war is raging against two factions of one of the Doctor's deadliest enemies, the Ice Warriors. Surrounded by old enemies and new friends, it looks like Ace's time with the Doctor is about to end. The fates of Earth and the future of Ace are now intertwined. Overview. As the synopsis teased, Thin Ice would be Ace's final story. Her departure would be pretty different from many of the companion departures that came before though. Instead of Ace just suddenly deciding to leave out of the blue, it would be revealed that the Doctor had plans to enroll Ace at the Time Lords Academy. The Doctor wanted Ace to inject a new life and a new attitude towards Finns within the wider Time Lord society. Upon finding out about all of this, Ace would initially refuse, as she didn't feel like that was what she wanted to do. She would even storm out of the TARDIS at one point, but throughout the course of the story, Ace would slowly come round to the idea, and she eventually agreed to it. Fans would react mostly positively to this idea, although some felt like the whole thing had kind of come out of nowhere. Sophie Aldred herself would be pretty happy with it, although she was sad to be saying goodbye to the show and to her friend Sylvester McCoy in particular. Elsewhere, Thin Ice would also see the introduction of a new ally for the Doctor, the aforementioned Sam Cunningham. He will be played by Tom Georgeson, who had previously played Cavell in Genesis of the Daleks and the Detective Inspector in Logopolis. Sam was intended to become a sort of brigadier type character, as in a recurring guest character. As I mentioned earlier, he would originally be introduced as a gangster, but would reappear in the next story, Action at a Distance, as a member of the upper class, after he had managed to get a lot of money. Some other memorable or notable parts of Thin Ice would include mind-controlled biker gangs who had helmets resembling those of the Ice Warriors. The newly opened London dungeon would have been used for some filming, where it would have been revealed that one of the exhibitions there was a piece of Ice Warrior armour. Overall reception to this story would have been pretty positive. Fans were especially glad to finally see the Ice Warriors come back after a 16-year absence, having last been seen in 1974's The Monster of Peladon. Comparisons between Thin Ice and Remembrance of the Daleks would inevitably be drawn, as both were set in the 1960s. Although Remembrance was set in the early 60s, whereas Thin Ice was set in the late 60s, when what we would recognise as the 60s was in full swing. Just a quick aside, but you're probably wondering why I've decided to go with Bad Destination and Thin Ice, instead of the more commonly used Earth Aid and Ice Time. The reason is that the former ones were the originally intended titles for those stories. The latter were made up by Dave Owen for his article about what if the show had continued for a bit longer in issue 255 of Doctor Who magazine in 1997. So essentially, Bad Destination and Thin Ice were what the production team at the time would have most likely gone with. The same could also be said about the surname for Rain and Sam Cunningham, even though it was later changed to Creevy for the Big Finish audio adaptations when Andrew Cartmel discovered that there was someone in real life called Rain Cunningham. Anyway, back to Thin Ice itself. It would hold the distinction of being the final story to be produced by John Nathan Turner and script edited by Andrew Cartmel, and they certainly both went out on a high. Number 3. Action at a Distance, aka Crime of the Century, by Ben Avonovich. Synopsis. The year is 1990. In London, safecracker Rain Cunningham breaks into a house and finds more than the family jewels. In the Middle East, the kingdom of Safieddin is being terrorised by Soviet invaders and alien monsters. And on the Scottish border, a highly guarded facility contains an advanced alien weapon. These are all parts of the Doctor's master plan. But master plans can go awry. Overview. The first story to be credited under the new regime of Ian Fraser and Colin Brake, Action at a Distance would also see the introduction of a new companion, who would obviously be Rain Cunningham. Juliet Swahala would make a great first impression as Rain, with her introductory scene in particular going down extremely well with fans and viewers alike. Her introductory scene would go like this. Rain sneaks off from a garden party to crack a safe inside the house. But when she opens the safe, it swings open to reveal the Doctor inside, with him asking her with a grin, "What kept you?" That would go down as a great and memorable moment, akin to the opening for Bad Destination. I think it would make sense for the production team to have the Metatraxi return in this story, as they would probably want to get their money's worth out of the costumes that have been made for their last appearance in Bad Destination. This isn't based off anything anyone has ever said, I just think it would be a great idea basically. Overall reception to this story would be somewhat mixed. Fans and viewers alike again thought that there was perhaps a bit too much going on, but at least Action at a Distance had a bit more time to tell it all in than Bad Destination had, with the former being a four-parter. The new companion Rain would go down very well though, and fans were delighted to see the Metatraxi return, even if it was a lot sooner than they were expecting. And yes, Action at a Distance was again the original title that the production team would have most likely gone with, instead of the more well-known Crime of the Century. The latter was also made up by Dave Owens, just like Earth Aid and Ice Time. Even though Andrew Cartmel was the one to write the Big Finish audio adaptation of this story in our timeline, the original TV version was actually supposed to have been written by Ben Aronovich, as far as I could make out anyway. That means Ben Aronovich would be credited for 2 stories this season. Number 4. Elyxian by Robin Mukherjee. Synopsis. The Doctor and Rain are lured to a monastic planet full of mystery and dark tunnels. They are then forced to play a series of life and death games, with only one of them expected to make it out alive. Overview. Perhaps one of the darkest stories the show had produced in quite a while, Elyxian would be the final story for the season, and for Sylvester McCoy's tenure too. The 7th Doctor would go out in a very shocking fashion, after being straitjacketed and gagged in a confinement cell. This would lead to some complaints by some viewers that the show was becoming too dark and too violent again, but more on that later on. The main villain would be a gross bank manager type who had the same manipulative and chess-playing tendencies as the Doctor. He would essentially be the Doctor's equal. The original version of Elyxian had also included giant beetles, but these had been written out when it was thought that they would be difficult to realise effectively on the show's limited budget. Also, just a quick note, Elyxian's writer Robin Mukherjee would have been the first person of colour to have written for the show. Elyxian would be very different from many of the previous Doctor's last stories, with it being arguably the most morbid in tone. This would cause fans' perceptions of it to be pretty mixed, but regardless, Elyxian brought an end to the Sylvester McCoy era. That era had reinvigorated the show and brought a lot of new life and new ideas to it, and the incoming Richard Griffiths era would continue to expand and improve on all of that. But that's a story for another time. Chapter 4. Looking to the future. With season 27 having come to an end, the question now turns to what's next for Doctor Who. Jonathan Powell had wanted to use the controversy surrounding Elyxian to cancel the show for good, and tried really hard to make that happen. But luckily for the show, Peter Cushing disagreed. He felt like they should give Ian Fraser and Colin Brake at least their own full season, as he felt like that was only fair. Ultimately, Powell relented, although he would still refuse to change the show's time slot, which would mean that at least both seasons 27 and 28 would still have competed with Coronation Street for views. Maybe other seasons would have to as well, until Powell stepped down as BBC One controller in 1993, but we'll have to wait and see about that. This whole competing against Corrie Finn meant that the viewing figures were still not that great, apart from the final episode of Elixion, due to the controversy. The show's future really was on a knife edge, and Ian Fraser and Colin Brake knew they would have to do something really bold with season 28. But would they succeed, or would Doctor Who be finally put to rest? That's something we'll have to answer another time. Chapter 5. Closing Thoughts. So there we go, that was season 27. So sorry about how long it took me to make it, but I hope it was worth the very long wait for you all. So you're probably wondering, will there be a season 28 video? The answer is yes, but it won't be the very next What If video. Allow me to explain. This video is intended to be a pilot for a new sub-series of the What If videos, which will exclusively tell the story of what I believe would have happened had the classic series never ended in 1989. But because each video in this sub-series will doubtless take a long time to make, with me going far more in depth than I ever would in the other What Ifs, I won't be able to make them that often. Perhaps they'll only come out every 4 months or so, meaning that you might be waiting until Christmas for season 28. I know some of you will be annoyed about this, but because of how long each of these will take to make, as well as various other things that will inevitably eat up my spare time, it's unfortunately just the best I can do. So the very next What If video will not be part of this sub-series. Instead, we will be exploring the idea of what if the TV movie had been a success and led to a series. That one might also be a bit of a longer What If, but hopefully won't take as long as this one to make. You can expect that What If to come out next month. I know some of you won't be fans of waiting another month either, but I want to take my time with it, and also I don't want to be known as just the What If guy. I want to do other kinds of Doctor Who related videos and not be tied into doing just one thing by the YouTube algorithm. I hope you all understand. So yes, the TV movie What If will be up next in September, with the one after that quickly following it. And that will be a What If the 2005 revival never happened. So basically, what if we never got the new series? Which will probably mean that it will be a continuation of the Schalke Doctor's adventures. After that, I'll be doing some more random what ifs, including some of your suggestions. I'm not too sure whether to do the TV movie What If as in-depth as this one, or to make it more like the previous What Ifs and just give you all a general overview. Please let me know in the comments below which approach you would prefer me to do. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,210 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I'll do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and feel free to let me know your thoughts on the scenario I came up with for season 27. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2005. After almost 16 years off the air, Doctor Who has finally come back to our screens. Starring Christopher Eccleston as the Ninth Doctor and Billie Piper as his companion Rose Tyler, and with Russell T Davies as its showrunner, the revival goes on to become a massive success. It leads to a whole new generation of fans. But what if things had gone differently? What if the first series of the revival featured not the Ninth Doctor, But the eighth, what if Paul McGann was in Series 1? Now, in order for this alternate timeline to work, Russell T Davies would have to approach the show's revival a little differently. It's no coincidence that he chose to go with a brand new Doctor of his own for Series 1 in our timeline. This was a deliberate choice as it helped to allow the revival to stand on its own 2 feet, without referencing back to the show's past. But obviously having Paul McGann instead of Eccleston would change all of that. So let's say, for the sake of this alternate timeline, that whilst RTD still wanted the revival to be a sort of clean slate, he also wanted Paul McGann to be given an actual chance to truly flesh out his Doctor. Some of you might think this might be a strange choice for him to go with, but it's the best way for this timeline to work, in my opinion. So anyway, Russell asks McGann if he'd like to come back to the part. And after Russell explained to him what he was planning, Paul McGann said yes. So how would a change of Doctor affect the course of Series 1? Honestly, not too much, at least in terms of the broad strokes of the series-long arc. The Time Warp background would still exist, although it might mean that we might now never get the War Doctor later on, as there wouldn't be a potential gap in the Doctor's personal timeline that he could fit into. And as I say, the Bad Wolf arc wouldn't need any real changes. The 8th Doctor might react slightly differently to some aspects of a few episodes, such as him probably having a better relationship with Mickey than 9 ever did. 8 was nowhere near as sassy and sarky after all. But the whole course of Series 1 wouldn't really need any major changes. But what about his costume? Would he still wear his TV movie look, or something like his Night of the Doctor one? I think something similar to his Dark Eyes outfit would be more likely. So just imagine that, but with a darker leather jacket than his dark blue one. So his Series 1 costume wouldn't be vastly different from the 9th Doctor's, especially since the Dark Eyes look was actually partly based on 9's outfit, and he'd still use the same Sonic and TARDIS console room as 9 did in our timeline, since Russell would still want the revival to feel like, well, a revival. The gradually blossoming romance plot between the Doctor and Rose would still exist with the 8th Doctor, as, well, he was the first Doctor to actually snog one of his companions. So overall, changing a Doctor for Series 1 from 8 to 9 wouldn't change the direction Russell T Davies took the Doctor in for that series. 8 would still be traumatised by the Time War and be disgusted at himself for seemingly wiping out all the Daleks and Time Lords. Remember, there wouldn't be a War Doctor in this timeline, so 8 would have been the one who had used the moment. But then we come to the question of how long would McGann want to play the role for? Would he leave after Series 1, just like how Eccleston did? Well, unless the same behind the scenes issues still happened, I can't really see why he would want to leave then. I think it's more likely that he'd stay on for at least another series. I won't go as far as to say he stays on for the whole of the first Russell T Davies era, as RTD would eventually want to get his own Doctor cast, and McGann would doubtless be absolutely fine with that. So we'll say McGann leaves after Series 2. 2 series sounds about right to me, as it would allow McGann enough time to develop his Doctor, something that he was cruelly denied in our timeline. But wait a minute, let's rewind back a little. How would Paul McGann staying on for Series 2 affect the end of Series 1? Well, you could have the Doctor unable to save Rose at the end of the Parting of the Ways, but since I already went with that for my What If Eccleston Series 2 video, let's try something else. With us having settled on McGann staying on for Series 2, we obviously can't just stick to what happened in our timeline. So instead, let's say that 8 is able to convince Rose to let go of the time vortex energy. He gives an impassioned speech which sways her. It might make the whole ending of the series seem a bit anticlimactic compared to what we got in our timeline, but we'll just roll with it. Rose would still be recovering throughout the Christmas invasion though, so she'd still take the place that the newly regenerated 10th Doctor took in our timeline. And maybe 8 would take Rose to New Earth as less of a joyride and more to have her checked out by the Sisters of Plentitude, before he finds out that they're evil and before Cassandra has stolen Rose's body, of course. The rest of Series 2 would continue pretty much verbatim to how it did in our timeline. In terms of how the 8th Doctor would eventually regenerate, well, I did already have a Runaway Bride exit for my What If Eccleston had stayed for Series 2. So let's have the regeneration happen during Doomsday instead, even if there would already be a lot going on in that episode as it is. Let's say that as 8 and Rose are using the Void to suck all the Daleks and Cybermen in, a Dalek has just enough time to shoot the Doctor. This causes him to lose control of his lever and magna clamp. This is what causes Rose to get sucked in as she desperately tries to reach over to the Doctor's side. We still have that emotional Bad Wolf Bay goodbye scene, but this time it's even more emotional as the 8th Doctor struggles to keep the regeneration energy in long enough to say goodbye to Rose. Whilst Rose can tell something's wrong, she doesn't know that the Doctor's about to regenerate, as in this timeline the Doctor obviously didn't regenerate at the end of the parting of the ways. The last Rose sees of the Doctor is still him saying, "Rose Tyler." The Doctor then regenerates in the TARDIS, kind of almost dying of heartbreak in a way, even though the Dalek shooting him is what actually caused him to regenerate. Now, who would the 9th Doctor be in this alternate timeline? Would it still be Christopher Eccleston or someone else? Well, it could still be Eccleston, as obviously the behind-the-scenes issues that caused him to leave in our timeline wouldn't have happened, or at least not yet, but the 9th Doctor's character arc, as we know it in our world, would already have been taken by the 8th Doctor in this alternate timeline. Yeah, sure, 9 could have another arc entirely, but I just don't know if it would be the same. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have McGann regenerate into David Tennant instead. And then Tennant's first words would be the usual, "What? What? What?" as Donna would still unexpectedly appear inside the TARDIS. Which means that Tennant's first story would then be The Runaway Bride. Donna would still refuse to travel with the Doctor at the end, as, again, I don't want to retread any ground I already covered in my What If Eccleston Series 2 video. And then both Series 3 and 4 would still play out the same. But now, instead of the year of specials, maybe Tennant gets a third full series, aka Series 5, with Lady Christina as his companion for that series. But some episodes of this Series 5 would still be made up of some of the specials. So, for instance, Planet of the Dead would obviously be the series opener, and the Waters of Mars would be the series finale, and split into 2 parts to accommodate this position for this alternate Series 5, with Christina leaving the Doctor after being horrified at his Time Lord Victorious actions. The End of Time would then still be a 2-part special airing during the festive period of 2009 to 2010, and it would still feature David Tennant's regeneration into Matt Smith. How likely it is that Tennant would have been able to do a full series during 2009 is a bit up in the air, but it's the best I could come up with. But how would Paul McGann, being the Doctor who fought in the Time War, affect the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor? Well, he would obviously have to take the place of John Hurt's War Doctor. If you want to know how this would come about, here's a summary of an alternate version of The Night of the Doctor, written by Nanny Nomnoms, who also helped me with some other aspects of this video. The 8th Doctor would still try to save Cass and still fail to do so, but this time he got as far as to make it into the TARDIS doors before then having his confrontation with her. He would then reluctantly close the door on her and dematerialise, just before her ship crashes. Materialising near the wreckage a few seconds later, the Eighth Doctor cradles Cass's dead body in his arms, feeling utterly broken. It's then that he snaps. He's finally been pushed too far. He argues with Ahila, the High Priestess of the Sisterhood of Kharn. He tells her that he's had enough and doesn't feel like he wants to be the Doctor anymore. Ahila asks him what he wants to be instead, and 8 picks up Cass's bandolier and straps it onto himself, before saying, "A warrior." We then fade to black as a caption comes up saying, "The 8th Doctor will return in the day of the Doctor." So the 8th Doctor will become this sort of reluctant warrior type. He would be a good man who had been pushed too far and finally decided that enough was enough. Obviously, throughout the course of the Day of the Doctor, 9 and 10, those being played by David Tennant and Matt Smith, remember, would help him to eventually come up with another idea, and all of the Doctors would still save Gallifrey towards the end. A result of the different numbering would mean that the now 10th Doctor, aka our universe's 11th, wouldn't have run out of regenerations by the time of the Doctor. So the Doctor wouldn't need a new regeneration cycle until the 60th specials in this alternate universe, with our universe's 14th Doctor now being the 13th, and he would still be another incarnation played by David Tennant, of course. As for Big Finish, the 8th Doctor would now have what we know as the War Doctors series of audios, with the 8th Doctor Time War audios that we got still existing, but now telling the story up to the alternate Night of the Doctor. So basically it wouldn't go 8th Doctor Time War audios then the War Doctor ones, it would all just be under the 8th Doctor Time War umbrella essentially. I hope that makes sense. Hello, Future Bill here. If I sound a bit weird, it's because I might have COVID at the minute, so yay, fun times. Sorry if you couldn't hear the rain outside as well. Anyway, I've just realised whilst editing this video now that I didn't discuss how all of this would affect the rest of the 8th Doctor's Big Finish run. So, since they were all made before the new series came back, as far as I know anyway, his audios with Charlie and Chris would probably be unaffected. As for his adventures with Lucy Miller, that one's a bit harder to determine, since the whole point of that was to take inspiration from the first Russell T Davies era, with Lucy being inspired by Rose in some ways, although Lucy was obviously still very much her own character. I don't think McGann being in the revival would have prevented him from being in Big Finish afterwards though, as Russell and Big Finish would probably have been able to come to some sort of agreement. Maybe McGann wouldn't have done any audios during the years he was filming the alternate series 1 and 2 though, i.e. from 2004 to 2006. But yeah, some version of his adventures with Lucy Miller would still have had to happen in order for all the following audios to still happen. So that's Dark Eyes, Doom Coalition, Ravenous, Stranded, etc. And I've obviously already discussed the 8th Doctor Time War stuff. Anyway, there's my take on what if Paul McGann was in Series 1. But what did you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And is there anything you would have done differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. And thanks again to Nanny Nom Noms for all their help with this scenario. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,397 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I'll do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi, a link will be in the description, or leave me a YouTube super thanks below. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2005. After being off the air for almost 16 years, Doctor Who makes a triumphant return to our screens. Starring Christopher Eccleston as the Ninth Doctor and Billie Piper as his companion Rose Tyler, and under the leadership of showrunner Russell T Davies, the 2005 series would go on to launch a whole new era of the show, lasting in some form or another right up to the present day. But all of this very nearly didn't happen. In our timeline, some BBC high-ups tried to stop this revival dead in its tracks, which begs the question, what if the 2005 revival had never happened? Now let's start off by explaining what exactly I meant about people trying to stop the revival before it even got made. In our timeline, during pre-production of Series 1 in summer 2004, then BBC Director General Mark Thompson had asked if it was too late for the show to be cancelled. This was allegedly due to a request made by Michael Grade, who was chairman of the BBC's Board of Governors at the time and had tried to cancel the show before, back in 1985. Thankfully for us, Lorraine Hegarty, BBC One's then controller, joined forces with Jane Tranter, the BBC's then controller of drama commissioning, and Julie Gardner, the BBC's head of drama at the time and executive producer for the show. And they all informed Thompson that work was too far along on the show for them to cancel it. They also argued that to cancel revival at that point would represent a massive waste of resources and damage the BBC's public reputation. But for the sake of this alternate timeline, we'll say that Thompson and Grade persist further and manage to get the revival cancelled before it even has a chance to truly get going. As Hegarty, Tranter and Gardner predicted, this would have damaged the BBC's standing quite a lot, as a lot of time and money would have been wasted, and Doctor Who fans and the general public as a whole would doubtless be really annoyed about it. It would be a major blow for those who had tried to bring the show back, such as Hegarty, Tranter, Gardner and especially Russell T Davies, but there would be nothing that they could really do. Whilst they could tell that there was still an appetite for Doctor Who, something they would continue to inform the likes of Thompson and Grade, only to fall on deaf ears, any chance of it coming back were now scuppered by the personal tastes of a few important and powerful people. But if you think that would be the end of this scenario, you'd be wrong. Doctor Who would still continue in some form, just not in the way it did in our timeline. You see, back in 2003, during the show's 40th anniversary, a fully animated webcast revival of the show had been released on the official website. This was called Scream of the Shauker and starred Richard E. Grant as a very different Ninth Doctor. In our timeline, there were plans to continue this Shauker Doctor's adventures, but then the team working on the Russell T Davies-led revival asked for those plans to be stopped, to avoid any confusion among the audience. But obviously, for this alternate timeline, there would now be no RTD-led revival in the way, so the Shauker Doctor and his companion Alison Cheney would have more time after all. Before we go any further though, I should add that I'm not too sure about the exact timeline of how things went down. You see, whilst they had continued work on a Shauker sequel for a while after the RTD-led revival was officially announced, it seems that the BBC team already had a feeling that the plug would end up getting pulled. And I believe that when it was finally pulled, pre-production work had started on Series 1 of what we now know as the new or revived series. So maybe by the time Grade and Thompson had asked for the revival to be scrapped, the plans for the Shauker sequel would also have already been scrapped. For the sake of this alternate timeline though, we'll say that either the latter hadn't happened yet, or it was put back into production after nothing came of the RTD-led revival. But anyway, what other adventures would the Shauker Doctor have? Well, the very next story would have been one called Blood of the Robots. This would have been written by Simon Clarke and followed the same style set up by Scream of the Shauker, in terms of being 6 15-minute episodes in length, Here's the synopsis for it. A blend of adventure, drama and humour, the Doctor arrives to find a world full of intelligence-sensitive robots being hunted by ruthless salvage squads in order to make room for human settlers forced to migrate from their overcrowded home planet. Other adventures would be The Forest of Ancestors by Stephen Baxter and Memoria by James Swallow. The former would, according to John Ainsworth in issue 464 of Doctor Who magazine, be a really good story about a race of people who were living trees. Memoria, meanwhile, would be a very clever story that made good use of the TARDIS-bound Master, again according to Ainsworth. Big Finish might have been involved with the voice recordings for these further Schalke Doctor stories, even if there might have been some animosity to sort out first, as then Big Finish executive producer Gary Russell was a bit annoyed at how BBC I had used their services for the previous webcasts, only to then decide to go solo for Scream of the Schalke. The Forest of Ancestors and Memoria had both initially been planned to each be the second story after Scream of the Schalke, but the BBC I team had decided to go with Blood of the Robots instead, since, as John Ainsworth put it, robots are easier to animate than trees. After this, however, they were considered to become the third and fourth stories, respectively. Other stories that were planned included The Kingmaker by Jonathan Clements. This ultimately became the Big Finish 8th Doctor audio, Immortal Beloved. And there was also another story by Scream of the Schalke writer Paul Cornell, which became a comic story featuring the Christopher Eccleston 9th Doctor and Rose Tyler for the 2006 annual. This comic was called The Masks of Makassar. According to the excellent Black Archive book about Scream of the Schalke by John Arnold, there was also to be a magical version of the Dead Planet. The Dead Planet referring to the first episode of the very first Dalek story, of course. I believe this could be the same story as the Forest of the Ancestors though, as they shared both the same writer and potentially even similar setting. They could even have adapted the Schalke Doctor's only other story in our timeline, the short story The Feast of the Stone by Kevin Scott and Mark Wright. They could have made it fit into 2 or 3 15-minute episodes. They would doubtless have considered other stories from other writers, with I believe Mark Gatiss being among them. Perhaps Paul Cornell would have asked Russell T Davies to contribute something as a consolation prize, similar to how Russell offered Cornell the chance to write for Series 1 in our timeline, even if Russell wasn't the biggest fan of Scream of the Schalke, and especially what Richard E. Grants did with the Schalke Doctor. Maybe Paul Cornell would have adapted his Human Nature book for the Schalke Doctor. If so, I can imagine that it would probably be more faithful to the original book than the David Tennant version was in our timeline, as Russell T Davies wouldn't be in the same position to tell Cornell to make any changes. I suspect that they would have eventually done stories featuring iconic monsters such as the Daleks and Cybermen too. I would say they could do a story about the Schalke Doctor's origins, but I don't know if this would be very likely. Paul Cornell apparently didn't want it to be referenced or expanded upon. If you didn't already know what these origins would be, however, allow me to explain them for you. In essence, this Doctor had fallen in love with an unknown companion, and settled down with her on Gallifrey to retire. But then all the Time Lords would be wiped out by an invading alien race. The Doctor and the Master would defeat the aliens, but not before the Doctor's companion is killed and the Master loses his physical body. The Doctor would be devastated at the loss of the woman he loved, but he would construct a robot body for the Master's consciousness to live in. This robot Master would be confined to the interior of the Doctor's TARDIS, however. The consciousnesses of the surviving Time Lords would retreat into the Matrix, with them sending the Doctor off on dangerous missions. The android Master's character arc would be similar in some ways to Missy's. He would be trying his best to become a better person, but would still occasionally have urges to fall back into his old ways. So he wouldn't always be someone who the Doctor could 100% trust and rely on. The Schalke Doctor himself, meanwhile, would initially be very emotionally closed off and sulky, due to his grief over the loss of his love. but gradually Alison would help him to come to terms with it and move on. We saw the beginnings of this in Scream of the Schalke itself, but it would be great to see this given more time to be fully expanded upon and developed. The rate at which the BBC I-Team would be able to get each story out might be a little slow, with I'm guessing at least a few months gap, so I don't know if it would be structured and laid out in seasons, even though the original plan for what became Scream of the Schalke had been to have a season made up of 3 4-part stories. In terms of how this animated continuation would be received among fans, well, just like the TV movie, there would be the usual divide between those who considered it to be canon and those who didn't. Its reputation wouldn't have been helped by the fact that in our timeline, the BBC I-Team ended up being so secretive that they put a journalist from Doctor Who magazine in a cupboard. Maybe the Schalke Doctor would have eventually become to be seen as the official 9th Doctor, and given some BBC books to tie in with the webcasts, and maybe one day, long after the webcasts had finished their run perhaps, there would be some Big Finish audios that tied in with it as well. Or perhaps Big Finish would have just released audio versions of each of the Schalke sequels, just like they did with Real Time and the Shadow webcast. But how long would this Schalke Doctor series last for? Well, I suspect at least 3 or possibly 4 years. Maybe it would last long enough for Richard Grant to eventually decide to move on and for us to get a Schalke 10th Doctor. Perhaps this could have still been played by David Tennant, given that he had a minor role in Scream of the Schalke. Or perhaps it would be someone else entirely. But what I am pretty sure about is that this wouldn't be the same as the new series was in our timeline. What I mean is that it wouldn't really be seen as a permanent continuation of the show that attracted lots of new viewers, even if that had been the BBC I-Team's original intention. It would be a very niche thing existing on a very tiny corner of the internet and watched by a small amount of mostly already existing fans. It wouldn't be the big return for the show. It would just be a curious little thing that kept the show's light switched on for a bit. Eventually though, it would probably come to an end. The animation team at Cosgrave Hall Films would still go bust in 2009, so I can't imagine the Schalke Doctor series continuing past that. And I bet at least a few years would pass by before some other attempt was made to bring Doctor Who back. Perhaps Russell T Davies would try again in the 2010s to get the show back on TV, or perhaps the Schalke series really would be the final nail in the coffin for at least some time. I can't imagine it would be the permanent end for Doctor Who though. Things might have just taken a little bit longer. But anyway, so there's my take on what if the 2005 revival had never happened. But what did you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,511 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A. You can ask me whatever questions you want, just keep them polite please. Also please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1978. For the past 11 years, the BBC have been routinely wiping many episodes of Doctor Who's early years. This has not been anything unusual for the corporation, as they have done the same with many of their old TV shows. They have done this for many reasons, from not believing they had any further commercial value, to concerns over potential rights issues to repeat them on broadcast TV, and even sometimes just due to a lack of proper storage space. But thanks to longtime Doctor Who fan Ian Levine, as well as the recently appointed archive selector for the BBC Film and Videotape Library Sue Malden, attitudes have started to change at the BBC. The BBC has started to realise that their old programmes do indeed still have some form of value after all. In terms of Doctor Who, throughout the next 35 years, there will be many episodes that were previously thought to be lost forever, found and returned to the BBC. These would be returned from a variety of sources, from private film collectors to foreign TV stations. A couple were even allegedly found in a church basement at one point. From 1978 to the most recent missing episode recovery, as of time of writing in 2013, the number of Doctor Who's missing episodes would gradually be whittled down to 97 out of a total of 253 episodes that were made between 1963 and 1969. Whilst probably quite a lot of these 97 episodes are most likely lost forever, this hasn't stopped the BBC and fans from coming up with ingenious ways to watch these episodes. Surviving promotional photographs and off-air pictures, aka telesnaps, have been combined with off-air audio recordings made by fans at the time to create reconstructions. In addition, official animations have been made by the BBC for quite a lot of them. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, there never were any gaps in the BBC's archives? What if there'd never been any missing episodes? Now, before we begin, let me give a quick disclaimer. First of all, for anyone who isn't familiar with my what ifs, this is not me trying to start some kind of conspiracy theory that no episodes of Doctor Who ever went missing. It should be pretty obvious that I'm only speculating about what if none had ever gone missing in an alternate timeline. It's merely a fun, if frustrating, thought experiment. But I'm including this disclaimer just in case there's any confusion from any new viewers. Second of all, I know that's the very idea that there would ever be a world or timeline out there where we had all of Doctor Who's episodes is a completely far-fetched and ridiculous idea. I know that's based on everything we've managed to learn about how the BBC operated at that time. It's pretty much impossible that this scenario could ever work. But again, it's just a bit of harmless fun. Those of us who love discussing the missing episodes also love to imagine and speculate on the impossible. It's just human nature, really. With that, let's actually get on with the scenario itself. In order for this alternate timeline to work, there's only really one option, that being for the recovery of them to happen a lot earlier. If the recovery had started as early as 1971, we might have been able to have almost all of Doctor Who's episodes that had been produced and broadcast up until that point. You see, at that point, BBC Enterprises, the commercial part of the BBC that normally handled sending film prints of its programmes overseas, still had copies of almost every single episode, from An Unearthly Child to The Demons. That included the majority of the missing episodes. The one exception might have been the show's first ever Christmas special, The Feast of Stephen, but we'll get back to that later on. We'll say, for the sake of this alternate timeline, that the process of recovery does indeed start then. I'll leave it up to you as to whether that might have been down to an earlier intervention by Ian Levine or due to someone important at the BBC realising the importance of hanging on to such stuff. Either way, in this alternate timeline, rather than BBC Enterprises junking all their copies of Doctor Who's episodes once they were deemed to have no more commercial value, they were ordered from the powers that be to hang on to them. Again, I know it's really not very realistic, but it's the best way for this scenario to work, in my opinion. Sure enough, Enterprises would keep hold of their copies and would eventually pass them on to the relevant library when they were told to. The whole push to archive stuff in a much better and more orderly way would have to start earlier, in order for the copies to stand any chance of surviving in the library. But was about the odd one out that I mentioned earlier, was about the Feast of Stephen, the 7th episode of the Daleks' Master Plan. Well, that one's a bit trickier. You see, it was the only episode that was never intended to be sold and broadcast abroad. Due to its very nature as a Christmas special, it was purposefully written to have no relevance to the rest of the story. The feeling had been that the audience would hardly want to tune in on Christmas Day to watch a lot of death and carnage at the hands of the Daleks. They would rather tune in for something much lighter in tone and more self-contained. Therefore, when the Daleks' Master Plan was offered to Australia, the only foreign country that took an interest in buying it, the Feast of Stephen was omitted, as they would hardly be able to screen a Christmas episode throughout the whole year now, would they? So there was only ever one copy of the Feast of Stephen, and that was the one that had been broadcast on Christmas Day, 1965, in the UK. This copy was then junked just 2 years later, in 1967, in our timeline. So it would have had to somehow escape this fate in order for there to truly be no missing episodes of Doctor Who in this alternate timeline, which is probably quite a stretch, but hey, so is this entire scenario. Anyway, so now the BBC has all of Doctor Who's episodes surviving. We'll say that some of the original colour versions of some of Jon Pertwee's episodes might have still been lost, just to make this timeline ever so more realistic. Not that it's ever going to be very realistic, but never mind. But beyond that, Doctor Who narrowly misses having any of his episodes truly junked. How would this affect how we look at these stories in the present day? Well, it's impossible to say with any certainty, but I do think it's possible that there would be an impact, as fans, our alternate selves, might feel differently about these episodes. They might not rate some of them as highly as we do, or they might rate them more. What is certain is that if no episodes were ever missing in the first place, the show's early years might not have that same kind of atmosphere surrounding them. I mean, let's be honest, whilst it's sad that so many are lost in our timeline, it's still absolutely fascinating to discuss these missing episodes, and what they might have been like. But in this alternate timeline, there wouldn't be that same discussion, as fans would be used to being able to watch these episodes for decades, once they start being released on VHS in the 80s and 90s. It could be argued that they would kind of take these episodes for granted really, and if these fans saw how much fascination and mystique we treat them, they wouldn't really be able to understand. That doesn't mean that I think they'd be ungrateful, they'd just be so used to them. And beyond the episodes being part of the show's early years and featuring many important moments in the show's history, they wouldn't really resonate in the same manner. Ironically enough, whilst we all wish that we could still watch them all, maybe it's better that we can't. At least with us having so many missing, we've been able to try and piece what little remains together, and in doing so, discover more about how exactly the BBC worked internally at that time. Some fans have dedicated lots of time and effort in trying to track down any information related to them. We've had people search most of the world for any copies that might still survive. I'm not saying I'm glad they were destroyed, I'm definitely not. Like many of you I'm sure, I wish they never had been. I love that era of the show and would do anything to see it in full. But I feel like that because of the fact that they were destroyed. If they never were, I probably wouldn't have that exact same feeling. I'd still love that time in the show's history and enjoy watching those episodes, but there wouldn't be that extra feeling of being grateful to have what little remains. Those episodes wouldn't hold any special meaning to any of us, at least not in the same way that they do. But I don't know, maybe I'm just talking nonsense here and some of you don't agree with my point at all. Which is completely fine and fair enough by the way, but hopefully you can at least understand where I'm coming from. But anyway, so there's my take on what if there weren't any missing episodes. But what did you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,522 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1966. After playing the part for the past 3 years, William Hartnell is absolutely exhausted. He's struggling to remember his lines due to a hardening of his arteries, and his relationship with the show's then producer John Wiles has rapidly deteriorated. Things have gotten so bad between the two of them that Wiles would even attempt to write Hartnell out during pre-production of the Celestial Toymaker serial. Thankfully in our timeline this didn't come to anything, and Hartnell's tenure as the First Doctor would continue for a few more months. But this does raise a very interesting question. What if John Wiles had had his way? What if the First Doctor's era came to an end earlier than it did in our timeline? What if William Hartnell had left after the Celestial Toymaker? Now I should start this off by admitting that the timing of this video is by no means an accident. I thought it'd be a really intriguing idea to do this particular what if scenario close to the airing of the third 60th anniversary special, The Giggle. This special obviously saw the return of the Toymaker for his first appearance on the TV show since 1966. And yes, I'm aware that it's aired over a week ago now, but I'd still say that this video isn't too far behind. I had originally intended to get it out before The Giggle had aired though, but them announcing a Toymaker animation and this video taking longer than I thought ruins those plans. Secondly, I will use the terms of the Celestial Toymaker and simply the Toymaker interchangeably throughout this video. I'm aware that the word celestial has certain racist undertones to it, and so I hope I don't offend anyone when using it. The only reason why I'm using it is because it has a double meaning. It can mean both a derogatory term as well as referring to something that is from outer space, which would definitely be appropriate for the Toymaker himself. But I am still aware of its offensive use, and please don't take my use of it as any sort of endorsement of that offensive nature, because I absolutely don't endorse it, as I'm sure most sane people wouldn't endorse it either. Now, with all of that being said, let's dive into the scenario itself. Now, we could have John Wiles somehow stay on as the show's producer for this alternate timeline, but that's something that we'll get back to later on. So for the time being, we'll stick with him having already resigned and been replaced by Innes Lloyd. Hello, Future Bill here. Having done a bit more research since I recorded this video, I've discovered that Wiles being unable to write Hartnell out during the Celestial Toymaker is one of the main reasons why he ended up resigning, as the BBC high-ups didn't agree with getting rid of Hartnell at that particular point. So this what if might only work if Wiles had stayed on, and the high-ups had agreed with him. Sorry that I didn't realise this sooner. But how exactly would Hartnell have been written out in a Toymaker serial? Well, the idea was this. The Toymaker would still make the Doctor invisible whilst the latter was playing the trilogic game, but now when the Doctor reappeared, he would be played by another actor. Could this alternate second Doctor still be played by Patrick Troughton? Well, I can't see any reason why not, so Yeah, probably. Stephen and Dodo would doubtless spend the final episode and then the following story struggling to come to terms with this new Doctor. They might very well think that it's all just a trick from the toy maker. Would the Gunfighters be the second Doctor's first story? Well, I don't know about that. It would make for a very strange first outing for Troughton after all. Perhaps it could be replaced with either the Savages or an unmade story from that time. Perhaps it could be Robert Holmes's The Space Trap, even if the production team at the time had rejected it due to them thinking that the robots in it would be too similar to the mechanoids from The Chase. Future Bill here again. As you might have noticed with what that picture just said, the Space Trap is actually the original version of the Crotons. So if the former had been made in this alternate timeline, it would probably mean that the Crotons would have never existed, as it only came about when Robert Holmes resubmitted the storyline later on to then producer Peter Bryant. So there would have to be another unmade story to replace the Crotons. Perhaps the infamously sexist prison in space would have been made after all. Oh dear. Also, whilst my past self is about to say that the rest of the stories would be the same, there obviously would be no need to introduce a new Doctor in the power of the Daleks, so Ben and Polly wouldn't be so suspicious of the second Doctor. Anyway, back to the rest of the video. Regardless of what the first story would be, the rest of the stories would probably be more or less the same. Troughton would probably still take a while to settle into the role, and so he would still play the part in a very comedic fashion to begin with, before toning it down later on. An interesting thought would be whether the idea of regeneration would still come about. Let's not forget that Hartnell's departure in the Celestial Toymaker would be in very different circumstances to how he left in the 10th planet in our timeline. So perhaps it would be less of a case of Hartnell and Troughton playing different incarnations of the same character, and more just completely the same character, but with a different take. So essentially, it might not be Hartnell plays the first Doctor and Troughton plays the second, it might just be that they both play the Doctor. But then again, maybe the idea of regeneration would have still happened. It's difficult to tell really, in all honesty. Regardless, I think Troughton would still do 3 years in the role. We could stretch this so that he still leaves in the War Games, or maybe he would leave sometime earlier in Season 6. How about something like the Mind Robber instead? Whatever the case, this alternate timeline could go anywhere after that. As I mentioned earlier, if there wasn't the concept of regeneration, then it would lead to some fascinating stuff going on with each actor's arrival and departure. Perhaps even the whole show might be drastically different to what we would be familiar with. It's one of those scenarios that is so incredibly intriguing, precisely because it's difficult to imagine what exactly could happen next. And as I alluded to earlier, was about if John Wiles never resigned. That would throw an even bigger curveball into Finns, as he might be allowed to truly realise his much darker take on the programme. Whole stories would be vastly different, such as the Toymaker serial itself, perhaps even the whole course of the show, from the Celestial Toymaker up to whenever Wiles would eventually leave. I've done my best with this scenario, but I honestly think it's one that could go in any direction that we want it to. We could play Finns safe and have Finns turn out still more or less the same, or we could have Finns turn out very differently. So with that thought, please do let me know in the comments section how you would have Finns turn out. I myself would probably play Finns relatively safe, although the more diversionary take does intrigue me. I hope you all don't feel like I haven't gone in depth enough with this one. My philosophy with the what ifs is always that some of them require more planning than others, and I only wanted to go so far without turning this scenario into unfounded speculation, or dare I say it, fanfiction. But anyway, so there's my take on what if William Hartnell had left after the Celestial Toymaker. But what did you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. And lastly, this will actually be the final What If video for this year, but don't worry, the What Ifs will return in the new year, although I'll probably only do one every month or two just to make it work more with my busy college schedule. I know some of you may not like that prospect, but it's honestly just the best I can do, so I hope you all understand. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,612 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I'll do another Q&A, and we can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or give me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1963. A new science fiction programme has just started on BBC television. It is called Doctor Who. It stars William Hartnell as the titular Doctor, a role that is very different to the strict army sergeants and petty crooks he has long been typecast as, with Carole Ann Ford, Jacqueline Hill and William Russell in supporting roles, as Susan, Barbara and Ian respectively. For its first few weeks, the show has had a mixed amount of success. Whilst its ratings of between 4 to 6 million are not terrible, they are considerably less than its production team had been hoping for. The very first episode had to even be repeated the following week after it had first aired the day after American President John F. Kennedy had been assassinated. The show's only hope is that its next serial will be more successful. That next serial is of course the very first to feature the Daleks, who are gone to capture the imaginations of millions of viewers and result in the show becoming a massive rating success. But all of this very nearly didn't happen. Originally a very different serial was planned to be shown in the Daleks' place. This would have been another serial written by Anthony Coburn, who had already written the show's first serial, An Unearthly Child, and it would have been called The Masters of Luxor. This all raises a very interesting question. What if things had gone very differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the show's early beginnings had gone down another path? What if the Masters of Luxor replaced the Daleks? Now I should start off by mentioning that this video was suggested by Griffin Law 9367, so thanks to them for the idea. Now I understand that not everyone will be familiar with the storyline for the Masters of Luxor, so I'll give you all a summary. The Doctor and Co lands on a seemingly dead planet. They've been drawn there by a mysterious signal. When they investigate, they get trapped in a vast crystalline structure and inadvertently wake up an army of robots. These robots have been waiting a long time for their masters to arrive. Mistaking the four time travellers for their masters, the robots tend to their every needs. The Doctor and Co try to correct the robots, but none of them believe them. The robots' leader, the Perfect One, essentially believes in eugenics, that being the horrible belief in racial improvement. This is due to the influence of the Masters of Luxor. The Masters had created all the robots so that they could feel superior to them, but then the robots turned on them and the Perfect One started to experiment on his humanoid creators to discover the secret of life. This is because none of the robots are truly alive. The robots have been killing the humanoids when they refused to give up their lives for these experiments, and now the Perfect One plans on using the TARDIS crew in these experiments too. It's rather interesting how similar some of the themes of the Masters of Luxor are to what the original Dalek story tried to cover. Both have a race of creatures believing themselves to be superior to all other life forms. This is how the Daleks felt about the Files after all. But anyway, how would this alternate timeline come about? Well, it could go in two different ways. We could either have the Masters of Luxor completely replace the original Dalek story and make it so that the latter now never gets made. Or we could have a much less radical change and have both being made, with the first Dalek story merely being produced later on in Season 1's production. Let's examine each of these potential scenarios in turn, starting off with the first one. If we went with the Daleks having never been made, then it would lead to some interesting discussions about whether the show would still go on for a long time or not. After all, it was the Daleks that captured the public's imagination and allows the show to become a massive ratings success, leading it to continue in some form or another right up to the present day. But with there being no Daleks in this alternate scenario, perhaps the show wouldn't last that long. Perhaps it would just be an odd and obscure sci-fi show that lasted a few weeks on the air, before then being cancelled due to the BBC being disappointed at its lacklustre ratings. I found this image on Facebook a while ago, which imagines that exact premise. Not only does it have a very different original TARDIS crew, with Hugh David as Doctor Who rather than William Hartnell for instance, but it also tells of a very different run of stories. It follows what I believe was the original plan for the first few stories. The first story would be The Giants by C.E. Weber. This would have been pretty much the original version of Planet of Giants. Then we would have had the original version of An Unearthly Child, called either 100,000 BC or The Tribe of Gum, I believe. Both of these stories would have been four-parters as far as I know. Then the Masters of Luxor would have followed, being the final serial of this strange Doctor Who show to be made, and it would have been 6 episodes in length, even if the picture says that only 13 episodes of the show were made. Alternatively, we could still have An Unearthly Child start off the show, but then have the Masters of Luxor and a 3-episode version of The Edge of Destruction. Either way, the show gets cancelled after just a few weeks, and is then pretty much forgotten about by the few people who watched it and by those who produced it. This probably means that all of its episodes get junked by the BBC, and if there is no interest overseas, then there would be nothing left to watch in the present day. So yeah, a pretty depressing timeline, I know. How about the second option? That being one where both the Masters of Luxor and the original Dalek story get made. Well, it would certainly be a lot more recognisable to what we got in our timeline. And it is something that very nearly happened. You see, when the original Dalek story was first commissioned, it was planned to be the 4th serial of Season 1, so the place that Marco Polo ended up taking essentially. If we move everything a bit to accommodate the Edge of Destruction, which is probably what they would have done, it would become the 5th serial, replacing the Keys of Marinus. But the Keys of Marinus might have still been made, perhaps in the place of the Sensurais. With the Dalek serial still being made, I can imagine that the titular villains would still capture the public's imagination and result in the show becoming a massive success. It might have just taken a bit longer, and the show might have come very close to being cancelled by the BBC prior to this, due to the previous serials performing less successfully in the ratings. Of course, the rights issues around An Unearthly Child between Anthony Coburn's son Steph and the BBC would now have an even bigger impact in this alternate timeline. Now, both of the show's very first stories wouldn't be able to be included on BBC iPlayer, which means that the iPlayer collection would now have to start with The Edge of Destruction instead. The Masters of Luxor would still have been released onto DVD as part of the beginning box set nearly 20 years prior to this, however. Anyway, the course of this alternate timeline's season 1 would go like this. 1. An Unearthly Child, which would still be a 4-parter. Number 2. The Masters of Luxor, which might have to have an extra 7th episode added so that the show's initial run would still be made up of 13 episodes. Number 3. The Edge of Destruction, still a 2-parter. Number 4. Marco Polo. Number 5. The Daleks, still 7 episodes long. Number 6. The Aztecs. Number 7. The Keys of Marinus. And number 8. The Reign of Terror. Perhaps these censor rights will become part of Season 2 to accommodate this change in Season 1's schedule. I think it's safe to say that regardless of which scenario you prefer, the addition of the Masters of Luxor would have some very interesting effects on the show's history. As ever, I've tried my best to get that across. I hope I succeeded, and I want to thank Gryffindor9367 again for the idea. But anyway, there's my take on what if the Masters of Luxor replaced the Daleks. But what did you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? And what other what ifs would you like to see me tackle? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1986. After spending the past 18 months on a long unprecedented hiatus, Doctor Who finally returns to our screens, with a season-long story arc called The Trial of a Time Lord. Despite the production team's best efforts, the show's ratings have fallen dramatically, and many fans now believe the show has truly lost its way. And they're not the only ones. Michael Graves, the then BBC One controller, is even less satisfied with the show, with him having already been unhappy with the direction it had been taking the previous few years, which is what led him to try and cancel the show back in 1985. In desperation, he writes to one of the show's creators, Sidney Newman, and asks him if he has any ideas with what to do with the show. On the 6th of October 1986, Newman wrote back to Graves to tell him that he did indeed have some ideas. He suggested bringing Patrick Troughton back as the Doctor for a single season, before then having the first ever female Doctor, along with some more street cred companions. Graves suggested that Newman meet with the BBC's then head of drama, Jonathan Powell, to discuss these ideas further. Unfortunately, Sidney Newman and Jonathan Powell didn't get on with each other, and nothing came of the whole thing. The show would instead stagger on in the ratings for a few more years, with Sylvester McCoy's 7th Doctor, before finally being outright cancelled in 1989. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, Sidney Newman's ideas had borne fruit? What if Patrick Troughton had returned for season 24? Now obviously we need to address the very big elephant in the room here. Patrick Troughton died in late March 1987, just less than 6 months after Sidney Newman had replied to Michael Grade and explained his ideas to him. So there's no way that even if there'd been a rapid turnover in production, Troughton would have finished filming before he sadly passed away, bearing in mind that it took them about 4 months to actually film Our Timelines season 24. So in order for this alternate timeline to work, we would need to shift the timing of things to a few months earlier than October 1986. How about the springtime, like May for instance? The only other roadblock standing in the way of this scenario would be how Sidney Newman and Jonathan Powell didn't get on well with each other, but it wouldn't be too difficult to imagine their meeting going a lot better, for the sake of this alternate scenario. So now that that's all sorted, what would happen next? Well, I can imagine John Nathan Turner would probably be informed that his services would no longer be required as the show's producer. Part of Sidney Newman's plans was for him to serve as the show's executive producer, but probably with similar responsibilities as what J&T had as its producer. Whilst J&T would be sad to say goodbye to the show, he would also probably be relieved that he could finally move on to other things. He'd wanted to leave the show around about that time after all. I should mention though that this is all merely my own interpretation of what Sidney meant, so it might not necessarily be right. He might have meant that he takes on a role more akin to what Barry Letts did for season 18, that being more of an overseer rather than a more hands-on approach that a producer would doubtless take. But regardless, I can't really imagine him and J&T working together, as their approaches and visions for the show were just too different to each other, so J&T would probably have left anyway. But anyway, with J&T having handed things over to Sidney Newman, Sidney would then get in touch with Patrick Troughton and ask if he'd be willing to come back for a full season. Troughton would accept, being just too intrigued to see how Sidney's ideas would turn out to say no. Whether Sidney intended Patrick Troughton to play the second Doctor again is difficult to say, but we'll say that he did for the sake of this video. In terms of how the Doctor would return to this familiar face, there probably would have been some type of regeneration scene at the beginning of the first story. Colin Baker might have still not come back for it, as he might have still been upset with the BBC for firing him, which would probably still happen unfortunately. He might have even been upset with Sidney Newman wanting to bring Patrick Troughton back rather than continue with him, so Troughton might have just had to do what Sylvester McCoy did in Our Timeline, that being him donning a blonde wig and wearing Colin's outfit, so as to pretend to be him. Although, who knows, maybe Sidney and Colin could have come to an agreement and he would have filmed the regeneration scene after all. It would certainly work a lot better if Colin was actually there, I think. But what about the companion side of things? Would Bonnie Lamford stay on as Mel? Well, as I alluded to in the intro, Sidney also had his own ideas about the new companions. According to a letter he sent to Grade, he suggested a companion who was a trumpet-playing schoolgirl in John Lennon glasses, as well as her elder brother, a yobo who sprays graffiti everywhere, as a secondary companion. So it sounds like Sidney wanted to do what was essentially done with Ace in Our Timeline. He wanted a more street cred, potentially relatable companion in the girl's older brother. In terms of who would be cast, well, I'm not too sure actually. I'm not too familiar with 80s British TV, apart from Doctor Who of course, so I'll let those of you who are comment below your own fan casts for these companions. Due to how the mention of these new companions is worded in Sidney's letter, I'm going to go on the assumption that he had intended them to travel with the female Doctor he mentioned, which we'll get to in a bit, don't you worry. So we could just have Mel stick around to travel with Patrick Troughton's Doctor after all. And I think we should have Jamie come back as well, just because I'm sure Troughton would ask Sydney if he could work with his old friend Fraser Hines again. I don't think we would still have the Cal video title sequence. I think there would be an entirely different title sequence instead, which might harken back to the original while still looking like it was made in the 80s, if that makes any sense. It would be essentially a halfway point between those two ideas. And I have to thank Billy Bob for creating this awesome title sequence for this video that represents those ideas really well. And I bet Sydney would change both the TARDIS interior and exterior to resemble the originals more closely. Maybe he would wait until the alternate season 25 to tie in with the new female Doctor, or maybe he would do it as soon as he took over. But anyway, what kind of stories would this alternate season 24 be comprised of? Well, I can't really imagine Sydney wanting to go with any of our timeline's season 24 stories. They just wouldn't fit in with his vision for the show. So they would probably be entirely different types of stories. Stories which might be a bit difficult for us to predict. So what I'm going to do is something that I've never actually done before. I'm going to have to come up with some stories myself. So let's start things off with the first story, which I'm going to call The Castle of McCrimmon. We would start things off with the regeneration scene, of course. This would probably be something similar to the one that was at the start of Time and Nirvani, but without Nirvani herself, obviously. The TARDIS would crash land in 18th century Scotland. The Doctor and Mel would be thrown to the floor, with the Doctor regenerating back into the second Doctor's form. Confused why he's ended up with an old face, the Doctor would stumble outside, only to come face to face with an older Jamie, who had seen the TARDIS crashing through the air and rushed towards the crash site. The Doctor would be delighted to see Jamie again, but Jamie would have no idea who he is. The Doctor is surprised at this, as Jamie should at least remember their first adventure together. Nevertheless, the two of them, along with Mel, would battle against the Yeti and Great Intelligence, who would come back for their promised third fight against the Doctor. So yeah, I've basically taken some plot elements of the Laird of McCrimmon unmade story and combined them with a Time and Nirvani styled opening. Behind the scenes wise, obviously an agreement would have to be reached between the BBC and Mervyn Haseman and Henry Lincoln regarding the rights to the Yeti. I don't know how likely it is they could sort it out in just a few months, but we'll just say that they can come to an agreement for the sake of this story. Perhaps one of the conditions is that Haseman and Lincoln are the ones who write the story. Back to the in-universe stuff, Jamie would ask if he could come with the Doctor and Mel, and they would accept. The Doctor would continue to be wondering about Jamie's memory though. Next up would be a pure historical story. Let's not forget that Sidney Newman was a massive advocate of the pure historicals in the William Hartnell era, due to him wanting the show to educate young viewers as well as entertain them, and I believe he would still feel the same way over 20 years later. In terms of what the story details would be, I'm not too sure, but I could imagine something like the unmade Farewell Great Macedon story by Maurice Fahey. This was an unmade story planned for the very first season back in 1964, but was abandoned when Fahey got fed up of the script being changed too much by David Whittaker, to the extent that he felt like it was losing its historical accuracy. Fahey had tried to resubmit the story when Donald Tosh took over as the story editor, so it's not impossible that he could have resubmitted it again at Sydney's request. If you didn't already know, Farewell Great Macedon would have seen the TARDIS crew meeting Alexander the Great. For the third story of this alternate season 24, I'm going to go with a Dalek story written by their original creator, Terry Nation. Nation and Sydney were friends after all, so I think Sydney would invite him to come back to the show. In terms of the story details, I don't know whether Nation would want to continue where Eric Sayward left off with the upcoming Dalek Civil War teased in both Resurrection and Revelation of the Daleks. He might want to return the Daleks to basics and do more of his own thing. Sidney might also ask if he could not rely on continuity so much anyway, as the first and final stories would kind of already be pushing the season's accessibility to new viewers to the extreme. Maybe he would have adapted his script for the abandoned Dalek spin-off from the 60s, and removed the references to the Space Security Service so as to not confuse new viewers. Or maybe it would be something very different, perhaps tying into Resurrection and Revelation more anyway. Let's call this story Revenge of the Daleks. Then we get to the final story for the season. For this I'm going to go with a version of the unmade Nightmare Fair story. I know I said that Sidney would probably want to go in a very different way to what J&T did, but I believe it could work pretty well, provided it had a lot of rewrites and restructuring. The Doctor would still have come face to face with the Toymaker and played some video games against him, but there would now be more of a series finale feel to it, akin to the War Games and the Caves of Androzani, as well as most of the new series' final stories for each Doctor, of course. At the end, the Toymaker would leave the Doctor a parting gift. He would reveal that he was the one who caused the Doctor's old face to come back, and manipulated events so that the Doctor and Jamie would be reunited, which would cause Jamie's memories to return and overload his mind, killing him. The Doctor would be outraged by this, but Jamie would ask the Toymaker what memories he was referring to. The Toymaker would grin and snap his fingers, giving Jamie his memories back. As the Toymaker predicted, this ultimately kills Jamie, dying in the Doctor's arms. The Doctor would be devastated and asks the Toymaker why he did all of this. The Toymaker smiles and says simply, "Revenge, Doctor. Why else?" before hitting the Doctor with a lethal energy beam. The Doctor collapses and Mel would rush to his side as the Toymaker vanished, cackling. The Doctor would then regenerate into a new female incarnation. But who would play this female 7th Doctor? Well, Sidney Newman did actually have a few ideas. In his original letter to Michael Grade, he suggested Joanna Lumley, Dawn French and Frances de la Tour. For this alternate timeline, I'm going to go with Joanna Lumley, as I personally believe she would be the best choice, as she already had some experience with science fiction with Sapphire and Steel. And it's not like the idea of her playing the Doctor is anything new, as she obviously played the role briefly in The Curse of Fatal Death. The next season would then start where the previous one left off, with the newly regenerated Doctor and Mel still in Blackpool. The first story would probably deal with introducing the new companions, as well as writing Mel out. After that, who knows? I could go even further with coming up with my own stories, or at the very least, reworking already existing ones. But I already feel like this timeline is too dangerously close to fanfiction. Although if you want me to go further in a future video, please let me know in the comments section below. I'm not sure whether all of this would have prevented the show from being cancelled in 1989, but if it did, I could imagine Lumley staying on for the standard 3 seasons. Whilst I doubt that the McCoy era would still come about in this alternate timeline, it is possible that some of its stories would end up getting made anyway. Maybe ones like Remembrance of the Daleks, perhaps? If the show did still get cancelled in 89, then I can imagine some fans and members of the general public blaming it on the casting of a female Doctor. Let's not forget how controversial Jodie Whittaker's casting was nearly 30 years later after all. I think the revival would still happen with very little changes. Although maybe with a female Doctor having already happened, perhaps it wouldn't be too long until we had another, despite the fan backlash. So yeah, basically, if it did still get cancelled, I can't see that much changing. But if it didn't, then who knows? Maybe Sydney's vision for the show will be enough to ensure it carries on into the 90s and 2000s. It just depends on how it would go down with the viewers. I can imagine Joanna Lumley's time as the Doctor still having the same structure as the McCoy era did for each season, that being 14 25-minute long episodes. This is because this was already something in place for the Trial of a Time Lord season, and I can't imagine Michael Grades and Jonathan Powell wanting to give the show any more episodes for the time being. But perhaps Sydney Newman might be able to eventually convince the high-ups to give the show more episodes after all. As for who would replace Sydney Newman when he eventually left the show, I honestly don't know. This whole scenario has been absolutely fascinating to work on because of its potential implications. I did have to do what I call the fan fiction approach with this one, as otherwise this video wouldn't have lasted very long. There's very little that we know about what exactly Sydney had planned for the show, beyond the few bits he mentioned in his letter to Michael Grades. I myself am not that keen on the fan fiction approach, but let me know in the comments what you thought of it. I know some of you have been wanting me to do more in-depth what ifs, as well as have very different actors playing the Doctor, so I'll be interested to know whether you felt like this video pulled both of those off well enough or not. I don't think any of my crazy ideas are even close to what Sydney would have done with the show, but as I say, I had very little to go on, so I had to basically make stuff up in order to flesh this video out. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Patrick Troughton had returned for season 24. But what did you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1977. For the past few years, Doctor Who has been going from strength to strength. Its ratings are at the highest they've ever been, with Tom Baker's fourth Doctor proving to be even more popular than his immediate predecessor Jon Pertwee had been, which is certainly saying something given how well the show was doing towards the end of Pertwee's run. But it hasn't just been Tom Baker who's become very popular. So have his companions in Ian Marter's Harry Sullivan, Louise Jameson's Leela, and especially Elizabeth Sladen as Sarah Jane Smith. The latter would become so popular over the years, in fact, that she would eventually get her own spin-off TV show 30 years later. And in general, the past few years would go down in history as arguably being the very best that the show's ever had, according to quite a few of its fans. Producer Philip Hinchcliffe's idea to lean more into the horror aspect of each story would prove to be a very popular and successful way of shaking the show up a bit. And many of the stories from this era would go on to be considered some of the greatest in the show's entire history, such as Genesis of the Daleks, Pyramids of Mars, and The Deadly Assassin. But not everyone is impressed with this direction. The show has started to be accused of having excessive amounts of violence from some viewers, most notably conservative TV campaigner Mary Whitehouse. Whilst not everyone agrees with these accusations, it would be enough for the BBC to seemingly decide to move Philip Hinchcliffe onto other things, and replace him with someone who had a very different vision for the show. And this is exactly what happened, with Hinchcliffe only finding out about it when his replacement Graham Williams walked into his office one morning and told him the news. The Graham Williams era of the show would still continue the impressive ratings, but it would divide some viewers and fans, with many at the time believing the show had lost its way, after Williams was ordered to replace the gothic horror genre Hinchcliffe had chosen with more comedic and witty storylines. Obviously, the Graham Williams era has since undergone a bit of a reappreciation in the fan community, with some fans, myself included, now absolutely loving it. But for other fans, it still doesn't hold a candle compared to the supposed glory days of the Philip Hinchcliffe era. All of this begs the question, what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the Philip Hinchcliffe era hadn't come to such a sudden end? What if Philip Hinchcliffe had stayed for season 15? Now, I have to admit that the timing of this video is by no means an accident. I deliberately wanted to upload it around the time that the new Season 15 collection box set was released, so as to tie in with it. At the time of writing, I don't know when exactly this video will come out, so it might be a few days before or after the box set's official release date, but I hope you'll enjoy watching this video regardless. As I hinted at in the intro, Hinchcliffe did come very close to staying on for another year, so it wouldn't be too difficult to imagine an alternate scenario where he did. The only thing that would have to change would be whatever led the BBC high-ups to replace him with Graham Williams. Personally, I reckon it was a mixture of giving in to Mary Whitehouse's complaints, as well as trying to save some money and reduce the show's budget. So we'll say that the BBC high-ups don't feel like this just yet, and let Hinchcliffe stay on for another season. So, since Hinchcliffe would now be staying on for another year on the show, I suspect that his script editor Robert Holmes would have stayed on with him. Now, in our timeline, Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes did actually have a few vague ideas for their fourth season. So let's take a look at what these ideas were. Number 1, a story inspired by the novel Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. Number 2, a story set in the Brazilian jungle. Number 3, potentially another Dalek story idea that Hinchcliffe had, involving giant chess pieces moving like they were on roller skates, although nobody but Hinchcliffe himself ever really wanted to do it. Number 4, some kind of story or stories which were very similar to what would later be done with the Indiana Jones films. In Hinchcliffe's own words, this would have seen the Doctor being like a colonial explorer, with a pith helmet out in the jungles. And number 5, a story based on Joseph Conrad's novella Heart of Darkness. This was something that Robert Holmes really wanted to do, apparently. My main source for these is the Moving On documentary originally included on the Talons of Wen Chiang special edition DVD release, as well as Wikipedia and Shannon Sullivan's website for the Heart of Darkness inspired story. Please be aware that as much as I just made out that all of those ideas were separate, it is possible that Hinchcliffe and Holmes might have combined some of them together, had they actually had the chance to make them. Indeed, that is apparently what Philip Hinchcliffe did with 2 of them, which we'll get to in a little bit. So, some pretty fascinating ideas by the sounds of it. I don't know if they would be all that doable on the show's then budget, but we'll say that they're able to afford 1 or 2. I'm going to go with the Brazilian jungle and Heart of Darkness inspired stories. I think these are the most likely stories they would have gone with, due to the direction they wanted to take the show in. Given that they would both involve rather exotic settings, I can imagine them getting the set designers to do their best to realise the jungle and African settings in studio as much as possible. I mean, I doubt very highly they would have been able to afford going to Brazil and the Congo to do a few weeks location filming. But I could be wrong, I suppose. But what exactly would these stories entail, beyond their settings and inspirations? Well, I'm going to now mention something that I hinted at earlier. You see, Philip Hinchcliffe would eventually get round to writing a storyline for the Brazilian jungle story himself. Originally entitled Valley of the Lost, he submitted it to his successor, Graham Williams, to be considered for season 17, but it was rejected due to budget concerns, as well as the fact that the whole frozen time concept was already part of another story that was being considered, called Child Prodigy, as well as a story that had just aired, that being The Armageddon Factor. The plot of this story would have seen the Doctor and Romana travelling to the Brazilian jungles in the then present day, where they encounter an alien spaceship that crashed there in 1870. This spaceship emits a bubble of time which has kept its surroundings preserved as they were around that time. This includes a lost city of gold, inhabited by savages who worship the only survivor from the crash, Godrin. Godrin convinces the Doctor to take him to London. Once there, he uses the technology available to him to summon a fleet of his people, the Lurons, to invade Earth. But the Doctor and Romana manage to infiltrate the Luron mothership and capture its power source. They threaten the Lurons to cancel their invasion and leave immediately, otherwise they will destroy the power source. The Lurons reluctantly agree, and the Earth is once again safe. It is Valley of the Lost that was the result of Hinchcliffe combining two of the ideas he'd had for his season 15, specifically the Brazilian jungle and Childhood's End inspired ideas. Big Finish would later adapt Valley of the Lost for their Lost Stories 4th Doctor box set in 2011, and they would rename it to the Valley of Death. This version would harken back to the story's original form by having Leela instead of Romana 2. As for the Heart of Darkness inspired story, not much is really known about it. All we can really say is that it would have presumably been set in Africa, possibly the Congo, just like the novella it was inspired by, and it might have even touched on similar themes to what Heart of Darkness did, that being the horrible European colonialism of Africa in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. I'm not too sure what to call this story, so feel free to comment below your suggestions for the title. Both of these stories could have quite easily fitted in with the Indiana Jones themed idea, so that's another of the potential ideas for the season that would have been added into the mix. That might have even been the plan all along. Whilst I'm not too sure whether Horror of Fanrock and Image of the Fendal had been commissioned before Philip Hinchcliffe left the show, I'm going to just say that they do still get made in this alternate timeline. They were both gothic horror stories, which was obviously the style of storytelling that Hinchcliffe and Holmes went for in their era, even if they might have been a bit different to what their plans for the season had been. And before anyone asks, but what about using the vampire mutation, the story that Horror of Fanrock replaced? Well, no, that still wouldn't be possible in this alternate timeline. The only reason why the vampire mutation, which was the original version of State of Decay, wasn't made was because the BBC were making an adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula novel around the same time. Since I have already decided to include some of the ideas Hinchcliffe and Holmes had for their 4th season together, I can't imagine there being much chance that the other stories from our timeline season 15 would have got made, at least at the same time anyway, as they might have still been produced later on after Hinchcliffe and Holmes left. So this alternate season 15 wouldn't have the invisible enemy, Underworld, or the Invasion of Time. Maybe the Sunmakers could still be included, provided that it was a bit darker in tone to the version we got in our timeline. I say this because Robert Holmes would doubtless have still been inspired to write the story after his issues with the Taxman. An interesting consequence of there being no invisible enemy in this alternate season 15 is that K9 wouldn't have been introduced, at least at that particular point anyway. I think this is pretty likely due to the fact that K9 wouldn't easily fit into the Philip Hinchcliffe era, in my opinion. Whilst we're on the subject of companions, what about Leela? Would Louise Jameson stay on for the whole season like she did in our timeline? Or would she have left earlier, given that she was never really happy with Leela's limited growth as a character? Well, Graham Williams had been able to convince her to stay when she'd wanted to leave earlier on in our timeline's season 15. So maybe Philip Hinchcliffe might have been able to do the same for this alternate timeline. So essentially, Leela would still leave in the last story of season 15. But with there being no Invasion of Time yet, what would this final story be? Well, the best I can think of would be to have another unmade story instead. And I've got a particular one in mind. How about The Lost Legion by Douglas Camfield? This was originally submitted for season 14 in our timeline, after Camfield had expressed interest in writing his own story for the show, after he'd directed The Seeds of Doom. The plot would have seen the Doctor and Sarah Jane Smith land in North Africa, right near an isolated outpost belonging to the French Foreign Legion. This outpost will become the centre of a fight between two alien factions, the Skarkel and the Corians. Towards the end of the story, Sarah Jane would have been killed off when the last of the aliens shoots her. She would die in the Doctor's arms, with the Legionnaires constructing a funeral pyre for her, as the TARDIS dematerialises. This story would have obviously been the last to feature Sarah Jane Smith originally, with the Hand of Fear eventually replacing it after it failed to get Robert Holmes's approval. It's worth noting how Holmes had never been that keen on Camfield potentially writing for the show to begin with, although Philip Hinchcliffe was more enthusiastic about it. It would be quite easy for Leela to take Sarah Jane's place and also be killed off at the end of the story. Louise Jameson probably would have been happier with this ending for her character than the one she got in our timeline, that being her essentially running off to marry some bloke she's only just met. Leela's fate would be something nobler and more befitting of a warrior of the Sever team. But given how the original version of the story wasn't to Robert Holmes's liking, it's difficult to say whether it would be very likely that he and Hinchcliffe would suddenly decide to revisit the idea and ask Douglas Camfield to work on it again. So as an alternative, the final story could have been a TV version of one of the Big Finish audios from the Philip Hinchcliffe Presents series. How about something like The God of Phantoms or The Genesis Chamber? I say both of these specifically because I've realised how much of this alternate season 15 would have been set on Earth. So it might be a good idea to get away from that with another story, bearing in mind the Sunmakers would have still been set on Pluto. I think Hinchcliffe was keen to get away from Earth more during his tenure anyway, given how the previous John Pertwee and Barry Letts era had been so reliant on the tried and tested Earthbound unit formula. But again, who knows how likely it is that Hinchcliffe would have come up with the same story ideas 4 decades prior. Feel free to comment below which last story you'd prefer. Regardless of what it had been, I still believe Leela deserved a better exit than she got in our timeline. So maybe she would have been killed off regardless of what the last story had been. Perhaps it could be something that Louise Jameson asked for. Whilst we're on the subject of Leela, I can imagine her eyes still changing colour at some point to account for Louise Jameson being uncomfortable with the brown contact lenses she'd originally been given. Philip Hinchcliffe might have insisted on his Leela meaning brown eyes explanation for some time, but would have probably listened to Jameson after she told him how she was considering leaving the show because of it. Also, whilst Tom Baker was quite rude and hostile to Louise Jameson to begin with, I think they still would have been able to get along with each other eventually, regardless of who was the producer. Anyway, now that that's all sorted, let's move on to the question of what next. Would Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes stay on for a 5th season? Or would they leave at the end of the alternate season 15? Well, whilst it could go in either direction, I'm going to go with Hinchcliffe and Holmes leaving at the end of the alternate season 15. If the complaints of Mary Whitehouse over the show's supposed excessive violence was indeed what inspired the BBC high-ups to replace Philip Hinchcliffe, then it would only be a matter of time until they gave in to Whitehouse and replaced him. But who would then take over? Would it still be Graham Williams or someone else? Well, if it had still been Graham Williams, then I can't imagine too much changing. The remaining stories from our timeline season 15 would have made up the alternate season 16, together with some more unmade stories. Then our timeline season 16, aka the Key to Time season, will become the alternate season 17. Then our season 17 becomes season 18, and etc. But if it had been someone else, then who knows what would have happened. Maybe former production unit manager George Galatio would have been offered it instead. It wouldn't be too unlikely, as he was offered the role when Graham Williams left in our timeline, although it would depend on his availability at that time, obviously. An interesting thing to consider is how Philip Hinchcliffe staying on Doctor Who for another year would affect the police drama he moved on to, Target. Whilst Graham Williams had been the one to create it, it was Hinchcliffe who would become its producer, after the two of them had been told to swap with each other. Perhaps Graham Williams would have produced Target himself in this alternate timeline, meaning that he wouldn't be able to take over Doctor Who from Hinchcliffe at the end of the alternate season 15. Although Target only lasted for 2 seasons, so maybe he would have been able to take over if Hinchcliffe had stayed on for season 16 as well. Regardless of what would happen with all of this, Tom Baker would obviously still stay on as the Doctor for 7 years, and he would doubtless prove to be difficult to work with whoever replaced Hinchcliffe in this alternate scenario. Since Leela wouldn't leave until the end of season 15, it might be up to whoever Hinchcliffe's successor was to come up with a new companion. Perhaps it would have still been Romana, or maybe Rodan from the Invasion of Time instead, or perhaps an entirely original character. If we were to have things still turn out pretty much the same as they did in our timeline, with Graham Williams still succeeding Hinchcliffe as the show's producer, then here is how each season would have gone story-wise. Season 15, 1977 to 1978. 92, Horror of Fanrock. 93, Valley of the Lost. 94, Image of the Fendal. 95, The Heart of Darkness inspired story. 96, The Sunmakers. And 97, either The Lost Legion or one of the Philip Hinchcliffe Presents stories. Season 16, 1978 to 1979. 98, The Invasion of Time. I'm going to say that Rodan is introduced as the new companion. Obviously, this alternate version of the story would be 4 parts long, not 6. 99, The Invisible Enemy, with K9 being introduced a season later than in our timeline. 100, The Unmade Story, called Shield of Zarek, with the Key to Time elements removed, obviously. 101, the unmade story called The Lords of Misrule, again with the key to time elements removed. 102, Underworld, unfortunately. 103, the unmade story called The Cricket Men, with it being reworked to better work with the show's limited budget. Season 17, 1979 to 1980. 104, the Ribos Operation, but with no introduction for Romana, as Rodan would take her place. 105, the Pirate Planet. 106, the Stones of Blood. 107, the Androids of Tara. 108, the Power of Kroll, and 109, the Armageddon Factor, although it might not have been completed due to the strike action that affected Sharda's production in our timeline. Season 18, 1980 to 1981. 110, Destiny of the Daleks, perhaps introducing a new second incarnation of Rodan, but still played by Lala Ward potentially. 111, City of Death. 112, The Creature from the Pit. 113, Nightmare of Eden. 114, The Horns of Nimon. And 115, Sharda, which might have actually been completed in this alternate timeline, due to what I said about the Armageddon Factor earlier on. And then JNT would still take over from Graham Williams, with Peter Davison still being cast as the Fifth Doctor. But now his first season, season 19, will be the same set of stories as our timeline's season 18. And yeah, I think you get the idea by now. Each set of stories will be made a year after they have been made in our timeline. Maybe this would mean that our season 26 would never get made, as the alternate version of that season would have obviously had the same set of stories as our season 25, and the show would have likely still been cancelled in 1989. Hello, Future Bill here. I've just realised whilst I've been recording this that it wouldn't make much sense for them to have Sylvester McCoy's era start off with the Trial of a Time Lord, so you could probably just swap the alternate season 24 or Trial of a Time Lords around with the alternate season 25, aka our timeline's season 24, and yeah, that would probably make a lot more sense. I think it is a shame that Philip Hinchcliffe wasn't allowed to stay on for another season, as his era was really hitting its stride by the time of season 14, and I would have loved to have seen some of his ideas for season 15 come true. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Philip Hinchcliffe had stayed for season 15. But what did you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,885 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below if you want to, of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. The year is 1996, 7 years after it was unceremoniously cancelled by the BBC high-ups. Doctor Who returns to our screens. The TV movie, as it would come to be known among fans, was intended to be a feature-length pilot episode for a brand new series of adventures, but it would unfortunately go down in history as little more than a one-off, although it did arguably help to pave the way for the show's successful revival 9 years later. During its production, the TV movie went through many changes. Initially set on Gallifrey and introducing the Doctor's father Ulysses, it was then going to lead into a rebooted series of remakes. And all of this before it became what we know today. There were also many different actors considered for both the new Doctor and Master. These include Liam Cunningham, Sean Bean, Michael Crawford, Anthony Head, and Billy Connolly for the Doctor, and Christopher Lloyd, David Bowie, Dan Aykroyd, Timothy Dalton, and Jeff Goldblum for the Master. But included in the actors who were considered for the 8th Doctor were a few who'd actually go on to play the Doctor later on. From actors who later played alternate Doctors, such as Hugh Grant and Rowan Atkinson, to actors who would later play the part in the main show itself, such as Christopher Eccleston, John Hurt, and Peter Capaldi. This all raises a very interesting question. What if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the 8th Doctor had been played by someone else? What if Peter Capaldi was the 8th Doctor? Now I have to thank one of my graphic designers, Billy Bob, for this idea. As soon as he suggested it, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. Hence why you're now watching it instead of my season 28 video. But that video is coming very soon, I promise. I just wanted to take a quick break from it and do a hopefully much shorter what if scenario. So what would have had to change so that Peter Capaldi would have been chosen for 8 instead of Paul McGann? Well, not that much really. In our timeline, I believe there were some concerns about McGann's availability when he was first suggested in 1994. So we could have Philip Segal and all the others working on the project decide on Capaldi instead, as his availability would have worked in his favour, apart from some small parts in some TV shows and films. The only thing that might have gone against Capaldi was his involvement in the Neverwhere TV miniseries, which was released in September of 1996. I tried to find out when exactly it was filmed, so as to compare it with when the TV movie was filmed, that being January to February of that year. But there was nothing about it on the internet from what I could see anyway. If you know when Neverwhere was filmed, then please comment below. I should also mention how Paul McGann was only suggested in 1994, and that he didn't actually audition for the part until a year later. Anyway, back to Peter Capaldi. Obviously, he turned down a chance to play 8 in our timeline due to him thinking that he wouldn't get it, and that he didn't want to just be part of a big cull of actors. So in order for this alternate scenario to work, Capaldi would need to not feel like this, and to decide that there was no harm in trying to get the role. Maybe he would have let his love for the show guide him. Now, how likely it is that they would have chosen Capaldi over so many other actors is difficult to say, but we'll just have to say that the casting directors thought that he was the best choice. An interesting question would be what type of accent Capaldi would use for his 8th Doctor. I think he'll be asked to play it with an English accent, but one which an American audience will be able to understand, similar to what Patrick Stewart had to do for Captain Picard in Star Trek The Next Generation. I can't see why a change of lead actor would have any impact on the rest of the cast. So Sylvester McCoy would still play the 7th Doctor, Daphne Ashbrook would still play Grace, Eric Roberts would still play the Master, Yi Ji-so would still play Chang Li, etc. And the overall story of the TV movie probably wouldn't have been changed either. Capaldi might have brought a slightly different type of energy to some scenes to what McGann did. For example, he might be more manic and overjoyed in the scene where the Doctor figures out who he is and starts his whole "these shoes fit perfectly" speech. And just like how he played 12 in our timeline, he might act a bit more confrontational to the Master at times. The Eighth Doctor's costume in the TV movie would have probably stayed the same in this scenario. The only difference would be that Capaldi wouldn't need to wear a wig, as his actual hair at the time would have suited the TV movie look perfectly. I can't imagine a change of lead actor affecting a TV movie's fortunes in America, so I think it is likely that it still wouldn't have led to a series, unfortunately. But that then raises a question. Would Peter Capaldi have done Big Finish, just like Paul McGann did? Well, it could go in two different directions. If he did, then maybe it might take a bit longer for Big Finish to get him on board, similar to how long it took for them to convince Tom Baker. So instead of starting it in the early 2000s like McGann did, Capaldi would start it 10 or so years later perhaps. Or maybe he would have just done it at the exact same time that Paul McGann did after all. It would obviously depend on his schedule, particularly with things like the thick of it. But regardless of when he would have done it, I think his 8 would still go on the same character journey that McGann's did. Maybe some of the earliest 8 audios with Charlie Pollard wouldn't have been made if he had started doing Big Finish in the 2010s. Or maybe he would have had the same audios as McGann did no matter what. On the other hand, it is possible that Capaldi might have decided to not do Big Finish after all. He hasn't yet done it in our timeline, and he might not want to return to the role, just like how he doesn't want to in our timeline. And it might be something similar with the Night of the Doctor as well. He might be reluctant to come back to the part, with this decision being partly influenced by the TV movie not leading to a series possibly. But obviously it would be great if he did return for both Big Finish and the Night of the Doctor, if he wanted to. I could imagine him really leaning into the melancholic and hopeless side of the Eighth Doctor, seen in both Dark Eyes and during the Time War. So yeah, in an ideal world, he could have come back for both Big Finish and the Night of the Doctor, but only if he was happy to do so, of course, and if his schedule would have allowed it. But then we come to the question of who would play the 12th Doctor in this alternate timeline, as obviously Capaldi wouldn't be able to. Well, we could literally swap 8 and 12 over and have Paul McGann as the 12th Doctor. It might depend on his schedule, but it could be possible. Maybe Stephen Moffat will be inspired to hire McGann after how close he came to playing 8 in this scenario. In terms of how McGann would play 12, I think he might have been a bit softer during Series 8, and I don't think he would have had that whole Dr. Disco thing going on in Series 9, as I don't believe he's into rock music quite as much as Capaldi is. He would probably still have that darker edge at times, of course, but it wouldn't be in the same way as what Capaldi did with 12 in our timeline. It would be quite interesting that Capaldi's co-star in that strange hotel film would end up taking the place that he had in our timeline. But if Paul McGann wasn't available for whatever reason, then I could imagine Ben Daniels as the alternate 12th Doctor instead. He was a choice for the part in our timeline, so it's not impossible that he could have been considered in this scenario as well. Again, I don't think Daniels would have had the whole rock star aspect to 12's character during Series 9, unless I'm mistaken, and he also has an enthusiasm for rock music. I'm not overly familiar with his acting work, so I'm not too sure how else he might play the part differently. But if you have seen a lot of his work, then please let me know how you think he would play 12 in the comments section below. Because of how much input Capaldi has on his 12 costume in our timeline, I don't think it's that likely that Paul McGann or Ben Daniels would have gone with the exact same costume. They probably would have had their own ideas instead. Overall, I think this made for a fun scenario to think about, but I am pretty happy with the way things went in our timeline. Sure, it would have been good if Paul McGann had his own proper era on TV, but if this came at the expense of Peter Capaldi having one, then yeah, I prefer things stayed exactly how they are. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Peter Capaldi was the 8th Doctor. But what did you think? Did you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? And would you like to see more what ifs like this, where I cast a different actor as one of the Doctors? Please let me know in the comments section below. And thanks again to Billy Bob for the idea as well as the edits and thumbnail made for this video. By the way, you can now join a What If Discord server I've set up and talk to other fans about anything from what if scenarios to Doctor Who and its various spin-offs to just whatever you want, as long as it's appropriate, of course. A link to the server is in the description, but please don't feel like you have to join it. Only join it if you want to. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,940 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video. But if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do another Q&A. We can ask me whatever questions you want, just keep them polite please. Also please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. On the 6th of December 1989, the original series of Doctor Who came to an end, with the third and final part of Season 26's Survival. For the next 16 years, Doctor Who would be almost completely off the air, with only sporadic attempts at a revival. This all changed on the 26th of March 2005, when the show finally came back with the episode Rose. Russell T Davies became the showrunner, with Christopher Eccleston as the 9th Doctor and Billie Piper as a titular companion, Rose Tyler. But what if things had gone differently? What if Doctor Who hadn't been cancelled in 1989? That's something which many fans have pondered about for over 30 years, and now here's my take on it. I'll be using sources such as interviews with people like Sylvester McCoy, Sophie Aldred, John Nathan Turner, Andrew Cartmel and Ben Aronovich. Other sources include the documentary Doctor Who Endgame, released on the Survival DVD release, and issue 255 of Doctor Who magazine. And I'll also use other fans' videos as inspiration, including Who Studios' excellent video, as well as the Doctor Who fans' brilliant series, but still respecting his guidelines of course. So without further ado, let's journey back to the year 1990. Chapter 1, Season 27 Recap. Now obviously this isn't the first video in my What If 90 series. Last time we took a look at Season 27, which saw the end of the Sylvester McCoy era. McCoy was replaced by Richard Griffiths. But that wasn't the only change that happened during the course of that season. The show's longest serving producer John Nathan Turner had left and been replaced by former production manager Ian Fraser. Script editor Andrew Cartmel had also left and been replaced by Colin Brake. Meanwhile, Sophie Aldred's Ace had been replaced by a new companion called Rain Cunningham, played by Julia Swahala. The show's theme tune had also been changed to what we would know as the Distant J theme. Season 27 had also seen the introduction of a new recurring character in the form of Rain's father, Sam Cunningham, played by Tom Georgeson. I understand that most of you will have already watched the Season 27 video a million times by this point, but I thought I'd give a quick recap of it anyway, just to set the scene and quickly touch on what things will be important to remember for the rest of this series. So let's now get on with Season 28 itself. Chapter 2. A brand new era. After spending the previous season being mentored by their predecessors in a transitional state, Ian Fraser and Colin Brake would finally be able to fully realise their vision for the show. But what kind of vision would that be? Would they wish to continue where J&T and Andrew Cartmel had left off, or would they want to go down a very different path for the show? Well, I'm going to go with them deciding to carry on what the previous era had set up. But I don't think they just continue what the past few years have been trying to do. I think Fraser and Brake would make a real effort to do their own spin on the Cartmel master plan, and specifically the Doctor's manipulative nature. Obviously, the 7th Doctor had fancied himself as this Machiavellian arch-manipulator, who saw any opportunity to play chess with people's lives and emotions. He had that softer, more gentle side that we would expect from the Doctor, of course, but he wasn't above manipulating and twisting people and their emotions if it meant he could defeat an enemy. But I could imagine Richard Griffiths' 8th Doctor being quite different. He'd still be Machiavellian and cunning when the situation called for it, but he would only do it as a last resort. He would be much more aware of how such behaviour would make his friends feel, and so would be very weary and reluctant to act like that. He could remember how badly he had treated Ace at times, and whilst he rationalised it all to himself at the time by saying how it was all for the greater good, he would look back on it with regret. He would have realised that he should have let Ace decide her own path, rather than twist her arm into one he had already planned for her. I don't believe I did a good enough job in exploring all of this in my Season 27 video, so I'm trying to make up for it now, as you can probably tell. With a new Doctor, there would obviously be a new costume. The new 8th Doctor would wear fancy morning suits. There would be a few variations, mainly in the colours of the jacket and waistcoat, alternating between red, blue and purple. A silk scarf would also be added, with its colour also alternating between red, green and blue. This costume would be the first in a very long while to completely move away from the question marks that had been such a staple for the Doctors during J&T's era. Sylvester McCoy's costume for Season 27 had obviously moved away from the question marks already, but this would be the first time a Doctor would have never worn them since 1980. I want to thank one of my graphic designers, Billy Bob, for these great edits he did of Griffiths in the costume I had in mind. Anyway, I think Ian Fraser and Colin Brake would also want to lean into the much darker tone seen in some of the previous stories, especially the likes of The Curse of Fenric and Elixion. They wouldn't want to go too overboard with it, as they would know how much of a backlash it would get from some viewers and BBC high-ups. So I don't think they'd want to have any really violent scenes or anything like that. But I think they would continue to push the show into slightly more mature themes. They would reason that since the show was nearly 30 years old by that point, it would make sense to go with a more sophisticated style of storytelling, in their opinion anyway. So a lot of stories would focus on exploring the dark side of humanity, an area which, as DWM issue 255 says, it could inhabit without fear of comparison with blockbuster science fiction films. Another change would be made to the opening titles. The Cal video titles would be kept mostly the same, albeit with Griffiths' face now included instead of McCoy's obviously, and the whole sequence would have a sort of green tint to it, just to make it stand out from the McCoy era titles more. A skull would also be added to the title sequence, with Griffiths' face merging into it. This had actually been part of the original idea for McCoy's title sequence, but hadn't ended up in the final version. So it's not impossible that they could have included it in Griffiths' title sequence. I know that one of my most recent what ifs ran into a bit of controversy for having a similar idea for its title sequence. Many of you understandably pointed out that having a skull appear after Patrick Troughton's face for a title sequence that would have aired after he'd died would be very disrespectful. And I just want to apologise again for that mistake. Neither me nor the person who designs the sequence for that video meant any offence. We honestly didn't realise that it could be interpreted like that until some of you started pointing it out. The idea to do it came about after I had asked for the same thing to be included in the Richard Griffiths titles for this video. But again, we're not trying to disrespect the dead, as obviously Richard Griffiths sadly passed away 11 years ago from when this video was made. It's just that the skull has been used a lot for the various alternate timelines that other fans have come up with based on this premise over the years, and I thought that it would make sense to include it as part of the titles for this video because of this. But I understand if some of you still aren't that keen on it, but I honestly wasn't trying to offend anyone. I'm sorry if it felt like that. Hello, Future Bill here. I've just realised whilst editing this that I forgot to mention who had designed the title sequence that I'd used. So the original version was created by one of my graphic designers, Billy Bob. But after one of you very kindly suggested that I change the face animation in that title sequence when I used it for my season 28 teaser, one of that person kind of linked to a video by Mergen Man 4 where he did something pretty similar, basically a Richard Griffiths version of the Cowl video title sequence. So I reached out to him on Discord, and he was more than happy for me to use that face animation from his own video. So thank you very much to both Mergerman4 for the updated face animation, as well as to Billy Bob for the rest of the title sequence. Anyway, the show's logo would also be changed to a design created by Paul Viz, which he had made for issue 255 of Doctor Who magazine in our timeline. I also want to make a change to what I said in my season 27 video, specifically with what I said about the new TARDIS interior. Instead of the more traditional version of Mike Tucker's season 27 design that I originally went with, I'm going to now go with the design seen in the 7th Doctor DWM comics that also tied into the Virgin New Adventures books, and that one was created by Lee Sullivan. And I'd also have the police box exterior redesigned to be the one seen in the 30th anniversary documentary, 30 Years in the TARDIS. Thanks to Greckle for these great renders of them. So yeah, just imagine that's what I'd gone with for my season 27 video. Anyway, now that that's all sorted, let's take a look at the stories that would have made up season 28. Chapter 3. The stories themselves. As had been the case since season 23, season 28 will be made up of 14 25-minute long episodes, which would make up 4 stories. These would have been: Number 1. The Last of the Daleks by Ben Aronovich. Synopsis. The TARDIS materialises on the barren planet Statio. The Doctor is still recovering from his regeneration, so it's up to Rain to figure out why the TARDIS has brought them there. It isn't long until she and a now recovered Doctor come face to face with a very old and deadly enemy, the Daleks. Overview. The Last of the Daleks would start season 28 off with a familiar, well-established feeling. Obviously, the Daleks would come back 3 years after their last appearance in Remembrance of the Daleks. The Daleks themselves would be the Imperial faction, having been victorious in their civil war against the Renegades. But this would come at a terrible cost for the Imperials. They would now be mostly reduced to a handful of surviving colonies and outposts, with their home planet Skaro having been destroyed in Remembrance, obviously. Statio would be one of these last outposts, hence the Last of the Daleks title. The Imperial Daleks would have this vibe of being desperate scavengers, trying to maintain the last vestiges of an empire that was rapidly crumbling to dust. Despite this, the Imperial Daleks stationed on Statio wouldn't be sat idly on their metaphorical backsides. They would be using the local humanoid population as slave labour, converting some of them into Robomen to keep the others in order. Davros will be leading the operation with the help of a Supreme Dalek, which we'll get to in a bit. Davros would confront the Doctor for having tricked him into destroying Skaro, but Davros would frame it in such a way as to suggest the Doctor destroyed the planet himself, which would shock Rain and cause the Doctor to feel guilt and shame for his past self's actions. This would all come to a head at the end of the story, with the Doctor and Rain discussing the 7th Doctor's slightly cavalier and manipulative nature. The Doctor would make a promise to Rain, as well as himself, that he would stop seeing everything and everyone as a chessboard, and think more about the consequences of his actions. The Doctor would obviously spend much of the first episode recovering from his regeneration. He would be unsure about his identity, but would recover in time to follow Rain to the Daleks' headquarters. This would lead into a memorable cliffhanger for episode 1, where the Daleks would surround them and bark, "Exterminate the intruders! Exterminate them! Exterminate! Exterminate!" As for the Supreme Dalek, he would have an all-new colour scheme of black and gold for this story, although still being an Imperial-styled Dalek. And I have to thank Grackle again for coming up with this great render of the Supreme. I know it looks similar to one that the Prydonium made, but that's only because we share the same inspiration, which was a Dapol Dalek figure released back in the 1990s. I know I could have gone with another colour scheme, but I felt like this one was the most suitable for the character. But please don't think that I'm trying to copy the Prydonian. I even made a conscious effort to not use any of his pictures of the design. The Doctor would comment on how ironic it was that Davros had spent years fighting against another Supreme Dalek, the leader of the Renegade faction, only for him to eventually create his own. Davros would explain that he merely recognised the value of having a second in command, and that he'd genetically engineered the new Supreme to be completely loyal to him, like he'd done with some Daleks in Resurrection of the Daleks, which is what helped to kick off the Imperial Renegades Dalek Civil War in the first place. Davros would also allude to how this Supreme wasn't the first he'd had, but refused to tell the Doctor what he meant by this. Speaking of Davros, he would also undergo a slight redesign for this story. Gone was his restrictive Emperor Dalek look from Remembrance, and he was now back to a more traditional look for him, with the Imperial styled base from his Remembrance look now more visible, and with a mechanical claw attached to the arm that got shot off by the Squire of Knights Orsini Bostock in Revelation of the Daleks. In terms of the audience reception to this story, fans would be delighted to see the Daleks again, and for the story to clearly follow on from Remembrance of the Daleks, and explain what had happened to Davros and both Dalek factions since then. Ben Aaronovitch would later look back on this story and say that maybe he shouldn't have started off a new era with so much continuity, but casual viewers didn't seem to mind this, as the story would still get pretty good ratings. Ian Fraser had decided to bring the Daleks back for the new Doctor's first story, so as to hopefully gain a bit more public interest and publicity, and this would actually work. Viewers would also appreciate the discussion about the Seventh Doctor's actions and morality and see it as a sign that the show really was growing up and challenging both the characters and the audience more. Overall, The Last of the Daleks would go down as a great start to the Richard Griffiths era, with it being considered one of the best first stories for a new Doctor by fans. Number 2, Night Thoughts by Edward Young. Synopsis. A remote Scottish mansion. 5 bickering academics are haunted by ghosts from their past. Reluctantly, they offer shelter to the Doctor and his companion, Rain. Rain, already troubled by a vivid nightmare, is further disturbed by the nighttime appearance of a whistling, hooded apparition. The Doctor tries to befriend the young housemaid, Sue. Sue knows secrets. She knows why the academics have assembled here, and she knows why they are all so afraid. But Sue's lips are sealed. She prefers to communicate through her disturbing toy, Happy the Rabbit. And then the killing begins. Gruesome deaths that leads the Doctor and Rain to discover the grisly truth behind the academics' plans, and as the ghosts of the past become ghosts of the present, to recognise that sometimes death can be preferable to life. Overview. Whereas the last of the Daleks had largely stuck to the show's traditions, Night Thoughts would be the first to really explore the new direction Ian Fraser and Colin Brake wanted to take the show in. There wouldn't be any fantastical sci-fi aliens in this story, just a haunted house full of terrified scientists, with one of them being a murderer. But who exactly would remain a mystery for most of the story. The Doctor and Rain would put their detective skills to the test to try and figure out who was behind it all. There would be this whole claustrophobic and enclosed feeling to the story. There would only be a few guest characters for the Doctor and Rain to interact with, and there would be this dark sense of deep regrets and hidden secrets running throughout the story. In part 3, answers would finally be given as to what was going on. The 5 scientists, Major Dickens, Joe Hartley, Dr. O'Neill, the Deacon and the Bursar, had taken a life 10 years previously. They had mistakenly diagnosed a young girl called Edie with a fatal illness from the chemical weapons that had been tested on the islands they were all on. They thought that if they euthanized her, they would be sparing her from a horrible death. But in reality, she only had an eye infection. They hadn't realised this until it was too late. This would all ultimately be proven to be part of an elaborate plan by Major Dickens. The Bursar had come up with a theory of how to send a message back in time, and they had all wanted to test it. Dickens decided to convince the others that Edie's condition was terminal, so that he could have a perfect moment to truly test out the theory. He knew that with the Bursar's device, he would one day be able to send a message back in time, supposedly telling his past self to stop the operation. But in reality, he knew how his own mind worked, and knew that his past self would be more determined to go through with it if he was told not to. In the meantime, whilst the Major waited to send the message back in time, he trapped the others at the mansion and made them work with him so that his plan would succeed. He made them believe that it was so they could one day undo their mistake. Edie's mother had seen the way Hartley, who was a taxidermist, had reacted after removing her daughter's eyes after she died. He seemed so proud of his handiwork, and it drove Edie's mother to kill herself. She was presumed to have drowned, as was her other daughter, Ruth, but it would be revealed that Sue was in fact Ruth, and that Dr. O'Neill was her father, who had come to the mansion to find out once and for all what had happened to his wife and daughters. Edie would come back to life thanks to the device. Dickens would explain that her body had been perfectly preserved by Hartley. He says that whilst they did bury a grave, it was in fact empty, and he didn't know where Hartley had hidden the body. The Doctor decides to take matters into his own hands and uses the TARDIS to go back in time to when Edie died. Dickens's message comes through, but the Doctor convinces everyone to ignore it. He then suggests killing Edie, so as to keep the timeline intact. Back in the present, Rain and the Bursar have been locked up in the cellar by Dickens, but they're not alone. A giant stuffed bear is also down there, and it starts to move by itself and shuffle towards them. Rain and the Bursar suspect that it is Edie, and the Bursar begs for forgiveness before the bear falls on her, killing her. Rain discovers that no one is inside the bear, however, and is left confused. She then manages to escape the cellar and confronts Dickens, tying him to his own operating table that he used on Edie all those years ago. The Doctor arrives back at the mansion and tells Rain about how he went back in time to ensure that events still play out the same. but he then admits to her that he couldn't bring himself to kill Edie. The Doctor then realises that when he and Rain first arrived, the others had been conducting an experiment. They had thought that they'd failed, but maybe they didn't. Maybe Edie was briefly brought back to life then. Maybe she had just enough time to escape the bear and overhear how to keep resending the messages, to extend her short return to life. And maybe she developed a burning desire for revenge. Back at the mansion, Major Dickens is still tied up to the operating table. He hears someone come in and thinks it's the police, but it isn't. His face turns to one of pure shock and sheer horror when he sees who it is, although we only see his reactions, never the visitor themselves. The unseen visitor is holding Sue's Happy the Rabbit soft toy and a pair of very sharp shears. Dickens begs them not to hurt him, but to no avail. The screen fades to black as we hear Dickens shouting, "No, not my eyes!" And then the credits roll. So yeah, a pretty dark story overall. I suspect there would be a few complaints from some viewers and BBC high-ups to this story, with them believing it to not be suitable for children. But Ian Fraser and Colin Brake would defend the story's darker and more mature themes by saying how they were only trying to explore new ideas for the show. Despite all of this, Night Thoughts would be pretty well liked among most of the audience. While some were complaining about the show's more mature themes, others were actually praising them. And despite some of the BBC high-ups not being completely happy with the show's new direction, nothing was really done about it yet. Night Thoughts would go down as a really great and sinister story among the fan community, seeing as how it was the first story to really explore the new darker side of humanity direction. It would become the example to which all other stories of that type would be measured against for the next few years. Number 3, Illegal Alien by Mike Tucker and Robert Parry. Synopsis. Britain is at war. Night after night, the Luftwaffe are bombing London. A serial killer dubbed the Limehouse Lurker is stalking the rubble-strewn streets. But a deadlier threat falls from the sky in the shape of a sinister silver sphere. Cody McBride, expat American private eye, sees the sphere crash land and split open, and glimpses something emerging from within. But the military dismiss his account of events. The sphere is simply a new German secret weapon that has malfunctioned in some way. What else could it be? Arriving amidst the chaos, the Doctor and Rain are the only people to believe McBride. The sphere bears all the hallmarks of sophisticated alien technology, and whatever was inside it is now loose in London. Before long, they have embarked on a trail that brings them face to face with hidden Nazi operatives and some very old enemies. Overview. Just like how The Last of the Daleks had seen the return of some old enemies of the Doctor's, so would Illegal Alien. And this time it would, of course, be the Cybermen. Just like the Daleks' last appearance, the Cybermen had last appeared 3 years before, during season 25 in Silver Nemesis. But Illegal Alien wouldn't serve as a direct sequel to Silver Nemesis, like The Last of the Daleks had done for Remembrance of the Daleks. Instead, it would be mostly its own separate Cyberman story, but with a few tie-ins to other past Cyberman stories, which we'll get to in a bit. As the synopsis teased, the Doctor and Rain would find themselves right in the middle of the London Blitz. Teaming up with the aforementioned Cody McBride, they would stumble upon some cyber technology that had crashed to the Earth. They would then meet a retired civil servant named George Lim, who wishes to find a serial killer called the Limehouse Lurker, who would turn out to be a damaged cyber leader. The Doctor and McBride would then meet a police inspector, Mullen. The three of them would then investigate a technical company called Peddler Electronics, whose CEO, the sinister Mr. Wall, is allied with the Cybermen. Meanwhile, Rain is kidnapped by some Nazi spies and taken to Nazi-occupied Jersey. She discovers the Lemur compound, which houses thousands of dormant Cybermen. SS Captain Hartman attacks the Cybermen after they refuse to enter into an alliance with him. The Doctor reprograms a cyber leader that is damaged in the crossfire and sets it to explode. While Lim makes for the damaged cyber time machine, the Doctor, in the briefly frozen time, manages to pull Rain back to the TARDIS. Back in London, Mullen and McBride find another dormant cyber army in the London sewers. For Illegal Alien, plans would be drawn up by Mike Tucker to completely redesign the Cybermen. Unfortunately, these plans would prove to be too costly to make on the show's limited budget, although Ian Fraser would be very impressed with them and tell Tucker that they will try to get the money together to make them at some point. In the meantime, they would reuse the costumes from Silver Nemesis. Whilst the look of them was arguably starting to look a bit dated by 1991, there wouldn't be that much the production team could do about it for the time being. As I teased earlier, Illegal Alien would tie into an earlier Cyberman story, that being The Invasion, with the cyber army that Mullen and McBride discover at the end of the story being one that's waiting to be activated for the events of that story. So essentially, Illegal Alien would serve as a prequel to The Invasion. Fans would be pretty happy with Illegal Alien. They would like how it wasn't trying to juggle too many different ideas at once like Silver Nemesis had done, and they would feel like it had redeemed the Cybermen a bit, after the way general fan perception had regarded their stuff in Silver Nemesis 3 years prior, and they liked the references to past Cyberman stories. Viewers also liked the World War II setting and felt like the production team did a decent job in trying to recreate that era, even if it would result in the story coming dangerously close to going over budget. Overall reception to this story would be pretty positive, although due to how well regarded the season had been so far, Illegal Alien would be overshadowed a little by the stories that came right before it. Number 4. Blood and Iron by Andrew Cartmel. Synopsis. Margrave University in 2001, and Rain is enjoying her first trip into the Earth's future. But there's a strange new drug on the street. It's called Warlock, and some people say it's the creation of the devil. Others see it as the gateway to enlightenment. For the Doctor, there are mysteries to solve. Why are there animals imprisoned in the science labs? And what are the true motives of the student Scobie and his followers? With enemies on all sides, the Doctor teams up with his old friend Brigadier Bambera and the forces of UNIT in a battle for the future of the whole world. Overview. As the synopsis teased, Blood and Iron would be another story to feature the return of something from the show's past. But this time, instead of it being an old enemy, it would be an old ally of the Doctor's, namely Brigadier Bambera, who was introduced in Season 26's Battlefield. She'd still be in charge of UNIT and wouldn't have to worry about sharing a mission with a certain other brigadier this time around. Angela Bruce would play her with the usual sarcastic, exasperated wit, and Bambera would shrug off the Doctor's change of face, no doubt with some kind of sardonic comment. Former script editor Andrew Cartmel would come back to the show to write another story of his own. Colin Blake would ask him to resurrect a story idea Cartmel would come up with for season 27, and one which Cartmel had been contemplating as having for Sylvester McCoy's last story, before eventually deciding on Robin Mukherjee's Elixion instead. This, of course, would be Blood and Iron. I should mention how Blood and Iron is the correct title for what is more commonly known as Animal. The latter was made up by Dave Owens for his What If article in issue 255 of Doctor Who magazine, which is the same issue I'm using as a resource for this video. Blood and Iron would be another dark story. It would deal with themes of animal experimentation, drug use, and animal rights activism. The Doctor and Rain would meet up with Rain's father, Sam, and stay with him for a while. Whilst there, Rain would be visited by some old friends of hers from school, Jack and Shell. They would talk about how they have become animal rights activists and convince Rain to come to a meeting to discuss Margrave University, which is carrying out terrible experiments on defenceless animals. The Doctor and Sam would search for Rain and end up bumping into Brigadier Bambera and some UNIT soldiers. Bambera tells them how UNIT is investigating rumours of cruel experiments on animals and how they are supposedly linked to a series of grisly murders caused by a new street drug, Warlock. Jack, Shell and Rain arrive at the meeting, and Rain is introduced to their leader, Raymond W. Scobie. Rain asks Scobie what Jack and Shell meant about Margrave University, and Scobie explains how he and the others were once students there. They were all friends with another student called Harry, but one day Harry went missing and didn't show up to any of his classes. They phoned his parents, but they said that they hadn't seen him either. Worried for their friend's safety, they got in touch with the police, and an Inspector Cole came to the university to ask them all some questions. He then spoke to the staff, and one of them, the head of chemistry, Professor Rogers, said that he'd spoken to Harry the night before in his laboratory. Inspector Cole asked to have a look at the lab, and Professor Rogers took him inside, where he too was never seen or heard from again. After a few days, Scobie and the others decided to get to the bottom of this once and for all, and broke into the lab. They discovered that Professor Rogers had been conducting highly immoral experiments on animals, and using the results to make a new street drug called Warlock. The professor then tried using humans for the drug, starting with Harry and Inspector Cole. Scobie and the others tried to stop Professor Rogers, first by confronting him and then trying to convince the university's chancellor to shut the experiments down and sack the professor. But the chancellor refused and seemed to be under some kind of mind control. Scobie and the others got in touch with the police again, but they also seemed to be under mind control and said that they didn't even know who Inspector Cole was. Convinced that this is all part of some kind of conspiracy involving Professor Rogers, Scobie and the others leave the university and set up their own activist group to try and fight back against the experiments. Scobie then tells Rain that she has a choice. She can either join them in stopping the experiments or oppose them and be left to the mercies of Professor Rogers. Rain agrees to join them on a raid of the laboratory, but this raid is interrupted by the Doctor, Sam and Bambera, who have arrived at the university to conduct their own investigation. The Doctor listens to what Scobie has to say and says that he sympathises with what they're trying to do. The Doctor wonders about the mind-controlled university staff and police and sets up a meeting with the university's Chancellor. During their meeting, the Doctor notices that the Chancellor does indeed seem to be under some kind of influence, and is surprised by how quickly he brushes off Scobie's accusations. After some more investigating, the Doctor stumbles on the culprits behind everything. It would be none other than some old enemies of the Doctor's, the Metatraxi. The Doctor would ask them why they were doing this. The Metatraxi attack unit's leader would explain how they had wanted to find out more about humans and the other life forms that live on Earth, after their last encounters with them in both Bad Destination and Action at a Distance. They had been helped in their efforts by another old friend of the Doctor's, who had conducted the experiments for the Metatraxi, since they still had their inability to injure any life form which wasn't armed. This mysterious old friend had also showed them how to hypnotise the university staff and police officers. Once this unknown ally of the Metatraxis had left, Professor Rogers took over the experiments and decided to use them to make the Warlock drug. Rogers would then explain how he'd done this so as to rekindle mankind's savage past, and also that he could monitor the effects such a drug would have on the human mind, in case such information might come in useful for the Metatraxi. The Doctor would be horrified by all of this and denounce Professor Rogers as being nothing more than the stereotypical mad scientist, in a heated exchange between the two. Rogers would throw the Doctor and Rain into a small storeroom and leave them at the mercy of some of the animals he's experimented on. The Doctor would be able to save himself and Rain by telepathically communicating with the animals. This particular moment would go down in infamy among some fans, as they felt like it was just too silly and turned the Doctor into some kind of superhero. They would say that Cartmel's original version, where the Doctor took a pill of Warlock in order to communicate with the animals, would have worked a lot better, although this had been rejected by Ian Fraser for going one step too far with the mature nature of the storytelling. Anyway, Blood and Iron would end with Scobie and the other former students blowing up Margrave University. They would justify that they were doing it as revenge for what Professor Rogers and the Metatraxi had done to Harry. They would all be restrained by Brigadier Bambera and her unit soldiers, but not before Scobie had tried to explain why he'd done it to the Doctor, saying, "We did it for our friend. Don't you understand that, Doctor?" The Doctor would respond that he did understand, but that vengeance was never the right thing to do. Scobie and the other activists would then be taken away, with the Doctor and Rain making their farewells to Bambera and Sam. As they walk back to the TARDIS, Rain would ask the Doctor who the Metatraxi's unknown ally could be. The Doctor would pause in thought for a moment, and then say, "Oh, I suspect we'll find out soon enough." Obviously, this was all to tease the Master's return, something which didn't go unnoticed by fans at the time. Many would be left wondering when exactly the Master would next be seen, and we'll come back to all of that in a future video. In the meantime, Blood and Iron would also go down fairly well. Not as well as the rest of the season had gone, but that was more because of just how much both fans and general viewers had enjoyed the previous 3 stories. Fans would be delighted to see both Brigadier Bambera and the Metatraxi come back, as well as for Andrew Cartmel's return to the show, even if it was not too long after he'd finished as its scripts editor. The themes that the story explored were again criticised by some viewers as too dark, but overall most people thought it made for a good, action-packed and thoughtful final story to end the season on. I know that I probably should have stuck closer to what Andrew Cartmel did for the Big Finish audio adaptation of the story, called Animal, but I and my production team felt like it was better for me to try something new, while still using the basic elements of the storyline. I hope that no one minds this, although it's absolutely fair enough if you'd have preferred me to have stuck more to the audio. Just before we wrap things up for this chapter, I just want to quickly talk about the amount of episodes there would have been for each story. So The Last of the Daleks and Night Thoughts would both have 4 25-minute long episodes, whilst Illegal Alien and Blood and Iron would each have 3 25-minute long episodes. Chapter 4. What next? With season 28 having gone down pretty well, the BBC high-ups were left with no other option than to reluctantly renew the show for another season. The show's production team were all very happy with this news, and Ian Fraser and Colin Brake eagerly started production on season 29. Season 28 had seen the show starting to climb back up the ratings, despite still facing tough competition from Coronation Street, with the two shows still airing in the same time slot as each other. Peter Cushing's decision to give Ian Fraser and Colin Brake their own full season had paid off, as had Fraser's and Brake's bold decision to take the show in a new and more mature direction. And as much as Jonathan Powell still absolutely loathes the programme, even he agreed that there was little point in cancelling the show when it was starting to gain popularity once again with viewers. So season 28 had ensured that the Richard Griffiths era would get off to a pretty good start, as well as ensuring the show's short-term survival. But with the BBC high-ups still not caring about the show to the extent that they'd not even increased the show's budget for the past few years, Fraser, Brake and the rest of the show's production team would still face a few challenges with season 29, which we'll come back to next time. Chapter 5. Closing remarks, aka why did this video take so long to get made? So that was season 28. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm really sorry that it took me nearly 9 months to upload this video. That definitely wasn't the original plan, I can assure you. I've been through quite a lot in my personal life during that time. We had a death in our family which really hit me. I started back at college after being out of education for a couple of years, and I've now started the process of moving out of my current flat. So yeah, a pretty demanding and eventful year for me. Combine all of that with all the other what ifs and general videos I've made, as well as spending time with family and friends, and that's why I've taken so long to make this video. With college slowly dying down now for the summer, I'm hoping that things will be a lot less hectic for the next few months. So I should hopefully be able to get season 29 out sometime between July and September. But if any issues crop up in the meantime, then I'll make sure to keep you all informed. But what's next for the other What If videos? Well, I'm planning on the very next What If video being one all about what if the 1985 hiatus never happened. You might have to wait until the end of this month for that one to come out, as I might be quite busy moving home in the meantime. After that, I'll be doing another what if scenario where a different actor played one of the Doctors, similar to my Capaldi 8th Doctor video. I set up a poll on both my YouTube community tab and my What If Discord server to ask you all which one should be next, and the winner was one imagining either Graham Crowden or Bernard Cribbins as the 4th Doctor. I then did a separate poll for you to vote on which actor you think would work best out of Crowden or Cribbins. And as of the time of writing, which is the 4th of May, it looks like most of you want to see Bernard Cribbins as the 4th Doctor, at least on the YouTube poll anyway. But on the Discord poll, people seem to be leaning more towards Graham Crowden, so I might just tackle both in the video, but we'll have to wait and see about that. And since the Hugh Grant as the 9th Doctor option was the runner-up out of the other options on those original polls, I will do that one sometime soon as well. And I'll probably do all the other options eventually. Then I should hopefully have more time to do what ifs, as well as other videos, I should say, during the summer. I'll be doing a lot of the most requested scenarios, such as what if Jodie Whittaker had stayed for 60th specials, and what if Matt Smith was in Journey's End. And obviously season 29 will come out sometime during the summer as well, hopefully. So yeah, things may have got off to a rocky start with this channel for this year, but I should be able to make more videos more often from June till September. Anyway, so thanks for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 1,960 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I'll do another Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on the scenario I came up with for season 28. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye-bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. So the most recent episode of Doctor Who, called Boom, saw the return of former showrunner and executive producer Stephen Moffat, 7 years after he'd last worked on the show. Moffat has made no secret of the fact that Boom was at least partially inspired by a moment in a pretty famous Tom Baker story, that being the landmine scene in Genesis of the Daleks. Now obviously, unlike Boom, this scene in Genesis only lasts for a few minutes. The 4th Doctor accidentally steps on a landmine in the middle of a minefield. It's then up to one of his companions, Harry Sullivan, to try and save the Doctor, and he obviously succeeds, wedging a large enough rock in between the Doctor's foot and the landmine itself, so that the Doctor can take his foot off it without triggering it. So the whole thing is fairly easily resolved. But this raises a question. What if things had gone differently? What if the 4th Doctor had spent an entire episode stuck on that mine? What if Boom was made in 1975? Now I have to once again thank one of my graphic designers, Billy Bob, for this idea. As soon as he suggested it, I thought it would make for an interesting little twist. And I also have him to thank for the thumbnail I've used for this video. Now obviously the chances that they would have made an episode like Boom back in 1975 are pretty low. Stephen Moffat would only have been 14 years old at the time, so he would have been too young to write it himself. Plus, I don't think Boom easily fits into how the show was back then. The Tom Baker era didn't really do any sort of character pieces in the way that the Ncuti Gatwa era has recently done with Boom. But if we suspend our disbelief and engage in some kind of fantasy, then it would make for an interesting enough scenario. Perhaps instead of Moffat, either Terry Nation, Terrance Dicks, or Robert Holmes wrote this alternate version of Boom. Terry Nation did write Genesis of the Daleks after all, so if we use that landmine scene as the basis for a 1975 version of Boom, then it would make sense that it would be written by him. But then again, I could imagine Robert Holmes writing it instead, even if it would be very different to the type of stories he normally wrote. Terrance Dicks could also potentially be an option. Whoever would have written it, I could imagine it still being as dramatic and suspenseful as the one we got in our timeline. The political anti-capitalist sides of the episodes might have been turned down a little due to how the show approached such things back in the 1970s. But considering that the previous Jon Pertwee era is arguably one of the most political in the show's entire history, I think it would still be in there, just not quite in the same way, due to Terry Nation, Terrance Dicks or Robert Holmes having very different ways of writing to Stephen Moffat. I think this alternate version of Boom would have helped a lot to flesh the Fourth Doctor, Sarah Jane and Harry out as a TARDIS team. Harry especially would probably need it, as I don't think he ever really had much chance to shine and develop in our timeline. Harry would probably take charge of the situation, with Sarah doing her best to keep the Doctor calm by engaging in their usual banter with each other. Although since Harry could be a bit of an imbecile at times, I bet Sarah would have to help him figure out what to do sometimes. This alternate version of Boom would probably work best as its own separate story, rather than as merely the first episode of a slightly altered Genesis of the Daleks. But since most of Season 12's stories tended to directly lead into each other, I'm sure this would also be the case with Boom and Genesis. If we wanted to keep the guest characters from our timeline's version of Boom, then they would obviously have to be played by different actors, since they'd been played by people who would either be too young or not alive yet to play them in 1975. We could get a bit silly and have Louise Jameson as Mundy, so as to still keep the future companion actor playing a different role feeling. We could even have the actor who played Leela's love interest Andred, Christopher Tranchell, play Mundy's love interest Canto, just to be even sillier and more on the nose with Doctor Who's continuity. Bernard Cribbins could star as John Vater, with another almost Doctor, Graham Crowden, as his orderly at the beginning of the episode called Carson. A very young Sarah Sutton could play John Vater's daughter, Splice, with Peter Pratt as the villain guard algorithm, so as to tease his future appearance as the Master 1 year later. Okay, yeah, maybe those castings are a bit too silly, but I just thought, why not have a bit of fun with it? Reception to this alternate boom would have probably still been fairly positive, just like it's mostly been in our timeline, but perhaps it might have a knock-on effect on the rest of the classic series. Perhaps it would lead to the show having more character-focused stories during the rest of the 1970s and into the 80s. This might mean that the classic series would no longer have this reputation of not fleshing out its main characters as much as the new series has done, which would be really fascinating. But anyway, so there's my quick take on What If Boom was made in 1975. But what do you think? Do you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. And please don't worry, I will still be doing my What If the 1985 hiatus never happened video, and it will hopefully still be coming out very soon. I just wanted to have a bit of fun and do something a bit shorter. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye!
What is it? Harry, I'm standing on a landmine. Let it shift. If I move my foot, it might detonate it.
Don't move your foot.
I won't.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1985. Colin Baker is embarking on his first full season as the 6th Doctor. The show has returned to its traditional Saturday evening time slot, but now with a brand new format. Episodes are now 45 minutes long rather than the 25 minutes length that had been a staple of the programme ever since it first started in 1963. But despite this change, season 22 is still full of old monsters and villains, from the Cybermen and the Master to the Sontarans and the Daleks. Hell, there's even the return of an old Doctor and companion in the form of Patrick Troughton's 2nd Doctor and Fraser Hines' Jamie. Viewing figures for the season are still well in keeping with what they had been for the past few years, and despite some concerns over the show's apparent increase in violence, season 22 had gone down well enough for the show's production team to start planning out the next season. But then on the 27th of February 1985, disaster struck. The BBC announced that it would be suspending production on the show after the current season, effectively cancelling Doctor Who. Various reasons were cited for this decision, from the show's excessive violence to the false idea that the show's ratings were declining. The real reason for this decision was pretty obvious though. Newly appointed BBC One controller Michael Grade and the BBC's then head of series and serials Jonathan Powell absolutely loathed the programme. They couldn't understand its appeal and thought that it was an embarrassing stain on the BBC's record. They were absolutely determined to get rid of it, purely because it wasn't to their own personal liking and tastes. But thanks to a fierce backlash from the show's fans, Grades and Powell were eventually forced to downgrade their decision to an 18-month hiatus instead of an all-out cancellation. But the damage had already been done. The following season would see the show struggling a lot more in the ratings, going from a high of 6 to 8 million for season 22 to a low of 3 to 5 million for season 23, aka the Trial of a Time Lord season, and things wouldn't get much better during the following Sylvester McCoy era, with the show eventually being cancelled in 1989. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, forces within the BBC had never moved against the show? What if the 1985 hiatus had never happened? Now, the only real way that this scenario could have worked is if Michael Grades and Jonathan Powell had never tried to cancel the show in 1985. Perhaps they don't decide to do it then, or perhaps they aren't in any position to do it yet, like maybe they haven't been employed by the BBC yet. But if there was no hiatus in 1985, what would that mean for the show itself? Well, we actually have a really good idea of what would have happened, and that is that the Lost Season 23 would have been made. The Lost Season 23 is basically the original version of that season. It was intended to follow the 13 45 minutes long episode format that Season 22 had introduced. It is pretty well known among fans, but I'll go through each of the stories anyway. So to start the season off, we would have had number 1, The Nightmare Fair by Graham Williams. Synopsis. Vacationing at Blackpool Pleasure Beach, the Doctor and Perry meet a young man named Kevin, whose brother has vanished, and learn of a spate of recent disappearances from the fun fair. Investigating, they discover that the culprit is the Doctor's old foe, the Toymaker, who is studying humans to help him design a deadly video game. This video game, which is about to be distributed around the world, sees the player battle deadly monsters, which can come to life and exit the game. The Doctor agrees to playtest the video game, while Perry and Kevin work with the Toymaker's menagerie of alien prisoners to construct a device which will distract the Toymaker at a critical moment, freeing the Doctor. The Doctor then rewires a piece of the Toymaker's own equipment to trap the immortal being for all time in a force field, powered by his own thoughts. Overview. Just like the synopsis teased, the Nightmare Fair would have seen the return of the Toymaker, about 20 years after his first appearance in the William Hartnell era. Michael Gough would reprise the role, with the Toymaker once again up to his usual tricks, although this time he would obviously turn to the world of video games. Another element of the show's past that would return for this story would be former producer Graham Williams. This time Williams would turn to writing a story himself. This story came about after producer John Nathan Turner had been to Blackpool Pleasure Beach and had unveiled the new Space Mountain ride alongside Colin Baker in 1984. While seeing Colin dressed in his Doctor costume in the beach setting, J&T was inspired to use it for a story. This is what led to the idea for the Nightmare Fair. General fan perception to this story was fairly good, but some fans did feel like the whole Blackpool setting, complete with some of the rides and amusements, was a bit silly. However, fans were very glad to see the return of the Toymaker. I should mention how I have very deliberately decided to call the Toymaker just, well, the Toymaker, due to the racist connections to the word celestial. But as much as his original costume might seem a bit controversial today, it is still possible at least that they would have still used it for the Nightmare Fair in 1986, if they hadn't have thrown it away before then, of course. But if they had, then I could imagine something pretty similar being used instead. Number 2, The Ultimate Evil by Wally K. Daly. Synopsis. The continents of Tranquilla and Amarilla have been at peace for 50 years. However, a Salarcan arms dealer called the Dwarf Mordant has entered into an alliance with Esquivel, second in line for the Tranquillian throne, to foment war so that Esquivel can overthrow his ruler, Abertan. The Dwarf Mordant is blanketing the planet with rays that induce fits of rage. Arriving on Tranquilla, the Doctor is overcome by the Dwarf Mordant's influence and attacks his old friends, scientists Ravlos and Kurila. Perry meets Abertan's disconsolate son, Locus, who murdered his lover, Mariana, during a fit of mania. Ravlos and Kurila have invented a helmet which protects the wearer from the Dwarf Mordant's rays, and uses it to save the Doctor. Perry and Locus uncover Esquivel's treachery. The Doctor traces the Dwarf Mordant's transmissions to his spaceship, and forces him to train a peace ray on the planet, while Abutan executes Esquivel and Locus learns that Mariana survived her apparent death. Overview. Whereas the Nightmare Fair and much of the rest of this season would have seen the return of old elements, the Ultimate Evil would have seen entirely new ones. Chiefly, it would be the first Doctor Who story written by Wally K. Daly. It would have also seen the debut of a new villain for the Doctor to fight against, the evil Dwarf Mordant. General fan perception to this story would have been a little mixed. Fans appreciated having a new villain after so many returning old monsters within the past year, but they would feel like Mordant wasn't as interesting of a villain as he could have been, and the general audience felt like the story was fairly run-of-the-mill and bog standard. Number 3. Yellow Fever by Robert Holmes. Synopsis. The Doctor and Perry have landed in Singapore after the Doctor receives a message on his old space-time telegram from his old friend Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart. The Brigadier tells the Doctor of a deadly new illness that is sweeping all over the world. Units have managed to trace its origins to an abandoned old factory that is swarmed with Autons. The Doctor decides to investigate, with the Brigadier tagging along with him. Perry meanwhile bumps into an old friend of hers, Molly, and the two of them start reminiscing about their glory days at high school. The Doctor eventually realises that this epidemic is beyond the capabilities of the Autons and their Nestine consciousness. He deduces that they must be having some outside help, which is revealed to be none other than Narani. Overview. As the synopsis teased, Yellow Fever would be another story that featured the return of some old enemies, as well as an old ally, of course, in the form of the Brigadier. The Brigadier would be called out of retirement to lead the unit's operation in Singapore due to his immense amount of experience with extraterrestrials. The Autons would obviously be back 15 years after their last appearance in 1971's Terror of the Autons, and the Rani would return as well, of course, with her first story, The Mark of the Rani, having only aired a year before this second outing of hers. Originally, the plan had been to have the Master included in this story as well, but Eric Saywood and Robert Holmes himself both felt like there would be too many cooks in the kitchen, as it were, and the Master would be saved for a story later on in the season, which we'll get to in a bit. Although the Master would still get a mention in this story. You see, the Doctor would ask the Rani how she'd escaped her T-Rex situation at the end of her last appearance. The Rani would explain that she had been left adrift in her TARDIS by the Master. The T-Rex had broken its neck on the ceiling of the Rani's TARDIS. The Master then escaped by detaching the console room from the rest of the TARDIS. The Rani had to construct a temporary console room just so she could make an emergency landing in Singapore. She then entered into an alliance with the Nestine Consciousness and spent some considerable time properly repairing her TARDIS. Sadly, Yellow Fever would have been the last story to be written by Robert Holmes, who would still die on the 24th of May 1986, just a couple of months after this alternate Season 23's conclusion. The reason why Yellow Fever would be set in Singapore was due to J&T wanting to do a location shoot there, after the BBC drama Tenko had been partially filmed there. Overall reception to this story would be pretty positive. Fans liked seeing the Rani and Autons again, especially the latter, given how long it had been since their last appearance, and they similarly liked seeing the Brigadier return, and how much more of an action role he'd been given compared to the roles he had in both Mordrin Undead and The Five Doctors, his previous two appearances. Viewers also appreciated having Peri's past developed a bit more by having her meet her old school friend Molly. I should quickly mention that according to Ian Levine, the correct title for this story would have been just Yellow Fever, rather than the more famous Yellow Fever and How to Cure It. The latter was apparently just some kind of joke that Robert Holmes made up. I know going with Levine of all people as a source for this is a little bit dubious given his colourful history, but this is going to be a rare instance where I take his word for it. Number 4. Mission to Magnus by Philip Martin. Synopsis. The Doctor is lured to the planet Magnus Epsilon by Anzor, a Time Lord who used to bully him at the Academy. The planet has been ravaged by a virus which is fatal to any male exposed to sunlight. However, Zandusia, ruler of Magnus Epsilon, believes that the neighbouring planet Salvac has found a cure, and plans an invasion. She petitions the Time Lords to travel back in time and prevents the virus from ever being released. When Anzor refuses, Zandusia tries to steal the secrets of time travel. Meanwhile, the Doctor's old enemy Syl is on Magnus Epsilon, apparently in Zandusia's employ. The Doctor lays a trap for Zandusia in Anzor's TARDIS, but it snares the other Time Lord, who is locked into a slow course back to the origin of the universe. Peri joins forces with a runaway boy named Vian to rescue the Doctor. Together they investigate ice tunnels and discover that Syl is really working with the Ice Warriors, led by Ice Lord Vedikael, who sets off a series of explosions to change the tilt of the planet's axis. This will make Magnus Epsilon an Arctic world suitable for the Ice Warriors, and Syl will profit by selling cold weather gear to the natives. However, when the Ice Warriors decide to eliminate Syl, now that his usefulness is at an end, he reveals the existence of backup explosives. The Doctor sets these off, restoring Magnus Epsilon's orientation. The Ice Warriors are killed by the return of the heat, and the Salvicans arrive to help rebuild the planet. Overview. Another story that would have featured the return of old villains, Mission to Magnus would have obviously seen the return of both Syl and the Ice Warriors, with the latter having not appeared in the show since 1974's The Monster of Peladon, 12 years prior. Syl, meanwhile, had only made his first appearance in the previous season, just like the Rani. Fans were still very happy to see him again though. I should mention that this story would have been pretty sexist when compared to modern standards. The planet Magnus is ruled by women, with the men dying from a strange virus when they come of age. But then some male Salvicans arrive and basically treats the female inhabitants of Magnus like sex objects, to the amusement of everyone there but the women themselves. I mean, I know that this story was written nearly 40 years ago, and so there will definitely have been different societal attitudes at the time, but it's not like everyone who lived in 1986 would be okay with this. It just seems really weird that Philip Martin would write something that overtly sexist, and it kind of affects my whole view of the story, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, Mission to Magnus would be a very controversial story, and it would only get more controversial the more time passes and attitudes change. It's a real shame, as if it wasn't for this, then the story could possibly be somewhat salvageable. I know I could have had Mission to Magnus come before Yellow Fever. Indeed, that is the layout I've always been led to believe was the case. But it turns out, according to most sources, that is actually wrong. They were planning on producing Yellow Fever first, so it would make sense for it to be broadcast first as well. I know production order can sometimes be different to broadcast order, such as with the Mark of the Rani and the Two Doctors being swapped around for broadcast. But unless there's a really good reason for why they'd broadcast Fever and Mission in a different order to how they were produced, then I'm just going to go with the production order. Although if you don't like it, then you could always have them the other way around. It doesn't really make too much difference either way, to be perfectly honest. Number 5. The Hollows of Time by Christopher H. Bidmead. Synopsis. The Doctor and Peri have been on holiday, visiting old friend Reverend Foxwell in the sleepy English village of Hollowdean. But why are their memories so hazy? Piecing together events, they recall a mysterious chauffeur who is not what he seems, and Foxwell's experiments that could alter the nature of reality. Huge sand creatures have been sighted on the dunes, and many of the locals are devoted to a leader known as Professor Stream. But who is Stream, and what lies within the hollows of time? The Doctor will discover that not every question has a definitive answer. Overview. Okay, so I feel like I'm starting to repeat myself an awful lot here. But the Hollows of Time will be another story that would see the return of many past elements. Former script editor Christopher H. Bidmead would return to write this story, which would also see the return of the Tractators from his last story, Frontios, for season 21. Joining the Tractators would be another even older enemy of the Doctor's, the Master. Yes, that's right, Anthony Ainley would once again return to the part. As I stated earlier, the Master was originally going to appear in Yellow Fever, but after Eric Saywood and Robert Holmes decided to leave him out of that story, Saywood suggested to Bidmead that he could include the Master in his story instead. The Master would spend some time disguised as Professor Stream before eventually revealing himself to the Doctor and Perry at the end of episode 1. But it wouldn't just be old elements in this story. There would also be a brand new one in the form of a new companion, namely a certain Melanie Bush, played by Bonnie Lamford. I know some of you might think this is a bit too early to introduce Mel, but let me explain my reasoning here. I think it's pretty likely that Nicola Bryant would have still wanted to leave the show during this Lost Season 23, and I bet John Nathan Turner would still want to cast Bonnie Lamford as her replacement, even without the hiatus, much to Eric Saywood's disapproval. And I think it would be great to have a kind of overlap, companion-wise, where both Perry and Mel are the companions for a story or two. This did happen before in JNT's era after all, with both Adric and Turlough respectively. Adric was introduced 2 stories before Romana and K9 left, whilst Turlough was introduced 1 story before Nyssa left. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility. With the Master and Tractators defeated at the end of this story, I could imagine Mel asking if she could come and travel in the TARDIS alongside the Doctor and Perry, and they would obviously accept. Overall reception to this story would be fairly decent, although even some of the most continuity-loving fans were starting to think that the show was relying too much on bringing back old monsters and villains, and even relying too much on old writers to some extent. Number 6. The Children of January by Michael Feeney Callan. Synopsis. The Doctor, Perry and Mel lands on prehistoric Earth. A group of human scientists have travelled from the future to observe their distant ancestors, but their leader Corey has other ideas. He wants to conduct genetic experiments on the primitive Homo sapiens so that they'll become the perfect killing machines to fight against a race of insectoid-looking aliens called the Zedros, who have also arrived to study the early humans as research to help them wipe mankind out. A group of Corey's colleagues disagree with his plans and break away to form a group of outcasts called the Children of January. They ask the Doctor for help, which he accepts. But this isn't just going to be another run-of-the-mill adventure for the TARDIS crew. The Doctor will be given a very difficult choice, and only one of his companions will make it out alive. Overview. Just like the ultimate evil, the Children of January will be the only other story this season to not feature any past villains. Instead, the main villain would of course be Corey, but also the Zedros to some extent. There would be a battle between them and Corey's followers towards the end, before a major twist is revealed. It would be revealed that the Zedros were actually the result of Corey's experiments. This meant that Corey had basically created the enemy that he had tried to eradicate in the first place, which would be very timey-wimey. Corey would refuse to believe this, no matter how much the Doctor who uncovered the truth tried to tell him. He'd fire his gun at the Doctor for trying to, in Corey's words, mislead and trick him, but Perry would rush over and take the shot for the Doctor before dying in his arms. The Doctor would be too heartbroken to cope in that moment, with Mel being the one who convinces everyone to put down their weapons. Corey's followers turn on him and say that he shouldn't have taken a life. His second in command, Max, takes charge and orders the others to take him away, before making a deal with the Zedros leader, Zrook, to try and put aside their differences. They both promise to leave the early humans alone and to go back home to the future. The Doctor and Mel make their way back to the TARDIS, with the Doctor being too upset to say goodbye to anyone, leaving Mel to do so. Max asks Mel to tell the Doctor that they will never forget Perry, and that they will always remember what she, Mel and the Doctor did to end the chaos and bring peace. There would then be a quiet moment in the TARDIS for the Doctor and Mel, and that's where the story and season as a whole would end. Perry's pretty dramatic send-off was done after Nicola Bryant had asked for such a departure. She didn't want Perry to just leave the Doctor for someone else. She wanted something that would be truly emotional and tragic, and she would definitely get her wish. Viewers would be pretty shocked by Perry's death, but they found the rest of the story to be a little bit confusing, something which writer Michael Feeney Callan would later acknowledge. Even though there is a synopsis for this story on Callan's Wikipedia page, I thought it would be better if I created my own and added in my own story details, as there was no citation given and the whole thing was written in a fairly amateurish sort of way. I should mention that in our timeline, all but 2 of these stories would later be adapted into Big Finish audios. The only exceptions would be Yellow Fever and the Children of January. The Nightmare Fair, The Ultimate Evil and Mission to Magnus were also novelised as Target books in the late 1980s. And a quick note to say that all of these stories, apart from Yellow Fever, would have been made up of 2 45-minute long episodes. Yellow Fever would serve as the only 3-parter of the season, just like the 2 Doctors had done for season 22. So that's the Lost Season 23. But what would happen afterwards? Would the show continue as normal, or would there still be a hiatus, just a little bit later on than in our timeline? Well, personally, I think the latter is the most likely. Even if there hadn't have been a hiatus in 1985, I still think it would be inevitable that the likes of Michael Grades and Jonathan Powell would try to get rid of the show. Perhaps there's a hiatus in 1986, once this lost season 23 has finished airing. If that's the case, then I could imagine things still turning out pretty similar to how they did in our timeline, with maybe a few exceptions which I'll mention now. You see, I think the trial of a Time Lord would still have been made, and have become the alternate season 24. The show's production team would have still been inspired to have the Doctor on trial in the show, due to the feeling that the show was on trial in real life for its very survival. But there would have to be a few changes to this alternate trial. Robert Holmes would have still died in 1986, as I said earlier, so this would have meant that he wouldn't be able to write the mysterious planet. So this alternate trial would have to start off with a very different first story. I'm going to have the unmade Pinacotekia story take the place of the mysterious planet. I know that in our timeline, Eric Sayward found Pinacotekia, aka The Last Adventure, to be too boring, but we'll say that he works more with writer Christopher H. Bidmead to make it more exciting in his eyes. And yes, Pinacotekia was originally submitted to be the third story of the Trial of a Time Lord season, but for this alternate timeline, it will obviously become the first instead. There isn't many other alternatives I could have gone with otherwise, so we may as well start this alternate trial off with it. We'd still have the same opening to the trial arc, with the TARDIS getting dragged to the space station. During both the courtroom and Matrix projected scenes, the Doctor would still be in a state of mourning. He would have switched to wearing his blue-coated costume as a sign of his mourning, due to him remembering that blue was the official mourning colour on the planet Necros. Due to Robert Holmes's passing, the Valeyard might not exist as we know him, so there might be a very different character acting as a prosecution. It could be the Master, but that feels a bit too obvious, and just not really an interesting enough replacement. So I'm going to come up with my own entirely original character, a Cardinal Cantius who had been appointed by the High Council themselves. This Cardinal Cantius would be known to be the most ruthless and successful Time Lord's lawyer to have ever existed. His relationship with the Doctor would still be just as adversarial as the one the Valeyards had with the Doctor, and Cantius would still be revealed to be the man behind everything, having used his influence to corrupt the High Council, and even the Lord President themselves. He had arranged for acting President Flavia to be assassinated, so that he could replace her with a weak-willed and easy to manipulate puppet known as President Manus. Cantius had then done the same with the rest of the High Council. Next, he had made this new council manipulate the Doctor's timeline so that he could get the Doctor convicted of genocide and sentenced to death. Cantius knew that the Doctor could present himself as the only credible alternative to President Manus, due to the Doctor's past as being Lord President in the Invasion of Time, and briefly proclaimed it by Flavia in the Five Doctors. So Cantius knew that he would have to get the Doctor out of the way with. This could tie in very well with what Ian Levine said Robert Holmes had planned for the unmade story called Gallifrey. Levine had said of Holmes's supposed plans that it would be about con men, deposed presidents, and sleeper agents with a hint of the Manchurian candidate thrown in. The rest of this alternate trial would be pretty similar to the one we got in our timeline, but there would be a few more changes. Obviously, Perry would have already died in the previous season, so there wouldn't be any need to supposedly kill her off in Mind Warp, and I don't think Mel would be killed off in her place, as it would be too early into her time travelling with the Doctor. But perhaps it's later revealed that Cantios had arranged with Syl to try and kill her, so as to send the Doctor into further despair. But yeah, no companion death in this alternate Mind Warp, but all the other guest characters could be killed off, so that Cantios could still accuse the Doctor of letting things get out of hand. Terror of the Vervoids would still be the third part of this alternate trial, and it would be more obvious that it took place in the Doctor's personal future, as the Doctor seen in the Matrix projected scenes would be much more at peace with Perry's death, although he'd still be sad about it, obviously. The ultimate foe would lean closer to what Robert Holmes had supposedly intended with Gallifrey, even though that story is often credited to Pip and Jane Baker. Although I should say that I think Eric Saywood and John Nathan Turner would have still had their massive fallout, which resulted in Saywood's resignation as script editor. Perhaps Holmes had told Saywood what he'd planned for Gallifrey before he'd died, and Saywood decided to honour that by trying to write the story himself. But after a disagreement with J&T over the Doctor supposedly falling to his death with Cantios at the end of this alternate ultimate foe, similar to what Saywood had planned for it in our timeline when it was called Timing, Saywood had resigned and withdrawn permission for his version of the final episode to be used, so Pip and Jane Baker would still be drafted in at the 11th hour to write an alternative ending. So yeah, this alternate ultimate foe would basically borrow elements from what Holmes had supposedly planned with Gallifrey, mixed in with some of the most basic stuff we got in our timeline. J&T would still be told by the BBC high-ups to fire Colin Baker, leading to the Sylvester McCoy era still happening, but perhaps the McCoy era only lasts for 2 seasons, the alternate seasons 25 and 26, which would be the same as our seasons 24 and 25 respectively, and then the show still gets cancelled in 1989, unless we have it get cancelled in 1990 instead to allow the show to still end with survival, which would have been part of the alternate season 27. So nothing would have changed in the grand scheme of things. But was about if the show had never been under threat of any hiatuses or cancellations. What would have happened then? Well, if that was the case, then I could imagine Colin Baker getting to stay on as long as he wanted to. He wanted to beat Tom Baker's record of 7 years, and he could very well have done so if his tenure hadn't have been so unceremoniously and prematurely ended. He was apparently planning on staying on for 10 years. So if that were to happen, here's how I could imagine it going in terms of stories. Season 23, 1986. 143. The Nightmare Fair by Graham Williams, 2 45-minute episodes. 144. The Ultimate Evil by Wally K. Daly, 2 45-minute episodes. 145. Yellow Fever by Robert Holmes, 3 45-minute episodes. 146. Mission to Magnus by Philip Martin, 2 45-minute episodes. 147. The Hollows of Time by Christopher H. Bidmead, 2 45-minute episodes. 148. The Children of January by Michael Feeney Callan, 2 45-minute episodes. Season 24, 1987. 149. Strange Matter by Pip and Jane Baker, 2 45-minute episodes. This would be basically the same as Taima Narani, but with no regeneration, obviously. 150. Paradise Towers by Stephen Wyatt, 2 45-minute episodes. 151. Dark Labyrinth by David Banks, 3 45-minute episodes. 152. Delta and the Bannerman by Malcolm Cole, 2 45-minute episodes. 153. Gallifrey by Pip and Jane Baker, 2 45-minute episodes. Since Robert Holmes would have died a year before this, Pip and Jane Baker would again do their own thing with this story, but still keeping the corruption themes. Perhaps this could be where Cardinal Cantios comes in to the picture in this alternate timeline, due to there being no trial of a Time Lord. 154. Dragonfire by Ian Briggs, 2 45-minute episodes. Ace still gets introduced and Mel still leaves with Sabalon Glitz. Season 25, 1988. 155. The Juggernauts by Scott Allen Woodard, 2 45-minute episodes. I've gone with this instead of Remembrance at the suggestion of Nanny Nom Noms, since it bridges the gap between Revelation and Remembrance as far as I know, but we'll get to Remembrance in a bit. 156. The Happiness Patrol by Graham Curry, 2 45-minute episodes. 157. Silver Nemesis by Kevin Clark, 3 45-minute episodes. Perhaps the longer runtime would allow this story to flesh out its disparate plot elements more. 158. Space Sargasso by Philip Martin, 2 45-minute episodes. 159. Point of Entry by Barbara Clegg, 2 45-minute episodes. 160. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy by Stephen Wyatt, 2 45-minute episodes. Season 26, 1989. 161. Remembrance of the Daleks by Ben Aronovich, 2 45-minute episodes. As I said earlier, I decided to move this so that I could include the Juggernauts for the previous season. This story, as in Remembrance of the Daleks, would have seen the return of the Sonic Screwdriver. 162. Meltdown by Gary Hopkins, 2 45-minute episodes. 163. Valley of Shadows by Philip Martin, 3 45-minute episodes. 164. Ghostlight by Mark Platt, 2 45-minute episodes. 165. The Curse of Fenric by Ian Briggs, 2 45-minute episodes. 166. Survival by Rona Munro, 2 45-minute episodes. Season 27, 1990. 167. Battlefield by Ben Aronovich, 2 45-minute episodes. 168. Thin Ice by Mark Platt, 2 45-minute episodes. Ace would still leave, although since the 6th Doctor wasn't a manipulator like the 7th, perhaps it would be more of her own accord. 169, Action at a Distance by Andrew Cartmel. 3 45-minute episodes, with Rain still being introduced as the new companion. Perhaps the Metatraxi are introduced in this story instead of Bad Destination. 170, Paradise 5 by PJ Hammond. 2 45-minute episodes. 171, Hostage by Neil Penswick. 2 45-minute episodes. 172, Blood and Iron by Andrew Cartmel. 2 45-minute episodes. Season 28, 1991. 173, Bad Destination by Ben Aronovich. 2 45-minute episodes. 174, A School for Glory by Tony Etchells. 2 45-minute episodes. 175, Illegal Alien by Mike Tucker and Robert Parry. 3 45-minute episodes. 176, Shrine by Mark Platt. 2 45-minute episodes. 177, Elixion by Robin Mukherjee. 2 45-minute episodes. 178, Night Force by Edward Young. 2 45-minute episodes. Season 29, 1992. 179, The Last of the Daleks by Ben Aronovich. 2 45-minute episodes. 180, Avatar by David A. McEntee. 2 45-minute episodes. 181, Nightshade by Mark Gatiss. 2 45-minute episodes. Perhaps the amount of episodes could be reduced from 13 to 12 from this season onwards. 182, Damaged Goods by Russell T. Davis. 2 45-minute episodes. 183, Transit by Ben Aronovich. 2 45-minute episodes. 184, Long Barrow by Mark Platt. 2 45-minute episodes. Season 30, 1993. 185, War of the Daleks by John Peel. 2 45-minute episodes. 186, Love and War by Paul Cornell. 2 45-minute episodes. Rain leaves and is replaced by Bernice Summerfield. 187, Iceberg by David Banks. 2 45-minute episodes. 188, Shakedown by Terrence Dix. 2 45-minute episodes. 189, Blood Heat by Jim Mortimer. 2 45-minute episodes. 190, First Frontier by David A. McEntee. 2 45-minute episodes. 191, Lost in the Dark Dimension by Adrian Rigelsford. 1 90-minute episode, which would still be the 30th anniversary special. Season 31, 1994. 192, Legacy of the Daleks by John Peel. 2 45-minute episodes. 193, The Body Snatchers by Mark Morris. 2 45-minute episodes. 194, Goth Opera by Paul Cornell. 2 45-minute episodes. 195, The Dying Days by Lance Parkin. 2 45-minute episodes. 196, The Spectre of Lanyon Moor by Nicholas Pegg. 2 45-minute episodes, still having the 6th Doctor meets the Brigadier again, with it directly leading into the very next story. 197, Endgame by David Roden. 2 45-minute episodes, still with the Brigadier and Toymaker. Then there would be the matter of who would play the 7th Doctor in this timeline. I would say that it could still be Sylvester McCoy, but John Nathan Turner would have doubtless have left as the show's producer before this point. So it would be up to Ian Fraser or whoever replaced JNT to decide who should be the next Doctor. It could be Richard Griffiths, although this might mean that he might not be able to star as Detective Inspector Henry Crabb in Pie in the Sky, which was made around this point in our timeline. Or alternatively, it could be Paul McGann instead perhaps. Whoever would play 7 in this timeline, I can imagine them staying for about 3 to 4 years. I could go even further with this timeline, but I think this video is going to be long enough as it is, and I don't want to make it 27 million hours long. And it's a similar reason for why I didn't go into any detail about the synopsises for most of this timeline's stories, and I didn't feel the need to discuss any synopsises for the other scenarios alternate trial of a Time Lord, since it would still be pretty close to what we got in our own timeline. But anyway, I think it's fair to say that regardless of which of the two scenarios we talk about, the attempt to try and cancel the show in 1985 by Michael Graves and Jonathan Powell had a massive impact on the show's direction and overall history. If it had happened a year or so later than 1985, then I don't think too much would have changed. But if the show had never been under threat, then the 6th Doctor could have had the chance to really develop and mellow that he was so cruelly denied in our timeline. They really did poor old Colin Baker dirty, and we were robbed of what could have been a really interesting character arc to take the Doctor in. The 1985 hiatus was a truly pivotal moment in the show's history, and we can only speculate as to what could have happened if it had never occurred. But anyway, so there's my take on what if the 1985 hiatus had never happened. But what did you think? Did you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Also, I want to thank the following people for all of their help with this video: Jetshot22, The Dalek Hunter, Billy Bob, Nanny Nom Noms, Red Makes Music, Young But Retro, Dr. Mick, and Kieran Council. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you all enjoyed it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,057 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I would do a Q&A, where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And you can now join a What If Discord server to talk about anything from your own suggestions as to what scenarios you want me to do, to anything else that's Doctor Who related. You'll find a link to it in a pinned comment below, and I shall see you all in another video. So until next time, bye bye.
In half an hour, Bob Monkhouse opens a new series of his Full House. First on BBC One, a game of life and death to destroy the Doctor.
you?
Doesn't look so special to me.
Let's just call it the last, shall we?
So you accept the challenge then? The ultimate game you will play? Good.
Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 1983. Doctor Who is celebrating its 20th anniversary with the return of many old monsters and villains, from the likes of Omega and the Mara to the Black and White Guardians and the Master. There was even the return of an old ally of the Doctor's, with Nicholas Courtney reprising his role as Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart after an 8-year absence. The Brigadier returns in the third story of season 20, Mordrin Undead, and when he did, it wasn't as the loyal soldier that we'd all come to love. Instead, the Brigadier was now a maths teacher. This, combined with the story causing some issues with the established continuity of the Brigadier's past stories, was all the result of him being a replacement for another old companion that was originally supposed to have returned for this story. That was William Russell's Ian Chesterton, one of the very first companions. This all raises a very interesting question. What if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, Mordrin Undead had played out in another way? What if William Russell was in Mordrin Undead? Now I have to thank JetShot22 for suggesting this idea. And I should also say that I'm doing this video to pay tribute to William Russell, who sadly passed away recently. Now, the reason why William Russell didn't return for Mordrin Undead in our timeline is because of scheduling conflicts. He was busy working on stage at the time. So the only thing that would have to be changed for this alternate timeline to work is for William Russell's schedule to be free enough for him to return to the show. But how would Ian Chesterton's return change the course of Mordrin Undead? Well, not that much actually. You see, a lot of the plot elements were written with Ian in mind, such as the school setting. This would mean that, if anything, Ian would actually fit in more than the Brigadier did. It would make more sense for Ian to be a teacher than the Brigadier, as, well, that's exactly what he was when he was first introduced in An Unearthly Child. I think he would have stayed as a science teacher rather than have changed to teach maths, like the Brigadier did in our timeline. But beyond all of that, well, the story wouldn't really have changed all that much. Writer Peter Grimwade had originally written the story with Ian in mind after all, so there wouldn't be any need to drastically change the story too much, just because Ian would have taken the Brigadier's place. In terms of the controversy surrounding how Mordrin Undead messes up the continuity of the unit stories, obviously that wouldn't be an issue with Ian, so we'd never have to try and scratch our heads to try and make the story work with what we knew from past adventures. Ian would have still lost his memory of the Doctor in 1977, after meeting his 1983 self though. But this would be fixed after the 5th Doctor managed to trigger Ian's memories to come all flooding back to him, with a special montage of some of Ian's past adventures being shown as he remembers. I should say that for this montage, most of Ian's stories would already be pretty well represented in the BBC's archives at that time, since seasons 1 and 2 survived the junking process pretty well, thankfully. But there would be some gaps that would have a small effect on which clips they could use. They obviously wouldn't be able to use anything from Marco Polo, as that story was both missing at the time and still missing nowadays. The Reign of Terror could only be represented by episode 6 at that time, with that episode having only been returned to the BBC by a private film collector 9 months before the montage aired. So it had been returned in May of 1982, with the montage then airing as part of episode 2 of Mordrin Undead in February 1983. So I think it's a pretty safe bet that producer John Nathan Turner and unofficial continuity advisor Ian Levine would have selected a clip from this newly returned episode to capitalise on its recent return to the archives. Obviously, Napoleon isn't the main villain of the Reign of Terror as such, but I don't believe Ian even meets Robespierre at any point in the story, so the production team could always explain it away as being from Ian's perspective. The only other story from Ian's original tenure that they would have had issues with would be The Crusade. At that point in 1983, the only episodes they had of that story was episode 3, The Wheel of Fortune, so they could only use a shot of King Richard I from that episode. And yes, again, Richard isn't really the main villain of that story, but I think including him would tie in nicely with when Ian was knighted as Sir Ian, Knight of Jaffa. You could always imagine they use a clip of Elakia from the cliffhanger for episode 3 instead though. Once Ian has remembered the Doctor, there would then be the question of how regeneration would be touched on, as obviously Ian has only ever known William Hartnell's first Doctor previously, so he might have been a bit confused as to how he and the 5th Doctor could be the same person. Then again, it could be revealed that Ian already knew about regeneration, thanks to the 1977 events of Mordrin Undead, where Mordrin pretends to be the Doctor for a bit. Ian's 1977 self might be a bit confused when Mordrin mentions regeneration, but Nyssa and Tegan would be able to explain it to him. Or alternatively, we could just have the Fifth Doctor explain it to Ian in 1983, once he's remembered his time with the First Doctor. I also think it would be funny if the Fifth Doctor kept getting Ian's last name wrong, just like the First did, with Ian correcting him. Although maybe Five gets it right at the end and reveals that he was merely teasing Ian. In terms of how Ian's return in Mordrin Undead would affect the Five Doctors, I could still imagine the Brigadier returning for the latter, and being paired up with Patrick Troughton's Second Doctor, although it would be great if he had a bit more time with John Pertwee's Third Doctor, due to him being the main Doctor that interacted with the Brig. So this would be the Brig's first and probably only meeting with the Fifth Doctor, Tegan and Turlough. Perhaps if William Russell was still available when it came time to film the Five Doctors, he could appear alongside Richard Hurndall's First Doctor. So there could be a sort of reunion with Juan and Ian, although not a proper one due to William Hartnell having sadly passed away 8 years beforehand. We could maybe go one step further and have Jacqueline Hill return as Barbara, as well as Caroline Ford as Susan. So then we could have a sort of reunion for the original TARDIS crew in full, although I don't think this is very likely to happen, as not only would it be a potential logistical nightmare in terms of sorting out days when they'd all be available, but also because the intention for the Five Doctors was that each Doctor would get just one companion, which is probably for the best, as the Five Doctors had enough characters as it is in our timeline. Another option would be to have Ian ring Barbara up at the end of the alternate Mordrin Undead, so as to let her know that he'd met the Doctor again. This could see Jacqueline Hill reprise her role then, or we could just see Ian's side of the conversation, with him just saying her name so that we know who he's talking to. But yeah, that's kind of it for this scenario really. The story would still be set in the years 1977 and 1983, because J&T really wanted to use the Silver Jubilee for one of the time zones for some reason. I should mention that in our timeline, Ian Chesterton and the Brigadier weren't the only past companions that were considered to return for Mordrin Undead. After William Russell had proved to be unavailable, and before the Brig was considered, the production team had considered having Ian Marter return as Harry Sullivan for the story. If that had happened, then, well, it wouldn't be too different to what I said could have happened if William Russell had returned, although the unit dating controversy would be inserted back into the story if Harry had indeed returned, and perhaps Ian Marter could have returned for the Five Doctors as well, and we might, that being the key word here, have been able to get a reunion of the Fourth Doctor, Sarah Jane and Harry, if Tom Baker had also managed to return for the story. Although as nice as it would have been to see that TARDIS team together again, I think we're really starting to stretch the credibility of any of this happening now, even if that would have been the only chance for it to happen, given that Ian Marter would sadly pass away just a few years later in 1986. But anyway, I think it's fair to say that it was a real shame that William Russell wasn't able to return for Mordrin Undead. The story was so clearly written with him in mind, and there wouldn't have been any concerns over how the story fits into the show's previous continuity if he had been in it. But more importantly, it would have meant that the show would have truly respected its very beginnings for its 20th anniversary. And I don't just mean that because William Russell just so happens to be there at the beginning. No, I mean it as in how much of an important role he had back then. During a time when the Doctor was played by someone who just couldn't do all that many demanding stunts and action scenes, it was up to William Russell's Ian Chesterton to play the show's action hero role. And yet it would be disingenuous to say that this is the only role Ian had. He was a capable scientist in his own right, often conversing with William Hartnell's first Doctor about how scientifically impossible he thought something was. William Russell also interjected a lot of wit and humour into Ian, and Ian, along with Barbara, could very well be responsible for changing the Doctor as a character, from a crotchety old traveller who didn't want anything to do with anyone to a more sweet-natured and moral leading character. It was thanks to Ian and Barbara that the Doctor truly became the hero that we all know and love today. Ian Chesterton was a truly wonderful and important character within the show's wider history, and that wouldn't have been possible without William Russell's talented and brilliant performance. He really helped to mould the show into something that continues to entertain viewers over 60 years later. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2023. Doctor Who is celebrating its 60th anniversary. While there isn't a full series during this year, the show does get some specials towards the end of the year, most of which are to celebrate this anniversary, with David Tennant returning to the show as the new 14th incarnation of the Doctor, with Catherine Tate returning alongside him as Donna Noble. The year then ends with the introduction of a completely new 15th Doctor, played by Unshuti Gatwa, with the return of the show's Christmas specials. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, it had been the 13th Doctor that had led the 60th instead of the 14th? What if Jodie Whittaker had stayed for the 60th specials? Now, I should say that this scenario isn't really based in any sort of reality. It's merely continuing my series of what if scenarios, imagining each Doctor staying on for another year or so. I also have many of you to thank for this idea, as this has been one of the most requested scenarios. I know you've been waiting a long time for this one, and I hope it's worth the wait for you all. So how would this scenario come about? Well, Jodie would still have made her free series and out pact with Chris Chibnall, but perhaps Russell would convince Jodie to stay on, so that he wouldn't have to try and introduce a new Doctor during an anniversary year. This was most likely one of the reasons why he decided to bring David Tennant back for the 60th specials, rather than start off with Unshuti. And there was also Unshuti's busy schedule at the time to take into account, of course. Russell would reason that he felt like 13's story wasn't done just yet, especially in regards to how she tries to emotionally deal with everything that she's gone through. Seeing Gallifrey get destroyed again, the Timeless Child revelation, the Flux wiping out half of the universe, as well as undergoing a forced regeneration at the hands of the Master. There is one slight issue with Jodie staying on for the 60th, and that is that Jodie Whittaker was actually pregnant at the time the 60th anniversary specials were filmed. You see, she was already in the early stages of pregnancy when she filmed The Power of the Doctor from September to October 2021, meaning that she would be at least pretty heavily pregnant by the time filming on the 60th specials started in May 2022. She might have even given birth by then, and so might need to be on maternity leave for some time. Now, they could possibly work around it by working it into a storyline, perhaps, but I don't know how the Doctor being pregnant would go down with fans and viewers. They could delay filming on the specials to give Jodie some time to spend with her newborn, but it could have a knock-on effect on when the following Season 1, aka Series 14, would be filmed, and it could have an impact on how much time could be spent on the post-production. But I think it's the only real ethical answer, unless they can perhaps start filming not too long after filming has wrapped on The Power of the Doctor. This would certainly be a very unusual step, as it would mean that the specials would all have to be lumped together, even though they would be under the leadership of two very different showrunners. I don't know how likely such a thing would happen within the modern world of TV production either. So I'll let you all decide in the comments below whether them doing it earlier or later would work best. Another issue with this scenario, as if there weren't enough already, is that Russell T Davies was only brought back as showrunner after he'd sent an email to the BBC high-ups to let them know that both David Tennant and Catherine Tate were interested in returning to the show. So taking that into account, I'm not sure how likely it is that he would have returned as showrunner if Jodie Whittaker had stayed on for a bit longer, instead of David Tennant returning. Of course, it could be possible that we could have had both Whittaker and Tennant back for the 60th anniversary specials, and perhaps that could serve as the basis for some type of multi-Doctor story or mini story arc flowing through the three 60th specials. But anyway, let's actually move on to how this timeline would affect the specials themselves now. We'll just imagine that all of the stuff I've just mentioned doesn't affect how the specials turn out. So let's start off with The Power of the Doctor. How many changes would we need to make to it now that it won't be Jodie's final story? Well, not that many actually. We could still have it play out more or less the same for most of its 90-minute runtime, but the very end would have to be altered somewhat. 13 and Yaz would still make their goodbyes, as 13 would still be on the cusp of regenerating. But now when we get to the regeneration scene on Durdle Door, something would go wrong. 13 wouldn't change her face at all, and would be left confused, as would the audience. She would then mimic 14's reaction to returning to an old face and feel her features, realising that she hasn't changed. She would then dramatically exclaim, "What? What? What?" just like 14 did. 13 would then go looking for some answers. I don't know if the Liberation of the Daleks DWM comic would still exist in this alternate timeline, as it was clearly created to serve as the 14th Doctor's first chronological story, and there would obviously be no need for that with 13 staying on. We could have still had some DWM comics picking up where the alternate power of the Doctor left off though. We probably would have still had the Destination Skaro Children in Need minisode, just obviously now with 13 instead of 14. Now there's a few ways I could see the 60th anniversary specials going, so let's split this video up into a few different scenarios so that we can go through each of them one by one. Timeline 1. 13 gets reunited with Donna. This is a pretty boring scenario when compared to the others, hence why I thought I'd get it out of the way with first. This timeline would basically be more or less the same as what we got in our timeline. The only real difference is that the 13th Doctor would lead the 60th specials, rather than the 14th. Everything else, however, would stay the same. The Doctor would still be reunited with Donna. Due to 13 obviously having a different face to 10 or 14, Donna wouldn't recognise and remember the Doctor in the same way that she did in our timeline. Perhaps it would take her a bit longer, but would be triggered by hearing Rose or Shirley call 13 the Doctor. But yeah, beyond that, the overall course of the specials would stay the same. Perhaps, depending on when exactly this timeline specials would be filmed, Jodie would still bi-generate into Unshuti Gatwa, and then 13 would put her feet up and spend some time with Donna and her family, just like 14 did. The whole theme of the Doctor staggering along and running merely on fumes throughout the specials might work a bit better with 13, as she would be an already established incarnation who had gone through a lot during her now 6-year tenure, as opposed to 14, who's supposed to still be a few hours or days old. But yeah, there just isn't much else to say with this timeline. I would just be playing it far too safe and not being imaginative enough if I'd decided to go with just this. So here's some other, more interesting options. Timeline 2. 13 and Yaz are reunited. Instead of Donna being the companion for the 60th specials, how about Yaz? This timeline would basically see the continuation of the Phasmin story arc. We might have to rewrite the ending of the Power of the Doctor a bit more so that 13 and Yaz don't say goodbye to each other. Or we could just keep it as it is anyway and merely have them reunite somehow during the course of this timeline's Star Beast. Regardless, Russell would structure this timeline specials to centre on 13 and Yaz being essentially on borrowed time. 13's body would still be in the process of regenerating, but would be either slowed down or halted partway through, leaving 13 feeling pretty lightheaded. If Yaz is still there with her at the end of this timeline's Power of the Doctor, then I could imagine she helps 13 get back into the TARDIS after she nearly collapses from exhaustion. If not, 13 would manage to last long enough for her to land the TARDIS at the beginning of the alternate Star Beast. She then staggers out into the alleyway and falls to the floor unconscious. Rose and Donna would find her unconscious body and take 13 to the local hospital. While she's there recovering, Yaz would infiltrate the hospital and pose as the doctor's nurse. It would be revealed that she was now working for UNIT and had been sent to the hospital after she and Kate Stewart had heard reports of a female patient with 2 hearts being admitted to there. Either way, Yaz would nurse 13 back to relatively good enough health, and we would then continue with the Star Beast story from there. The Meep spaceship would still crash to Earth. Rose would still discover the Meep after she'd nipped back home with her mum to put her boxes of stuff for her soft toys in her shed. The Doctor would see the reports of the Meep's crash ship on the news and would convince Yaz to let her go and investigate, although Yaz would insist on coming with her. Donna's memory would be triggered by hearing Yaz say the Doctor's name all the time. Yes, I know I use a similar idea for the previous timeline, but don't worry about it. Donna would die at the end of this alternate Star Beast after her memory gets triggered and brought back. And this would then kind of teach Yaz a very important lesson about just how dangerous travelling with the Doctor can be, and what could potentially happen to her if she's not more careful. And so Yaz starts to question whether she really should still be travelling with the Doctor, which leads into this timeline's alternate Wild Blue Yonder. Some more stuff gets touched on in terms of how much the 13th Doctor has kept Yaz out of the loop, with stuff like the Timeless Child, Gallifrey's destruction, and just, well, everything really. 13 would initially tell Yaz's not Finn duplicate everything, when she thought that it was the real Yaz. She would do this in a rare moment of strength, knowing that she needed to finally get it all off her chest. She would later tell the real Yaz about it all towards the end. Yaz would be shocked by how much the Doctor had kept from her, and would ask why she hadn't told her sooner. The Doctor would explain that she was the type of person who liked to handle things herself, and not burden her friends with all of her secrets and issues. Yaz would tell her that after everything they've been through together, she didn't have to worry about being a burden. Whatever the issue is, they will face it together. But this does make Yaz wonder what else the Doctor could be keeping secret from her. And then for this timeline's giggle, I can't really imagine much changing. I think the Doctor would still come face to face with the Toymaker, and the general storyline would still play out more or less the same. When the Toymaker taunts the Doctor by revealing what happened to many of her past companions through his puppets, Yaz would be shocked to find out that the Doctor had kept something else a secret from her. She'd thought that their relationship was based on mutual trust and honesty, but now she realises how wrong she was. Once they get back to the present day, Yaz tells the Doctor that she's had enough. She's leaving her. The Doctor pleads with Yaz to stay, as she needs her help. But Yaz is too angry to listen. She doesn't understand why the Doctor couldn't have been more open and honest with her. She says that if she had realised how dangerous travelling with the Doctor can be, she never would have joined her. The Doctor tries to explain again how she has this bad habit of keeping things to herself. She doesn't want to scare anyone off by revealing what's happened to her past friends, and it's just her natural way of dealing with so much grief and pain. But Yaz isn't having any of it, and explains that she's worried what could happen to her. She could die in some far off alien world, and her family would never know. The Doctor promises to her that she'd never let that happen, but Yaz retorts, "I bet that's what you thought with all the others." Yaz then storms off, leaving the Doctor alone in despair. The Doctor now only has Kate Stewart, Mel and the rest of UNIT to help her defeat the Toymaker. She challenges him to a game, with the game of cards having not happened in this timeline. She would suggest a game of cards, but the Toymaker has another idea, and beams with a sinister smile. He suggests a game of chess, but with a twist. He then snaps his fingers and turns himself, the Doctor, Kate, Mel, Shirley and Rose into real-life chess pieces. The Toymaker puts himself on the black side and the Doctor on the white side. He turns some UNIT soldiers into pawns for the Doctor's side, and summons some old enemies of the Doctor's to fill out the rest of the pieces on his own side. These include Daleks, Cybermen, Sontarans, Sea Devils, Ice Warriors, Weeping Angels, and Sacha Dhawan's incarnation of the Master. Yaz would also be summoned to the Doctor's side. The Doctor would be glad to see Yaz again, but Yaz would be a lot more reserved, and make it clear that once she'd helped the Doctor defeat the Toymaker, she wanted nothing more to do with her. The Doctor said that she understood, and they would begin their game against the Toymaker. I decided not to go with the game of catch for this timeline, as I don't think it would work if the bi-generation hadn't happened. After a lot of close calls, the Toymaker would obviously be defeated, and still imprisoned in his box. But before he is, he would reveal that he had manipulated events to ensure that Yaz would leave the Doctor, as he saw how loyal the Doctor's companions could be, and wanted to break that, so as to break the Doctor's spirits in revenge for when the Doctor destroyed his previous domain, and defeated him in a Celestial Toymaker story. The Toymaker then says that he also took advantage of the Master force regenerating the Doctor into himself, and made her keep her face. He knew this would make her weaker and easier to defeat, as the regeneration energy would be constantly trying to make her change, but to no effect. Once the Toymaker is defeated, the Doctor feels the energy starting to kick in again, and makes her farewells to Kate and Mel, before apologising to Yaz. She admits that she shouldn't have kept Yaz in the dark about so much. She should have confided in her more, especially given how long they've known each other. Yaz softens and is happy to hear the Doctor's apology, and admits that she should have been more understanding. The Doctor then takes Yaz on one last trip. This would be the same as their ice cream moment at the end of The Power of the Doctor. They then kiss before the Doctor drops Yaz off back on modern day Earth. The Doctor then gives into the energy, and her resulting regeneration explodes everywhere in the TARDIS, destroying the console room. The TARDIS then spirals out of control and crashes back to Earth. Think of the end of time into the 11th hour. Jodie regenerates into Unshuti, who is now obviously 14, and then maybe the TARDIS crashes all the way to Ruby Road in 2004 or wherever. Then we pick things up with the church on Ruby Road. So yeah, a lot more interesting than the first timeline, I would argue. I think this would all really help to tie a neat little bow in the whole Phasmin arc, and would force 13 to face the consequences of her keeping so many secrets from her friends. But I do have one more timeline in mind, and that is Timeline 3. 13 travels with both Donna and Yaz. You could argue that this third timeline would be a slight mix of the previous two. Instead of just having 13 travel with either Yaz or Donna, why not have her travel with both? And since I mainly explored the idea that Yaz still leaves the Doctor in the previous timeline, how about I focus on the idea that she sticks around at the end of the Power of the Doctor for this one. So 13's regeneration would still go wrong. She'd still find herself with the same face. Yaz would help the Doctor get back into the TARDIS after she almost collapses from exhaustion, due to the regeneration energy still trying to begin the process inside her body. Yaz would pilot the TARDIS to their next destination, intending for it to be some kind of hospital that could possibly try and cure the Doctor's condition, but the TARDIS would land in modern day London instead, right next to where Donna and her daughter Rose are, and then 13 would collapse when she and Yaz run into them, leading Donna to offer to take her to a hospital. But Yaz says that isn't a good idea, and asks if it would be okay to take the Doctor to Donna's house instead, which Donna reluctantly agrees to. She doesn't remember who the Doctor is yet at this point, of course. The Doctor would then spend some time lying down on the sofa in Donna's living room, whilst Donna asks Yaz some questions. Sylvia comes in and asks what is going on. Yaz introduces herself and the Doctor, which causes Sylvia to react a little bit, but in so a way that Yaz notices but Donna doesn't. Yaz frowns at Sylvia and is about to ask her if she knows the Doctor, when Sylvia shushes her and tells her to come into the kitchen with her. Once there, Sylvia then explains to Yaz how she knows the Doctor, although she isn't too sure if the Doctor that she knew is the same one as the one that Yaz came in with, due to 13 obviously looking very different to 10. Sylvia then explains why she didn't want Donna to notice her reaction to hearing the Doctor's name, and what exactly happened to Donna. Yaz is shocked to hear about all of it, and it causes her to wonder whether anything bad could one day happen to her if she were to continue travelling with the Doctor. 13 would eventually come round, perhaps once again spurred into action after overhearing some news reports about the Meep's crashed spaceship, and the rest of the Star Beast would play out the same as it did in our timeline. Donna wouldn't die in this third scenario, and the whole meta-crisis situation would still be resolved by her daughter Rose inheriting some of it as well. Donna would then still want to go and see her granddad Wilf and ask the Doctor and Yaz to come along. They agree, and the three of them decide to do it in the TARDIS, which would then obviously still lead into Wild Blue Yonder. This could then be a chance for Yaz and Donna to get to know each other a bit more and compare notes a bit. Donna would confide in Yaz how much she struggled with the meta-crisis, and how awful it was that she forgot everything about her best friend, the Doctor. But after seeing how Yaz reacts, Donna tries to reassure her by talking about all the wonderful things she did with the Doctor, and how the Doctor still ultimately saved her. But Yaz would still ponder about her own future with the Doctor, and whether she will suffer a similar fate to what Donna did, or something even worse. Things would then come to a head in this timeline's version of the Giggle. 13 and Yaz would still have their massive fallout, after Yaz decides to pack it in with the Doctor, worrying that something bad is going to happen to her one day and that her family might never know what had happened to her. Once Yaz has stormed off, 13 and Donna are left to try and defeat the Toymaker. But for this third scenario, I would have the bi-generation still happen, with it still happening in the exact same way when the Toymaker fires his galvanic beam at the Doctor. 13 would bi-generate into Unshuti, and Yaz would run back up after she realises how her place is still at the Doctor's side. The two Doctors then still challenge the Toymaker to that strange game of catch, which the Toymaker still loses. Unshuti's 14th Doctor then uses the Toymaker's mallet to give himself and 13 their own TARDIS each, even though they're still the same TARDIS technically speaking, just from different points in its own timeline. 13 and Yaz then decide to settle down and chill out with both Donna's family and Yaz's. 13 is able to get the therapy and rest that 14, Donna and Yaz convinced her to undergo, and 13 and Yaz still have their kiss once they're left alone in 13's back garden. And then the show would continue with Unshuti's 14th Doctor meeting Ruby in the church on Ruby Road and travelling with her in the subsequent series. But those are just 3 scenarios that I came up with for this What If. I'm sure you will all have your own ideas of what could have happened, so please tell me them in the comments section below. I think it's pretty likely that if Jodie Whittaker stayed on for a bit longer, then so too would Mandip Gill. But since David Tennant wouldn't return to play the main Doctor for any of these 3 timelines, it might call into question whether Catherine Tate would have even returned, as the reason why both Tennant and Tate came back was because they both wanted to return to the show and do it together again. But yeah, so having Jodie Whittaker stay on for the 60th anniversary specials could have been really interesting, but as I touched on earlier, they would have had to film them at a different time, either back to back with the Power of the Doctor in late 2021, or wait until Jodie had recovered from giving birth in late 2022 or early 2023. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have been possible. But even then, the likelihood that Russell T Davies would have still returned as the showrunner and Catherine Tate would have still returned as Donna is a bit dubious. Russell has only returned after the BBC had asked him to, in response to him letting them know about David Tennant's and Catherine Tate's desire to return to the show. And would Catherine Tate still want to return without her friend David Tennant? I'm not too sure. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Jodie Whittaker had stayed for the 60th anniversary specials. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,215 subscribers as of the time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do a Q&A where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below if you want to, of course. And I shall see you all in another video. And you can now join a What If Discord server where you can talk about not just your own suggestions for what if scenarios, but also anything else Doctor Who related. You can find a link to it in a pinned comment below, but only join if you want to. Please don't feel like you have to. So until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2017. It's the end of an era as both 12th Doctor Peter Capaldi and showrunner Stephen Moffat decide to move on to other things. Moffat's departure has been known since the previous year, with Chris Chibnall having already been announced as his successor. But things seemed a bit uncertain as to whether or not Capaldi would go with Moffat, as he doesn't make his decision public until late January. But yes, he does ultimately decide to leave at the end of the year, along with Moffat. Series 10 then serves as the final part of both Peter Capaldi's and Stephen Moffat's eras, as the Doctor and showrunner respectively. There's a slight soft reboot style to it, with the series harkening back to previous companion introductions when it introduces brand new companion Bill Potts, played by Pearl Mackie. The series is made up of a whole variety of episodes, from sentient puddles and emoji speaking robots to the dark evils of space capitalism and alien propaganda rewriting history. There's a fair share of old enemies returning as well, from Daleks and briefly Movellans to the Ice Warriors and the Cybermen. There's even the return of not just one but two incarnations of the Master in the action-packed and emotional series finale. But the Master wasn't the only Gallifreyan villain that was supposed to make their return in this series. Originally, the meddling monk from the William Hartnell era was also set to come back, in a truly bonkers story by Peter Harness. Harness had submitted the story idea, called How the Monk Had Got His Habit, shortly after he'd finished work on the previous series' Zygon two-parter, the Zygon Invasion / the Zygon Inversion. He'd even started speculating on who to cast for the monk, with him thinking that actor and comedian Matt Berry would have been perfect for the part. However, for one reason or another, this story unfortunately never came to pass, and so it joins the countless amounts of unmade stories the Doctor Who has had over the years. But all of this begs a question. What if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, that hadn't have been the end for this storyline? What if How the Monk Got His Habit had been made? Now, I should start this off by admitting that I actually got some details for this unmade story wrong. Originally, I had thought that it had been intended to be part of Series 9, which is why when I asked my friend Billy Bob to design the thumbnail for this video, I asked for Clara to be included. I had then shared this version thinking that I'd got everything right, but when I was searching for more information on it for this video script, I realised that I had in fact got things wrong. It would have most likely been part of Series 10 if it had indeed been made. I had got confused due to reading about how Peter Harness had submitted the idea after he'd finished work on the Zygon Invasion / the Zygon Inversion, and for some bizarre reason I took that to mean that it would have been a Series 9 story. So yeah, I do have to apologise for all of that. It really wasn't my intention to mislead or confuse anyone. I just made an honest mistake and didn't realise until I had shared the thumbnail publicly. But as you can see, it's all fixed now, and I will stick with the idea that the story was meant for Series 10 for the rest of this video. Anyway, now I know that not all of you will necessarily know the plot details for how the monk got his habit, so let me explain what it would have all been about. The whole episode would have essentially served as a sort of origin story for the monk. We would meet him at a very early point in his personal timeline, earlier than his previous TV appearances in both The Time Meddler and The Daleks' Master Plan. We would start things off with a cold open where we see the monk in his TARDIS. He's listening to some disco records. The song Rasputin by Boney M comes along and inspires the monk to go back in time and gets the real Rasputin to listen to the song. He then does precisely that, causing Rasputin to completely lose his sanity. This changes history, preventing the Russian Revolution from ever happening, and completely messing up the whole trajectory of human history. The monk is horrified at the mess he's made, and phones the doctor up saying, "I've made a terrible mistake." The opening titles would then play, and we would then get back to the rest of the episode. It turns out that the monk has contacted the wrong doctor. He meant to ring his contemporary, the first doctor, but he ends up meeting the 12th doctor instead. The 12th Doctor, monk, and the Doctor's companion presumably would have been built if it had been made as part of Series 10, then set out to try and fix the whole mess. But they realise that it's impossible to return the real Rasputin to normal. The monk is eventually forced to regenerate into Rasputin's form, and then act out the rest of Rasputin's correct timeline, so that history can take its proper course. The Doctor then departs, knowing that the monk's new Mad Monk role will rub off on him, and cause him to become the villain that he would later fight against. So yeah, I really wasn't joking when I called the story bonkers earlier on, but I mean that in a good way. The more and more I hear about this storyline, the more I think of how utterly robbed we were that it never got made. I think it would have made for an incredibly funny and crazy story, and I could imagine that if Harness got his wish to have Matt Berry play the monk, that would have been dialed up even further, and we would have something almost like a modern City of Death in some ways. So I wouldn't have it changed in any way for this what if scenario. Since I'm not too sure why it's never got made, I don't really know what would have to change so that it could be produced for this alternate timeline. We'll just imagine that Stephen Moffat really liked the idea or something. But if it had been part of Series 10, then where exactly could it fit into that series? Well, it could either go towards the beginning or the end. If it were to go at the beginning of the series, then perhaps it could take the place of Knock Knock. Not that I'm saying I don't like that episode, but it might be good to have something a lot more serious, like Thin Ice, be succeeded by something much more light-hearted, like How the Monk Got His Habit, or it could go after Oxygen instead, and one of the Monk Trilogy episodes gets taken out to accommodate it, and again it could serve as a much needed lighter story after the deep political satire of Oxygen, and before that kind of continues, with the Monk Trilogy episodes. Alternatively, if it were to go towards the end of the series, perhaps it could replace the Eaters of Light and be slotted into air after Empress of Mars. So then it would be almost like the last normal kind of run-of-the-mill adventure for 12 Bill and Nardole, before things come to a heartbreaking end with World Enough in Time / The Doctor Falls. And since it would air after Missy helps to rescue the Doctor and Bill in Empress of Mars, she could also factor into it in a small way, perhaps having a slight witty tete-a-tete moment with the monk, and her apparent redemption could be continued in a small way in how the monk got his habit as well, perhaps. I completely agree with Peter Harness that Matt Berry would have been a great pick to play the monk, and according to a quick look at his filmography on Wikipedia, he might very well have been available to film the episode in 2016, since Series 10 was filmed about a year before it actually aired, and he is a Doctor Who fan himself, having created his own take on the original version of the theme for one of his music albums back in 2018. If he hadn't have been available for whatever reason though, then perhaps Rufus Hound could have been a good replacement. He has played the monk for Big Finish after all, although if he were to have appeared in this story, his place in the monk's personal timeline might have needed to have been rewritten a bit in the audios he would go on to appear in after 2017. If How the Monk Got His Habit had been made, then it would have a knock-on effect on the power of the Doctor. After all, that would also see a Time Lord's enemy of the Doctor's pretend to be Rasputin, and would even still feature Boney M's Rasputin song in a memorable moment where Sajid Harwan's master dances to it. We could just have that bit of the episode removed, as it wasn't fully explained why the Master chose to disguise himself as Rasputin in particular anyway, even though I did find that dancing scene really funny. Or it could be that the Master embarks on a similar scheme at some other point in Earth's history, and disguises as another historical figure instead. Perhaps he pretends to be Napoleon Bonaparte and dances to ABBA's Waterloo instead. But beyond all of that, I don't think there's too much else to say really. I would have loved to have seen How the Monk Got His Habit get made, and even though most of Series 10 was fairly dark and serious in terms of its themes and ideas, it might have been nice to get a much needed breath of fresh air with a much lighter and funnier episode. There are quite a few places where How the Monk Got His Habit could have slotted into the series, so please tell me below which spot you think it would have best fitted, and which story it would have had to replace. How the Monk Got His Habit might sound like a pretty fan service heavy episode, but it's worth remembering that the show did quite a lot of that during the Capaldi era, from having a Series 9 opener based entirely around one line from Genesis of the Daleks, and full of old Dalek designs to make up for the lack of them in Series 7's Asylum of the Daleks, to a massive, earth-shattering Series 10 finale, featuring the original Mondasian Cybermen, as well as a few other cyber designs, which also served as the first and currently only multi-master TV story. Hell, we even had David Bradley as the first Doctor in the very next episode after that. So having a character like the Meddling Monk return would be very in keeping with the way the show was at the time. I should mention that How the Monk Got His Habit isn't the only storyline that saw a returning villain that Peter Harness submitted for consideration. He also thought up a return for the Mara last seen during Peter Davison's era. This was an idea he came up with after finishing work on Series 8's Kill the Moon, although I don't think there's all that many details for this idea, as opposed to how many there are for how the monk got his habit. Another thing to note is that Peter Harness would later release a short story acting as the opening of a supposedly abandoned novelisation of how the monk got his habit. This was for the Doctor Who Lockdown tweet-along for the Zygon Invasion / the Zygon Inversion on Twitter. I tried to have a look at it, but the link for it that was on the TARDIS wiki page wouldn't work for me for some reason. But anyway, so there's my take on what if how the monk got his habit had been made. But what did you think? Did you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,293 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do a Q&A, where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2024. After a few 60th anniversary specials aired the previous year, it's finally time to truly begin a new era for the show. Ncuti Gatwa takes over the parts of the Doctor from David Tennant, who had come back to the role for the aforementioned 60th specials. The reason why Tennant had come back was because showrunner Russell T Davies knew how much he and Catherine Tate wanted to return to the show, and he also knew how unfair it would be to have Ncuti's first year during such a big anniversary year. It would also give Ncuti some more time to work on both the final season of Netflix series Sex Education and the Barbie film. But eventually, filming would begin on Ncuti's first series. It would start with the Doctorless 73 Yards and Dot and Bubble episodes in late December 2022 to early January 2023, and would then end with the two-part series finale, The Legends of Ruby Sunday / Empire of Death. The series, known officially as Season 1, but also called Series 14 or Season 40 among fans, would then go on to air from the 11th of May to the 22nd of June 2024, and there would be a Christmas special, The Church on Ruby Road, that would air a few months earlier on the 25th December 2023. Reception to this season would be fairly mixed among the show's fans, but it would still usher in a new start for the show, with it now being distributed to a much wider and more international audience on Disney+. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the season hadn't have been such a fresh start for the show? What if, instead of the 15th Doctor lead-in, the 14th had? What if David Tennant had stayed for Season 1 / Series 14? Now, this scenario is another one that isn't really based in any sort of reality. I merely wanted to continue my series of what ifs, imagining each Doctor staying on for another year. And so, here we are. But how exactly would this alternate timeline come about? Well, here's my best attempt at it. I think due to Unshooty's busy schedule at the time of filming, perhaps Russell and co decide to give him even more time to concentrate on his other projects, and to have David Tennant stay on for season 1. Tennant's schedule at the time of filming would actually be pretty free, from what little I could find online anyway. Now, I know this might not make that much sense, as obviously they didn't decide to do this in our timeline, and if they were that concerned about Unshooty's availability, then why would they cast him in the first place? But let's just go with it for the sake of this scenario. So now we come to the matter of 14's supposed happy ending with Donna and her family at the end of the giggle. Obviously this would no longer happen in this scenario. There would need to be a pretty good reason why 14 would continue travelling in his TARDIS. I think what would have most likely happened would be that either Donna or a member of her family dies during the course of the giggle. If it was Donna, then it would probably be more or less the same situation as what I had detailed in my Jodie 60th specials What If. Donna would regain her memory of the Doctor in the Star Beast, but at the cost of her life. She would manage to hang on to life for a while, but would be practically already at death's door. 14 would spend the rest of the 60th specials travelling through time and space, trying to find something that might save his best friend. Perhaps Donna's daughter Rose would join him, as she'd want to do whatever she could to save her mum. But obviously Donna would still die, with 14 and Rose either not finding anything or not getting back in time to save her. But since I've already used that idea in a past video, let's try something new. Let's say that during the riots in the giggle, Donna's family come looking for her and 14. They get caught up in all the disorder, and Rose is accidentally killed. I don't mean to offend anyone with this, by the way, I just think it would make sense for a member of Donna's family to die, as it would have to be something pretty traumatic to prevent 14 from settling down with Donna and her family. 14 would blame himself for Rose's death, even though Donna and Sean would try to reassure him that it wasn't his fault. They would tell him that they weren't angry with him about it, as it was the toy maker's fault for causing the rioting through the giggle in the first place. Sylvia would be a bit more annoyed with the Doctor, but even she would eventually admit that it wasn't really his fault. She would say to the Doctor though that he brought death and misery to everyone he met, in a moment of anger before she realised that it wasn't his fault. But the Doctor would see how upset Sean, Donna and Sylvia were and would hurry off, not wanting to stick around to be reminded of what he felt was his fault. He would break down inside the TARDIS with another tragic event now hanging on his shoulders. The bi-generation would also have to not happen so that this scenario can make sense. So we'll reuse my game of chess idea from the aforementioned Jodie 60th What If video. That being that the Doctor and co all get turned into chess pieces by the toy maker, with him then doing the same to himself as well as some other old enemies of the Doctor's, such as Daleks, Cybermen, Ice Warriors and Sontarans. The Doctor's side would obviously win, with the toy maker then being defeated and still forced into his box. And after all of this is when Sean would run up to tell Donna and the Doctor about Rosa's death, just as they're celebrating the Toymaker's defeat. We then come to the church on Ruby Road, which will have to be fairly different in some ways to what we got in our timeline. Ruby wouldn't first meet the Doctor in a club. She'd probably meet him for the first time on the rooftop, when she climbs onto the ladder leading to the Goblins' ship. In order to make this work, the episode would probably be best off focusing more on Ruby and her family and friends for the first part of its runtime, so we don't even see anything of the Doctor until that rooftop scene. I know Russell wrote that club scene in so as to pay tribute to how he first met his late husband, but I don't think it would make much sense for 14 to be dancing like 15 did, given that he would be in a pretty dour and depressed mood. 14 and Ruby would then find themselves on the Goblin ship, with the Doctor still using his intelligent gloves on the ladder. The Goblin son would still be in the episode, although 14 would be much more reluctant to join in. Ruby would have to convince him to do so that they have enough time to figure out where the Master Knot is and escape. But the rest of the episode would be more or less the same. 14 would probably get even more angry and vengeful when the Goblins go back in time to erase Ruby from the timeline, but the Goblins would still be defeated in the same way. Ruby would still decide to travel with the Doctor, with her perhaps seeing how emotionally wrecked 14 is, and thinking that he needed someone to help cheer him up. Space Babies would play out mostly the same as it did for us, but I could imagine it being a bit less goofy, so as to reflect 14's less positive mood and behaviour, and also I could imagine 14 being much more reluctant to let Ruby travel with him, due to still feeling guilty for Rosa's death. The same would be the case for the Devil's Cord as well, that being that it would be mostly the same as it was in our timeline. David Tennant would no doubt act his socks off in Boom, just as much as Unshuti Gatwa did in our timeline. But then we come to the matter of 73 yards. Since it was pretty Doctor Light, due to Unshuti being busy filming other stuff at the time it was being filmed, we would have to change it a fair amount if Tennant had stayed on. As I said earlier, Tennant's schedule wouldn't have had such difficulties, as far as I know anyway, and so there would no longer be any need for the episodes to not feature the Doctor that much. What we could instead have is an episode solely focusing on Roger Ap Williams' rise and then fall from power in 2046. I think the title of Albion would work for this episode. This would probably make the 2046 scenes in Empire of Death make more sense, as we would now be revisiting a location that we know the Doctor and Ruby had previously been to, rather than having the Doctor refer to an off-screen solo adventure. Dot and Bubble would also need to be pretty different, as obviously there could no longer be the same racist element with 14 being white. Perhaps it could be a commentary on the generational divide, with Lindy Pepperbean and the others refusing to listen to the Doctor because he looks a lot older than them. But I don't know if it would be quite as powerful and effective a message as the racism one was in our timeline. Rogue would still play out the exact same as it did in our timeline, and so would the majority of the two-part finale, The Legends of Ruby Sunday / Empire of Death, although I think it would be good if Donna were to return in that finale, so that she and 14 can spend some time having a chat about Rosa's death, and for her to comfort him about it some more. But there would obviously be the matter of how 14 would regenerate into 15 to deal with. I think it would make sense if it had something to do with Sutek. Perhaps Sutek fires his I-beam fin at 14 just before he dies in the time vortex. This causes 14 to stagger back into the TARDIS and collapse to the floor. Ruby rushes over to his side and asks if he's alright. 14 shakes his head and manages to get back up with Ruby's help. He looks at his hands, which glow with that familiar regeneration energy. The Doctor decides to still take Ruby back to Unit HQ. Once he steps outside, Kate and the rest of her unit team can tell what's wrong. Donna and Mel rush over to the Doctor's side, with Ruby on the other. 14 makes his final goodbyes to them all, and then says his final words, Allons-y. Tenant 14 would then regenerate into Unshute's 15. The whole process would be the usual one for regeneration, with there being no bi-generation. I say this because I don't think it would work very well in this context, even if it's very likely that Russell would have still come up with the idea, really. This would obviously be the first we see of Unshooty, due to there being no bi-generation in this universe's Giggle. 15 would then need some time to recover due to some slight post-regenerative trauma, but he would have settled into his new body fairly quickly, so that he can then take Ruby to meet her biological mum, Louise, with units still being able to track Louise down through a DNA sample, and with her still being an ordinary woman. Ruby would then still leave the Doctor so that she could find out more about her biological parents, and meet her biological father, William. And then things would play out more or less the same as they will do in our timeline. Joy to the World will now be Unshooty's first full episode, with Season 2, aka Series 15, acting as his first season. 15 would still meet Joy and then Belinda, and I'm sure Ruby would still factor into Season 2 in the same way that she will in our timeline. And that's kind of that for this scenario, really. Obviously, the bonds that 14 would have with Ruby would be very different to what 15 had with her. It would be much more of an almost father and daughter type of relationship, rather than the two of them being best mates. I mean, they'd still be best mates, but not quite in the same way anyway. I say this because David Tennant would be older than Millie Gibson or Unshooty. Ruby would also help 14 to see the lighter side of things again, and to emotionally heal from not just Rosa's death, but also everything else he'd been through. The Flux destroying the universe, seeing Gallifrey get destroyed again, the Timeless Child revelation, losing Amy, Rory, Clara and Bill, and having to say goodbye to Yaz. Whilst this scenario could have been really interesting to see play out, I'm kind of glad that it didn't. I would have liked to have seen 14 get more screen time, but I wouldn't want that to come at the cost of 15's amount. And obviously David Tennant already has a full era as 10, so him getting a bit closer to having 2 by staying on for a full season might not have been all that fair. Plus, it's hard to say whether him staying on would have been all that beneficial for new viewers. They might have got confused when they found out that David Tennant had already played the Doctor at one point, and yet the season they would be watching would be officially called Season 1, as if to mark a new start. So yeah, I think it's for the best that things worked out the way they did in our timeline. But this scenario was still pretty fascinating to think about for me. But anyway, so there's my take on what if David Tennant had stayed for Season 1 / Series 14. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. Anyway, so thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,318 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do a Q&A, where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below if you want to, of course. And I now also have a What If Discord server, which you can join by clicking on the link in the pinned comment below, but only join if you want to. And I shall see you all in another video. So until next time, bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. So it's been a couple of months since Season 1, aka Series 14, finished airing. It saw the start of a great many things. It was the true start of a new era for the show, with a new Doctor and companion travelling in the TARDIS. Most of the episodes were written by returning faces, but we did get a new writing duo in the form of Kate Herron and Bryony Redman. The season would still explore pretty new concepts and ideas for the show. The season would continue the more fantasy themed direction returning showrunner Russell T Davies had started with the previous few specials, and there would be a lot of experimentation sprinkled throughout, with the 6th episode, Rogue, being the only one that could be considered a true, traditional type of Doctor Who episode. Season 1 would also see the debut of a new format for the show. Seasons would now be made up of 8 regular episodes, with a Christmas special. The regular episodes would now move back to the 45-minute format, but not everyone would be very happy with this new structure. Some fans, myself included, feel like the 8 episodes simply went by too fast and didn't really give us enough time to get to know the 15th Doctor and Ruby Sunday. The amount of episodes we get from each season has dramatically decreased since the show came back in 2005, with a 13 episode format. This has mostly been due to changes in the show's budget, as well as taking into account changing times within the TV industry, and restructuring the production schedules to meet deadlines and actor availability concerns. But this does raise an interesting question. What if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, we'd gotten a much longer season this year? What if Season 1 / Series 14 had 13 episodes? Now I should start off by admitting that I was inspired to make this by watching another WhoTuber's videos, specifically the excellent videos made by Josh Martin Jones, where he speculates on what if series 1 to 10 had 8 episodes, like series 14 did. I thought he did a great job with these, and it got me thinking about something a bit similar, that obviously being season 1 having 13 episodes. Now, I'm not trying to copy his work by any means, I was honestly just inspired by his stuff to make this video, but I will still give my own take on things, don't worry. I did actually comment on one of his videos about this idea, and asked if he wants to do it with me, but obviously he doesn't really know me, and he's probably pretty busy with other videos anyway. But if you are watching this, Josh, then I am still happy to remake this video with you at some point if you want to. Another thing to note is that obviously this is very unlikely to have ever happened. As I said earlier, the way Doctor Who and other TV shows are made nowadays means that we're basically beyond the days of having 13 episodes long series, and it wouldn't make much sense for the amount of episodes Doctor Who gets every season to suddenly bounce back to 13, after it has gradually decreased during the Peter Capaldi and Jodie Whittaker eras. So this scenario is only really meant to be taken as a bit of fun, rather than anything realistic. But anyway, so how would this 13 episode version of season 1 play out? Well, here's my thoughts on it. We'd still have the Church on Ruby Road as a 2023 Christmas special. I think it does a nice job of introducing Ruby and setting up the mystery around her birth mother, while still feeling Christmassy enough, and Ncuti is given a good amount to do in his first full episode. Please note, I know that I've probably pronounced his first name a bit wrong, but I am doing my absolute best to get better at it. It's just a spelling that I'm not really, and pronunciation I should say, that I'm not personally used to, so that might be why I keep getting it wrong. The rest of this season would then be number 1, the Butterfly Effect, a new series opener replacing Space Babies. I personally don't think Space Babies is a very good introduction for a new, more international audience, so I'd move it to a later point in the season and replace it with something else. Perhaps it could be an entire episode based on the dinosaur scenes from Space Babies, although I bet this would be very expensive to make with CGI and visual effects, even with the Disney Plus money, so I think it would be best if it was still just for a few scenes. Perhaps it could be something that ties into the butterfly effects bit from those scenes. Ruby still steps on a butterfly and it still causes her to turn into a lizard person, kind of similar to the new series Silurians in some ways. The Doctor then frantically tries to figure out a way of fixing the situation, but he can't think of a solution himself. So he travels through time looking for the greatest minds in Earth's history to see if any of them can help him. He meets people like Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Aristotle, and his old friend Leonardo da Vinci, but none of them are sure what he should do. He tries to contact his past self, David Tennant's 14th Doctor, but he's away on a joyride with Donna in his TARDIS. So Donna's daughter Rose answers and suggests 15 use some regeneration energy to bring the butterfly back to life. 15 is reluctant to believe that this could be the answer, as he thinks it's too simple and obvious, but he eventually listens to Rose and decides to try it out anyway. To his surprise, it actually works, and brings Ruby back to her human self, although she'd be a bit annoyed and confused that the Doctor had left her on her own for so long. The Doctor then says something like, "Well, that was a bit anticlimactic," confusing Ruby even further. He then suggests they try her first trip in the TARDIS again and go somewhere else. The two of them then go back into the TARDIS and it then dematerialises, which would then mark the end of the episode. It's a bit silly and ridiculous, I know, but then so was Space Babies really, although in a very different way, and it does have a slightly Douglas Adams type of humour to it, I think. It would still make for a good first episode, as it would showcase to new viewers the endless possibilities of where the TARDIS, and by extension the show itself, can go to, and it would do so in a pretty funny way, in my personal opinion anyway. But if you have your own ideas for an alternate series opener, then please tell me them in the comments below. Number 2. Boom. Since 15 mentions how it's Ruby's first trip to an alien planet, I think it would make sense to have this as the second episode. It would play out the exact same as it did in our timeline. Number 3. Rogue. I think this could work well as Ruby's first trip to Earth's past, so that's why I've placed it so early on in the season. This episode would also be the exact same as what we got. If you don't like the idea of having two futuristic sci-fi themed episodes back to back, with my options for episode 1 and Boom being episode 2, you could always swap this and Boom around. Number 4. 73 Yards / Albion, episodes 4 to 5. Okay, let me explain my reasoning for this. I think it would be pretty good if 73 Yards was a two-parter. You see, as much as I enjoyed the version that we got, I think it was maybe trying to tackle too many ideas at once for just one episode. So by splitting its two subplots into 2 episodes, I believe that would allow both the 73 Yards and Roger Ap Gwilliam plots to be more fleshed out, especially the latter. So yeah, the first episode would deal with Ruby being followed by that old woman, and how everyone gradually turns against her, and then the second would deal with Roger Ap Gwilliam's rise and fall from power in 2046. Obviously, both subplots would need to have more stuff added to them so that they can both last 45 minutes, but I don't think this would be incredibly difficult. Number 5. Under Siege, Episode 6. After going through some truly awful events in the previous 2 episodes, Ruby asks the Doctor if they can stay at Carla's flat for a bit, until she feels better. The Doctor agrees, and they do indeed stay there for a little while, but then another member of the Pantheon of Discord shows up, called Lady Luck. As her name suggests, Lady Luck is the god of luck and fortune, and sets out to give everyone extremely bad luck, with deadly consequences. She causes Carla's flats to be attacked by some carnivorous flying monsters, with the Doctor, Ruby, Carla and Cherry having to try and stop them from getting in. Lady Luck tries to thwart their efforts by trying to cause loads of accidents and chaos throughout the flat. Eventually, the Doctor and co manage to defeat Lady Luck at her own game, using salt in Wild Blue Yonder fashion to cancel out all the bad luck and create nothing but good luck for everyone on the planet. The Doctor knows the power an old superstition like this can have on a god, and sure enough, Lady Luck is defeated and sent back in to her own dimension, but not before telling the Doctor that he shouldn't get so comfortable, as more gods will be turning up soon. Number 6. Space Babies, Episode 7. I've put this episode here as I believe it works much better as a mid-season episode rather than the opener. The only changes would be to remove the stuff with 15 and Ruby going to dinosaur times, as obviously there wouldn't be any need for that to stay in the episode, now that it wouldn't be the first one of the season. Number 7, Dot and Bubble, Episode 8, the same as what we got in our timeline. Number 8, Cyberman 2-parter, Episodes 9 to 10. I think it would make sense for the Cybermen to make an appearance in the season, just so casual viewers aren't wondering where they are. They may not be as iconic among the general public as the Daleks, but it could still happen. And whilst you could make the argument that they've been overused a lot throughout the new series, I would argue that they haven't been as much as the Daleks have. So I think them appearing in this season would be fine. As for story details, I could imagine Russell wanting to make some kind of commentary on the emergence of artificial intelligence in the real world. Perhaps AI software is set up by a human scientist to help make everyday life a lot easier for the general public. This AI comes in the form of robots who act as servants to the human race. They eventually gain sentience and rebel against their masters and turn them into a new race of Cybermen. It all sounds pretty cliche, I know, and even reminds me of the Cylons from Battlestar Galactica, but it's the best that I could come up with. If you'd rather have a very different 2-parter for this slot, or have a better idea for a Cyberman story, then please let me know in the comments below. Number 9. The Devil's Cord, Episode 11. I think this slot would work a lot better for this episode, as Maestro's comments that the one who waits, i.e. Sutek, is nearly here, would now make more sense, as would Ruby's 6-month comment. It would still be the same storyline as what we got in our timeline. Number 10, The Legends of Ruby Sunday / Empire of Death, episodes 12 to 13. This would play out the exact same as it did in our timeline. Sutek would still be revealed as the one who waits, and would still be defeated in the same way. Ruby's biological mum would still be revealed to be an ordinary woman. Ruby would still leave the Doctor so as to get to know her biological parents better. Obviously from here we'd still get Joy to the World as a 2024 Christmas special, and then season 2 aka series 15 would also be made up of 13 episodes. But since it hasn't aired yet, I can't really go into too many specifics, as I don't know for definite what type of episodes we'll get. I think if season 1 had 13 episodes, it would have worked a lot better. I personally feel like Russell was still writing like he still had that amount to work with, even though he obviously didn't. I understand though that you will no doubt have your own opinions on this, and I'm not trying to sound like my take would have been better than what we got, as obviously that would be pretty ridiculous really. But I do think season 1 having more episodes could have been really interesting to see, as I would be curious to see how a much longer season would play out, and how different it would be to what we got. But anyway, so there's my take on what if season 1 / series 14 had 13 episodes. What do you think? How many episodes do you think the season could have had? 13? 10? Or are you happy with the 8 episode format? And if you would have preferred a longer season, then what kind of story ideas do you have? Please let me know in the comments section below. And thank you to Naughty Orchids 12 and Vinny Quick for their help with this video. Anyway, so thanks for watching, hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,375 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do a Q&A, where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this. And please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And I now also have a Discord server which you can join by clicking on the link in the pinned comment, but only join if you want to. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Now this is just a short pre-ramble before the actual video to discuss a few things. First off, I want to apologise for just how long it's taken for me to get this video out. I know it's been over a month since the last What If came out, and that I first mentioned doing this video at least a couple of months before that. So yeah, it's definitely been a long time coming with this one. And the reason why is simply because it's completely got out of hand. The video, as you're about to find out, is over an hour long, which makes it the new title holder for the longest What If video I've ever made, and one of the longest videos in general that I've ever done as well. The longer and more in-depth a video is, the longer it takes to make, basically. There were lots of script revisions and last-minute additions, as well as loads of photo edits to make. If I had been purely doing this by myself, I just wouldn't have been able to cope. So I was very fortunate that some friends of mine stepped in to help out. The first 40 minutes of the video weren't even edited by me. They were edited by Billy Bob and Robbie Factor instead. People also helped with the photo edits, with Billy Bob and Robbie Factor doing some, along with Naughty Orchid 12, Red Makes Music, and Nanny Nom Noms. This video was so incredibly stressful for me, so I can't thank everyone enough for stepping in and helping me so much with it. You all really took a massive weight off my shoulders, and I'm extremely grateful for that. I should also mention something else which I'm sure some people may be wondering. Isn't this something similar to a video that fellow YouTuber Force Dalek is planning? Well, yes and no. Yes, it's true that we've both decided to do what if videos based around the idea of the Doctor's regeneration in the Stolen Earth / Journey's End, but I decided to make this video long before I'd heard anything about Forces, so there really wasn't anything intentional with it on my part. It is a what if scenario that is pretty popular and fairly often discussed among fans, so I'm not surprised that I'm not the only one who's decided to make it now. But whilst I don't really know what Force is planning with his video, I don't think it's very likely that his video and mine will be the exact same. We're different people thinking up our own ideas for this scenario, therefore we'll naturally have different takes on it, and that's absolutely fine. So please don't think I'm trying to copy anyone with this video. I can assure you that I would never even think about doing such a thing, as I don't see why I would want to. I'm not massively familiar with Force's stuff myself, but I just wanted to address that, in case any of you watching also watch his stuff, and wondered what was going on. One final thing I want to touch on is what will come next for the What Ifs, and the channel as a whole. I will be doing a separate video touching on this in more detail very soon, but suffice to say I've had to make some very difficult choices, and some videos are unfortunately going to have to be pushed back to next year. But this doesn't mean that this will be the last What If for this year or anything like that, as I still have others that I want to try and get through before the end of the year. if I can. I've just had to prioritise some stuff over others, as well as be more realistic with how much spare time I will be able to spend on videos now that I've started university. But as I say, I'll go into more detail in another video. And also I apologise if my voice sounds a bit weird. I am currently in the middle of having a cold, unfortunately. Anyway, with all of that out of the way with, I hope you all enjoy the actual What If itself. And without further ado, here it is. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The year is 2008. David Tennant is embarking on his third series as the 10th Doctor. He's joined on his Series 4 adventures by a familiar face. Catherine Tate returns as Donna Noble, having made her first appearance just over 15 months prior in the 2006 Christmas special, The Runaway Bride. Series 4 goes on to become arguably one of the most successful and beloved series of the show's entire revival, with the 10th Doctor and Donna being cemented as a fan favourite Doctor and companion pairing. They were proved to be so popular, in fact, that both Tennant and Tate would eventually return to the show 15 years later for the 60th anniversary specials. But before that, things would come to a head for the Doctor and Donna in the climactic two-part Series 4 finale, the Stolen Earth / Journey's End. This two-parter serves as almost a finale to the whole of the first Russell T Davies era, with many past companions from the past 4 series making their return to help the Doctor and Donna defeat the Daleks. From Rose to Martha, and even seeing the show's 2 then currently running spin-offs crossover with the main show and each other. The Torchwood team of Jack, Gwen and Yanto, and Sarah Jane and her son Luke from the Sarah Jane Adventures. Davros even returns for this story, with actor Julian Bleach making his debut as the character. Fans watching at the time can already tell how much of an epic finale this is going to be. But they're completely caught off guard when towards the end of the Stolen Earth episodes, the Doctor is shot by a Dalek, just as he's running towards Rose to be reunited with her. Jack manages to arrive just seconds after the shot and destroys the Dalek. He, Rose and Donna then carry the injured Doctor back to the TARDIS. Once inside, the Doctor regenerates in a shocking cliffhanger, which leaves the entire audience on the edge of their seats for a whole week, and gets the whole UK speculating on what's going to happen next. When the next episode called Journey's End begins, it's revealed that the 10th Doctor manages to avoid changing his face by siphoning off the remaining energy into his spare hands, although the 10th Doctor would go on to fully regenerate into Matt Smith's 11th just over 17 months later on New Year's Day 2010, with the second and final part of The End of Time. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the 10th Doctor's era had ended much sooner than it actually did, and in a very abrupt way? What if David Tennant had left after the Stolen Earth / Journey's End? Now, I have a lot of you to thank for this idea, as this has been another scenario that's been highly requested. Well, I say that, but that isn't strictly true. A lot of you have wanted me to do what if Matt Smith had been in Journey's End, and that is originally what this video was going to be. But as you can see, the title has now changed, and the video has ended up going in a slightly different direction, but we'll still talk about Eleven being in Journey's End don't you worry. So how would this scenario come about? Well, it's fairly straightforward actually. We'll say that 10 is still shot by the Dalek and has to regenerate because of it. But now instead of him using a bit of regenerative energy to heal himself and then siphoning the rest off into his spare hand, let's say that 10 is too late to do that, and the process unexpectedly ends with a brand new Doctor staring at Jack, Rose and Donna. So there's actually a couple of different ways this scenario could play out from there. One with Matt Smith still playing the 11th Doctor, and one where someone else takes on the part. I'm now going to go through both of these timelines in turn, starting with timeline number 1. Matt Smith is the Doctor. So this first timeline would obviously be the one that still has Matt Smith play 11. We'll say that Stephen Moffat is the one to cast him, as he'd still be taking over as the showrunner from Russell T Davies for Series 5 onwards. But perhaps Russell decides to have Smith start his tenure early, as he would decide against the idea of having Tennant stay on for the Series 4 specials. Perhaps he does this so that Smith can establish himself in the part a bit sooner, so that the transition from going from an extremely popular Doctor such as David Tennant will be a bit easier and fairer for the young 25-year-old actor. Russell would also use Tennant moving on to Hamlet as another reason, and that the Series 4 finale might be a great last hurrah for his era, as it kind of felt a bit like it in our timeline. So perhaps he decides that Journey's End will be his last episode as showrunner. He and Tennant would agree to kind of leave together in the Series 4 finale. Tennant would basically leave at the end of the first half, whilst Russell would leave at the end of the second half. This would then mean that Stephen Moffat's era would start with the 2008 Christmas special, which probably wouldn't be the exact same as the next Doctor, as that was very much written as a slightly gimmicky story by Russell, to tease the audience due to Tennant's departure having already been announced by that point. Perhaps to make the transition from one showrunner to another easier, the special could be written by both Russell and Moffat. But getting back to Journey's End itself, how would a newly regenerated 11th Doctor being in it change things? Well, I could imagine that 11 would be mostly out of the picture for the majority of the episode. He'd still be recovering from his surprise regeneration, and the whole thing would perhaps be a little similar to how 10 was for much of the Christmas invasion. It would therefore be up to the Doctor's companions to confront Davros and the Daleks. Martha would still threaten them with the Osterhagen key, and Jack and Sarah Jane would still do the same with the Warp Star, but both schemes would obviously still fail, and Davros would put them all in some holding cells. Donna and Rose would stay in the TARDIS to help 11 recover from his regeneration, but they would all be put at risk when the Supreme Dalek orders that the TARDIS be sent in to the centre core of the Crucible, which is full of Z neutrino energy, which is harmful to the TARDIS's systems. The TARDIS is left without any defences and begins to rip apart. The Doctor manages to come to his senses long enough to quickly dematerialise the TARDIS, just like the newly born Metacrisis Doctor did in our timeline. Speaking of the Metacrisis Doctor, he wouldn't exist in this timeline yet, as there would obviously be no spare regenerative energy for the Doctor to siphon off into his spare hand. This would mean that we would have to replace the whole Dr. Donna arc present in some previous Series 4 episodes, namely Planet of the Ood. Perhaps the Ood just say the Doctor and Donna instead. The TARDIS would then make a dramatic entrance back on the Crucible. Davros and a majority of the Doctor's friends and companions would be shocked to see that it had actually survived, as they had thought that it had been destroyed. The 11th Doctor steps out in the same dramatic fashion that the Meta-Crisis Doctor did, with him having changed his clothes to his famous tweed jacket look. He rushes at Davros with the same Z neutrino biological inversion catalyzer homemade gadget, try saying that when you're drunk, that's the Meta-Crisis Doctor also made in our timeline, but Davros saps him with an energy bolt from his cybernetic hand, disabling him and causing 11 to fall to the floor, with a containment cell being activated around him shortly after. Rose and Donna rush out to try and help him, but Davros does the same thing to them, and they are also trapped in some containment cells. So yeah, 11 has literally just taken the Meta-Crisis Doctor's place so far. It looks like all hope is lost for the Doctor and co. The countdown for the reality bomb begins to count down to 1. Davros gloats about how all of their plans have failed, and how it is almost time for the end of the universe. But an alarm begins to sound, with a Dalek saying, "Alert! Alert! Incoming spaceships detected!" Davros flicks the monitor from the reality bomb heating up to a view outside in the Medusa Cascade. A fleet of Judoon ships suddenly appear out of nowhere. An incoming transmission from the lead ship shows the Shadow Architects address Davros on the monitor screen. "Davros, by the power invested in me as Architect of the Shadow Proclamation, I order you to shut the reality bomb down and surrender yourself to us." But Davros just laughs and refuses to hand himself over. The Architect then responds by declaring war on the entire Dalek fleet. There is then an almighty battle between the Dalek and Judoon ships. The Architect beams on board the Crucible with a squad of Judoon troopers. They destroy the Daleks dotted around Davros's vault and then free the Doctor and his companions from their holding cells. The Architect then aims a Judoon blaster at Davros's head. The Doctor rushes over and tries to convince her to put the blaster down, but the Architect says that Davros needs to pay for his crimes. The Doctor agrees but says that this isn't the way. The Architect reluctantly puts the blaster down, but says that Davros will still face justice for his crimes. The Doctor nods and then moves over to the Magnetron control panel and starts flicking some switches like the Dr. Donna did in our timeline. He manages to disable all of the remaining Daleks in the fleet, quipping that it wouldn't have been possible without Davros's paranoid contingency planning in case the Daleks turned on him. The Doctor also flicks a switch to deactivate the reality bomb. The Shadow Proclamation then help return the 27 planets to their proper places in time and space, but the Supreme Dalek comes down to the vault and accuses Davros of betraying the Dalek race. Davros protests, saying that it was Dalek Khan's fault. Dalek Khan then still admits that he did indeed betray the Daleks. The Supreme Dalek shoots at Dalek Khan, revealing that his gun was on a different system to the rest of the Daleks. Khan dies, but not without prophesying that one of the Doctor's friends will die. The Supreme then fires at the Magnetron control panel, with the Doctor managing to duck out of the way just in time. The Doctor realises that there's only one planet left to be returned: Earth. Jack destroys the Supreme with his gun, and then the Doctor and companions all hurry into the TARDIS as everything is set on fire by the Magnetron's destruction. The Architects and her Judoon troopers beam back to the lead Judoon ship, but not before the Architect warns the Doctor that he must face justice himself. They take Davros with them. The Doctor and companions then still tow the Earth back to its rightful place in the TARDIS, after the Shadow Proclamation's fleet fly off before they can help. The Doctor then drops his friends off, making his farewells to Martha, Jack, Mickey and Sarah Jane. He then takes Rose and Jackie back to Pete's World. Using some remaining regenerative energy, he's still within the first 12 hours of regenerating after all, on his spare hand, to create a doppelganger of his previous self, which can live with Rose. This is indeed the Meta-Crisis Doctor, but now created in very different circumstances, and without receiving some of Donna's characteristics. David Tennant would return to play him, which would come as a surprise for viewers. The Meta-Crisis Doctor would reveal that he only had one life, and wanted to spend it with Rose. Doctor explains that he deliberately programs the Meta-Crisis DNA to never regenerate, so that he could grow old with Rose. He tells Rose that this is his gift to her, a way of saying thank you for helping him to heal all those years ago. The Meta-Crisis Doctor then kisses Rose, with Doctor rushing off, not wanting to look at the life that he knows he could never have himself. Eleven and Donna are then travelling in the TARDIS, off to more adventures. Donna is still recovering from seeing the Doctor change his face. She tells him about it and they hug, with the Doctor reassuring her that he's still the same man deep down, and that nothing will ever get in the way of their friendship. Then, right on cue, the TARDIS jolts violently, nearly sending the two of them spinning. The Doctor checks the monitor and realises that they're under attack by a Judoon ship. The Architect appears on the screen and orders the Doctor to surrender himself to her immediately. The Doctor refuses and manages to outrun them in the time vortex, but he knows that they won't stop coming after him. Donna asks him what they're going to do, and the Doctor scratches his head, thinking. He then stares at Donna for a second, before lowering his head in sadness. Donna asks him what's wrong, and the Doctor wanders over to her. He tells her how sorry he is, but he can't put her in danger anymore. But Donna protests, saying that they fought worse than the Shadow Proclamation before and still won. But the Doctor shakes his head and continues to tell her how sorry he is. He then wipes her memory so as to protect her from the Shadow Proclamation. He knows that if Donna's memory is wiped, then they won't come after her. He then lands the TARDIS outside her family house. Wilf hears the sounds of the TARDIS's engines and runs out to see what to him is a total stranger, holding Donna's unconscious body in his arms. The Doctor explains who he is and asks Wilf to help him get Donna inside. Wilf decides to trust him and does indeed help him get her inside the house. Later on, Eleven tells Wilf and Sylvia everything. They eventually accept that he's still the Doctor, and Wilf thanks him for bringing Donna back home. Donna walks in, now having no idea who the Doctor is, and almost completely ignoring him. This further upsets the Doctor, and he says goodbye to all three of them. We would still get that lovely moment between the Doctor and Wilf, where Wilf promises that he'll look up at the sky every night and think of the Doctor. Once back inside the TARDIS, the Doctor takes off his tweed jacket, which got wet in the rain, and gazes beyond the camera, looking heartbroken. I should say that the idea that the Shadow Proclamation would come and help save the day is what Russell has originally planned for Journey's End's conclusion. You can even find a slight tease for it in the previous episode when the Architect says that they intend to wage war against the Daleks for stealing the 27 missing planets. So it's not implausible to imagine Russell using it for this timeline. Anyway, we then come to the 2008 Christmas special. As I said earlier, this would have to be pretty different to the next Doctor, and it would be co-written by Russell and Moffat. We could still have it set in the same setting as the next Doctor though, and it could still feature the Cybermen, but Jackson Lake wouldn't pretend to be the Doctor due to what I said about Russell using his whole "is David Morrissey the next Doctor" thing as a gimmick, to tease the audience once David Tennant's departure was announced in our timeline. I'll call this alternate special Snow and Steel. Eleven and Jackson would still bond over them both losing people that they cared about. The Shadow Proclamation would appear when they follow the Doctor to Victorian London. The Doctor and Jackson would then have to fight against them, as well as Miss Hartigan and the Cybermen. The Doctor is able to defeat the Cyber King and the Shadow Architect, for now. But in the process of all of this, the TARDIS is damaged. He manages to get it in flight once he's finished having Christmas dinner with Jackson, Rosita and Frederick. But the TARDIS spirals out of control once in space, and crashes back to Earth, now in 1996. And that is where we pick things up with the alternate 11th hour, which could still be called that, or something else like Attack of the Atraxi or The Search for Prisoner Zero. Young Amelia would still call 11 the Raggedy Doctor, as his clothes would still be damaged whilst inside the crashing TARDIS, and I would still have the TARDIS change its interior and police box exterior to the versions we got for our Timelines Series 5, as I'm sure Stephen Moffat would still want to change them to further make his mark on the show, and help illustrate how we're in a brand new era for the show. We would then come to Series 5, which would obviously now air a year earlier in 2009. This would probably mean that Russell would have to tell Moffat that he was leaving sooner, thus allowing Smith to be cast sooner and for filming to take place a lot sooner than in our timeline as well. We could maybe have the Shadow Proclamation be the ones that help bring the rest of the Doctor's enemies together for the Pandorica Alliance, even though it would mean that Series 5 wouldn't be the fresh start for the show that it was in our timeline, with this alternate version tying more into the previous era, and 11 would still be imprisoned in the Pandorica by the Alliance, as they would still think that the Doctor and the TARDIS would supposedly bring about the end of the universe, although obviously it would turn out that it was River's song being trapped in the TARDIS that would do it. A Christmas Carol would then be the 2009 Christmas special, and Series 6 would follow in 2010. Perhaps Madame Kavarian and the Silence could be revealed to be working for the Shadow Proclamation, with them being the big bads for Smith's whole era, or the Architects and the Jadoon could even take their place completely. The Doctor, the Widow and the Wardrobe would air on Christmas Day 2010, but we would then come to something rather interesting. Now, I could just have Series 7 play out the same as in our timeline, with the first half airing 1 year and the second half airing the next year, and indeed that would probably be the most likely. But just to be a bit different, how about we further split them up into the alternates Series 7 and 8 respectively. So our timeline Series 7A would be the alternate Series 7, and our Series 7B would be the alternate Series 8. This would mean that we would have to turn to the expanded universe side of things to help fill the empty slots these alternate series would have. So here's how I would do it. Series 7, 2011. Asylum of the Daleks, dinosaurs on a spaceship, a town called Mercy, the silent stars go by, Hunter's Moon, Paradox Lost, Borrowed Time, The Way Through the Woods, The Power of Three, Dead of Winter, Dark Horizons, The Art of Death, and The Angels Take Manhattan. And then the Snowmen would be the 2011 Christmas special. And then I would do this for the alternate Series 8. Series 8, 2012. The Bells of St. John, The Rings of Akaten, Cold War, Hyde, Dark Star Academy, Touched by an Angel, Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS, Sleepers in the Dust, The Crimson Horror, Nightmare in Silver, The New Humans, Snakebite, and The Name of the Doctor. And then the 2012 Christmas special would be The Time of the Doctor. Or if you want to go with an alternate title, how about The Siege of Trenzalore? This would still be Matt Smith's final story, with Peter Capaldi still taking over as 12, for the alternate Series 9, which would be the same as our timeline's Series 8. This timeline's 50th anniversary special would still be The Day of the Doctor, which would now see Tennant, Smith and Capaldi alongside John Hurt's War Doctor, and Matt Smith would be returning to the show only about a year after he'd left. This might mean that he might initially be a bit more reluctant to come back, although knowing how much he loved playing the Doctor and Stephen Moffat's telling him what he had planned for the special might help to persuade him to return anyway. When it came time for the 60th anniversary specials in this timeline, David Tennant and Catherine Tate would still return as the 14th Doctor and Donna respectively, but things would be slightly more emotional for 14 as he wouldn't have even seen Donna since Journey's End. By the way, Dreamland wouldn't exist in this timeline, as there would obviously be no point in the Doctor's personal timeline where it could fit into. An interesting thing to note, which I forgot to mention earlier, is that the alternate 11th hour, or whatever you want to call it, would now be the show's 200th story in this timeline. And I should also say that Matt Smith would appear in this timeline's version of the Sarah Jane Adventures story, The Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, and then he'd still appear in Death of the Doctor 2. But that's more than enough for timeline 1 now, I think. So let's now move on to timeline 2. Timeline number 2, Ian McKellen is the Doctor. Now let me explain why I've gone with McKellen for this timeline. You see, Russell once joked in the lockdown tweet-along for the Stolen Earth / Journey's End that they should have gotten an A-list actor to briefly play the Doctor when Tennant regenerates, just to basically milk the whole thing for even longer to the audience. He suggested either Ian McKellen or Judi Dench for this. Now, as I say, he was mainly just joking when he said this, but it got me thinking, what if he had this idea back in 2008 and they decided to go with it? I've chosen Ian McKellen as I don't think it would be fair to have Dench be the first female Doctor for such a short amount of time, and I've decided that rather than just appearing for one scene, how about McKellen is then the Doctor for the Series 4 specials. I know some of you will think that it's very unlikely they would have been able to afford such a big name as Ian McKellen for Doctor Who back then, but hey, let's have some fun and say that it happens anyway. So the regeneration stops and Ian McKellen's alternate 11th Doctor jolts backwards. He would look around and spot Donna, Jack and Rose. He would greet them calmly and kindly. Donna would be freaked out whilst Jack would find this new Doctor attractive, a reference to his flirting with Graham, and Rose would begin to tear up seeing her Doctor change in front of her again. McKellen's 11 would ask for a small mirror to see his new appearance. Jack gives him one, and 11 would remark that his new face was a significant improvement, similar to how 6 was when he'd just regenerated from 5. Rose and Jack would explain to Donna about regeneration, and how Rose had seen the Doctor regenerate before, into the man that she and Donna once knew. Rose admitted that it had broken her heart at the time, and seeing it happen a second time would be just as traumatic for her. Yes, she had been through it before, but she had a real connection with 10, just like she had with 9, but arguably even more so. Suddenly the TARDIS would jolt violently and be transported to the Crucible. McKellen's 11 would knock his head on the console, rendering him unconscious. Rose and Jack would then go out to confront Davros, instructing Donna to look after the Doctor. Davros and the Daleks would confront Rose and Jack and demand to know where the Doctor was. Rose and Jack would try and impersonate the Doctor, but Davros and the Daleks are not fooled, and already know who they are, from a mixture of knowing about them from their previous battles with the Daleks and from Dalek Khan's predictions. So Rose and Jack give up the charade of pretending to be the Doctor, and tell the Daleks that the Doctor had just regenerated, and is recovering in the TARDIS with Donna looking after him. Hearing this, Davros smirks sinisterly, and sends the TARDIS down to the core. Rose and Jack protest and try to attack Davros, but he places them both in holding cells. He then explains that this was his perfect opportunity to be rid of the Doctor once and for all, now that he is vulnerable in a state of regenerative sickness and trauma. Donna begins to panic inside the exploding TARDIS console room, until the heat of the control room burning up jolts 11 awake. He quickly dematerializes the TARDIS just in time and makes it rematerialize in space away from the Crucible to safety. Jack and Rose would watch on the Crucible's viewer screen of the TARDIS apparently being destroyed. Davros would then laugh and gloat in glee, but Rose would wait until he wasn't looking and activate a distress beacon in her pocket. She'd nod to Jack, who would nod back and then do a similar thing on his vortex manipulator. Rose's beacon would send signals to Mickey, Jackie and the rest of the Torchwood team on Pete's world, and Jax would send one to Gwen, Yanto and Captain John Hart, who would then teleport into the Torchwood hub and help Gwen and Yanto escape the time lock and the Dalek that's trapped in it. Meanwhile, 11 and Donna would have a heart-to-heart talk in the TARDIS. Donna would be heartbroken that the 10th Doctor changed, and it feels like he's died and been replaced by a total stranger in her eyes. 11 would sadly nod in understanding Donna's perspective of things, knowing that humans have only one life and it's fine for her to react this way, knowing how Rose felt when he regenerated the last time from his 9th to his now previous self, his 10th incarnation. Back on the Crucible, a Dalek reports incoming teleport signatures. Davros is confused and then finds himself surrounded by a combination of Torchwood teams from both the main universe and Pete's world. Martha, Sarah Jane, Mickey and Jackie also teleport in and manage to release Rose and Jack. In desperation, Jack, Mickey and Rose all aim guns at Davros, telling him that he's going to pay for supposedly killing the Doctor and Donna. Remember, as far as they know, the TARDIS was destroyed with 11 and Donna still inside. Davros would verbally lash out at them, saying that such insignificant insects like yourselves could never kill the lords of the Dalek race. But Jack aims his gun even closer to Davros, saying, "You wanna bet?" Back on the TARDIS, 11 has finished repairing the console room by replacing the glass roundels on the coral walls, after the TARDIS had nearly been destroyed in the core of the Crucible. He's also changed the colour of the interior to a slightly gloomier green, to better reflect his new self. He notices Donna now looking at the console scanner with a mix of shock and disbelief. He would ask her what was wrong, and she would point at the scanner, and Eleven's eyes widen in a mix of horror and disgust. He sees Rose, Jack, Mickey, Jackie, Sarah Jane and Martha holding Davros at gunpoint and demanding that he bring the Doctor and Donna back. Mickey would have Davros at gunpoint with his energy blaster, along with Jack pointing his defabricator gun at Davros. Martha would be threatening to blow up the entire Earth to stop the Daleks' plans for it with the creation of the reality bomb, with her showing Davros the Osterhagen key. Sarah Jane would do a similar thing with her warp star. This further enrages Davros, with him making them a promise that even if he couldn't make all of them suffer for their actions, he'd make sure that at least one of them would. Donna pleads with McKellen's 11 inside the TARDIS to hopefully find a solution without any more violence. 11 agrees after seeing the repulsive actions of his friends on the scanner, so he would materialise the TARDIS on the Crucible, which would come as quite a surprise to everyone on board. Once the Doctor steps out, he tells his friends to stand down, saying that there is no need for such senseless violence. Jack, Rose and Mickey would protest, but would eventually comply and tell everyone else to stand down. Davros would compare the Doctor to an old, distinguished general, barking out orders for his lackeys to follow, but who would compliment the Doctor on his new face, as it better reflected all the many years of conflict he had seen, and that Ten had seemed to be too arrogant and egotistical, which had been his undoing. Much to everyone else's surprise, 11 would agree with this assessment, saying that his previous self had indeed had too much of an ego at times. McKellen's 11 would then ask Davros what he was up to this time, and Davros would tell him all about the reality bomb. The Doctor would try to reason and plead with Davros to stop this, because a reality with nothing but Daleks would be pointless, as there would be nothing to conquer or rule over, and they would eventually turn on each other. He gives Davros and his Dalek fleet an offer. They can return the planets and dispose of the Crucible, and in return the Doctor would help them rebuild Skaro and create a better and more peaceful life for themselves. Davros would pause to contemplate for a moment, leaving everyone on edge, before he accepts. 11 would then hurry to the console and work at the controls to send the planets back with the magnetron. As 11 does this with Donna's help, Davros smiles cunningly at Rose and the others, quietly reminding them of his promise. He points his mechanical hand at the Doctor at first. He turns to the companions, who begin to panic, and Davros's smirk widens and transforms into a wicked grin as he turns his hand to Donna instead and fires a high voltage of electricity at Donna, hitting her in the chest. Donna would be sent flying backwards, and her injured body would hit the TARDIS and crash to the floor, unconscious and badly hurt. 11 would be horrified and enraged and decided that enough was enough. Dalek Khan would edge him on even further by saying he must do what he must do. 11 would then grab a gun from one of the Parallel Universe's Torchwood members and aim it at Davros, much to the shock of all his friends. Rose would try to talk 11 out of it, saying that this wasn't the answer and wouldn't help make Donna better, but 11 would call out her hypocrisy, as she and the others had all been prepared to kill Davros before he stopped them. Rose would admit this, but would remind 11 that he had stopped them by reminding them that it wasn't the way, and that he should take his own advice now. 11 would reluctantly sigh and pass the gun back to the Parallel Universe Torchwood operative. He would tell his friends to keep an eye on Davros, whilst he continued to try and get the planets back to their correct places. 11 would manage to get many of the 27 planets back, but he would work too fast and cause the magnetron to overload and explode. Some of the planets would then be lost, much to the horror of 11 and his allies. The Doctor barks at his friends to get inside the TARDIS, but he knows that he still needs to do something to stop the massive Dalek fleet. He strolls over to Davros and quietly says to him, "You made me do this. Don't you ever forget that." He then manages to fix a part of the magnetron console and uses it to wipe out the entire fleet, committing genocide and ensuring Dalek Khan's prophecy. Rose, Martha, Sarah Jane and Jack come running out of the TARDIS, with Jack asking what the hell has the Doctor done. He replies with, "Fulfilling the prophecy." Davros watches as his Dalek children die, screaming in agony. He turns to the Doctor with an intense anger that even he has never experienced before. "You killed them all, you senseless butcher! Hail the Doctor, the exterminator of millions!" The Doctor reminds Davros that he can hardly take the moral high ground. He says that the Daleks have wiped out billions. Jack angrily tells him it isn't a numbers game, but the Doctor snaps and reminds Jack of how many lives he and his tortured team have taken. He then snaps further at Rose, Martha and Sarah Jane. He says that they all either have blood on their hands or were going to. Rose for when she destroyed the Dalek Emperor and his own Dalek fleet with the power of the time vortex in the parting of the ways, even though Rose doesn't remember this, so it come as quite a shock to her. Martha for attempting to use the Osterhagen key to destroy the entire Earth and everyone on it, just to prevent the reality bomb from being used, and Sarah Jane for trying to convince the Doctor to destroy the Daleks at their very beginning in Genesis of the Daleks, and he also says that all of them seemed fine with trying to kill Davros earlier. He then orders Jack to give him his gun, but Jack refuses. He says that he won't let the Doctor have Davros's blood on his hands as well. Jack then says that the Doctor and Rose should take Donna's dying body into the TARDIS. The Doctor reluctantly agrees, but carries Donna by himself, saying that he wants to do it by himself. Davros tries to taunt the Doctor by calling him the Destroyer of Worlds, but the Doctor is too grief-stricken over Donna to bother listening to him. Jack destroys the Supreme Dalek after it comes down to try and kill Davros, believing that he had betrayed the Daleks by allowing the Doctor to destroy their fleet. Jack and Rose then leave Davros and Khan to seemingly die in a gigantic inferno, after Jack blasts his gun at the magnetron console, setting the entire vault on fire. The TARDIS dematerialises with the Doctor and all of his Children of Time on board. They manage to tow Earth back home, with it still being the only world left to return. But once that's done with, there's no time for celebration. Donna weakly calls out to the Doctor and tells him not to blame himself for her death. She does this in her last dying breath, with a comforting smile before she dies in the Doctor's arms. The Doctor's eyes run with tears, but he manages to compose himself after a minute or so, and solemnly takes everyone back home. They all try to comfort him, but he just stays silent. He drops them off home, but doesn't bother to say any goodbyes. He just tells them when they've landed and then waits for them to go outside, before getting the TARDIS ready to depart again. He does this a few times as he drops off Sarah Jane, Mickey, Martha, Jack, Gwen, Yanto and John. Then Rose, Jackie and the rest of the parallel universe Torchwood operatives. Before leaving the TARDIS, Jack apologises for snapping at the Doctor earlier, but the Doctor just tells him to get out of his sight, not even bothering to look up and make eye contact with Jack. He just continues looking down at the TARDIS controls instead. Rose cries as she and Jackie depart, as she can tell that the Doctor is truly broken now. Once he is alone in the TARDIS console room, the Doctor cradles Donna's dead body in his arms and begins to cry again. So it will be something similar to when the Master died in Ten's arms at the end of Series 3. The TARDIS then materialises outside Donna's family home. The Doctor carries her body to the front door, presses the doorbell, and then runs off, feeling too ashamed to even face Wilfred and Sylvia and explain what happened to Donna. Wilfred would answer the door and would see Donna's body and weep. Sylvia comes to see what her father is crying about and sees Donna just lying there. She also breaks down in tears, with Wilf giving her a loving hug as they both continue crying. Sylvia would say that it was all the Doctor's fault, but Wilf would be more sympathetic to the Doctor. He would later look up at the night sky, hoping that the Doctor was alright. But obviously, the Doctor isn't alright. He sits on his chair in a TARDIS console room and just stares off camera, tears once again rolling down his face, which is where the episode would then end. So yeah, a pretty depressing and awful time for McKellen's 11th Doctor, and he would continue to be in a state of mourning in the following Christmas special, still called The Next Doctor. This would be so that Russell can still tease the audience about the speculation for who would play the Doctor next, after McKellen explains that he'll only be playing the part for a few specials in a Radio Times interview. In this alternate version of The Next Doctor, we find the Doctor having retired to Victorian London, in a very similar situation to when our timeline's 11th Doctor retires to there after losing the ponds in The Snowmen. McKellen's 11 has become a bit of an Ebenezer Scrooge type of character, although he still has the occasional moment of kindness and twinkle in his eye. He heads out to the nearby market square and asks a young boy attending one of the market stands what day it is. The boy asks him if he's had too much to drink, much to the Doctor's amusement. The Doctor explains that he's merely overslept and then asks the boy again. The boy tells him that it is Christmas Eve. The Doctor then gives him a thin smile and thanks the boy for telling him. He then hears someone, i.e. Rosita, call out his name and rushes his way to her, utterly confused. This is obviously where he meets Jackson Lake, who is still pretending to be the Doctor. Over the course of the story, the Doctor and Jackson would slowly bond. The Doctor is initially angry with his supposed future self's much jollier persona, although he warms to Jackson after realising how much of a broken man he is, something which they would have in common. The Doctor would eventually reveal to Jackson and Rosita who Jackson really was, after he manages to piece it all together in the same way that Ten did in our timeline. After being shocked and melancholic at this revelation for a while, and remembering how he'd lost his wife and had his son abducted by the Cybermen, Jackson still manages to come to his senses, and he and Rosita help the Doctor defeat Miss Hartigan and the Cybermen. Jackson then offers the Doctor to come join him, Rosita and Frederick for Christmas dinner. The Doctor initially declines, saying that he prefers to keep himself to himself these days, but Jackson insists after he and the Doctor have a chat about how much the two of them have lost, and how Jackson understands what the Doctor's going through. The Doctor eventually accepts the offer, and the two of them wish each other a Merry Christmas, with Jackson having helped the Doctor to heal and recover a bit from Donna's death, and all the events that transpired. I should say that McKellen's 11th Doctor would be included among the Doctor's faces that won the Cybermen's info stamps, as it was technology that they had actually stolen from the Daleks, who had, unlike the Cybermen, already encountered this still relatively new incarnation of the Doctors. The Doctor would pause for a brief moment whilst revealing the truth about Jackson's identity to realise that this meant that at least a few Daleks had somehow survived the events of the previous episode, much to the Doctor's disappointment. Anyway, the next episode would then still be Planet of the Dead. This would basically play out more or less the same as it did in our timeline, but McCallan's 11 would obviously be a much more depressed and weary character to how Tennant's 10 was in our timeline's version of the special. There would also be no romantic tension between the Doctor and Lady Christina, although she would still ask the Doctor if she could come with him, after experiencing absolute awe and wanderlust from what they had been through. The Doctor would still turn her down, saying that he no longer trusts himself to be responsible for someone else's life, and that he couldn't go through losing someone all over again. Then would come the Waters of Mars. The Doctor still has his Time Lord victorious moments, with Ian McKellen no doubt acting his socks off just as much as David Tennant did with that, and the Doctor would still only realise that he'd gone too far after Adelaide kills herself to keep the web of time intact, and ensure that her granddaughter still goes on to be an important part of Earth's space travel. Then we come to the end of time, and oh blimey, would there be a lot of emotional drama to deal with here. Obviously this would be the first that Wilf and Sylvia see of the Doctor since they'd buried Donna after the end of Journey's End. Sylvia would lash out at the Doctor when she realises who he is, and even slap him in the face and tell him to leave her and Wilf alone. But Wilf would still be a little more understanding, especially after he and the Doctor have a heart-to-heart moment in a local cafe, which would be the same cafe that Wilf took Ten to in our timeline, although Wilf obviously wouldn't have chosen that cafe due to it being close to where Donna would be shopping. It would instead be the closest one to the cemetery where Donna is buried, with Wilf bumping into the Doctor for the first time when they accidentally choose to pay a visit to her grave at the same time as each other. The Doctor would obviously need to explain regeneration to Wilf and Sylvia, so that they know that he's still the same man that they previously met, and I'm sure that there would be a moment towards the end of the story where Sylvia would forgive the Doctor for what happened to Donna, and admit that it wasn't actually his fault. This might have been helped by the Doctor giving her and Wilf a lottery ticket, and Wilf telling Sylvia the full context as to what happened to Donna, and why the Doctor just left her on their doorstep, rather than face them both, after the Doctor has explained all of that to Wilf, of course. John Sims Master would still be the main adversary for the end of time, and Rassilon and the Time Lords would still try to return to the universe via the White Point Star and the Master's psychological 4-Nox signal. The Doctor would still need to regenerate after saving Wilf from a lethal dose of radiation in one of those Vinvoce glass booths. He would start off being angry and upset about this, as it would mean that he would have to regenerate yet again, with his current incarnation having barely lived at all. But he would still ultimately do the heroic thing and sacrifice himself to save Wilf, after making a farewell tour to all of his companions and friends, where he makes up with and forgives Jack, Martha and all the others for what they did in this timeline's version of Journey's End. He manages to send a letter to Rose, who is back in Pete's world, and tells her that he'll be okay, and that she shouldn't worry about him. He does this through burning up another sun in the main universe, although a written message is as much as he can send, due to how closed off the walls between realities are starting to get. He explains this to Rose in the letter. For his final trip, he then travels back in time to the 1st of December 2007 to see Donna for one last time. This is just a few weeks before her wedding to Lance on Christmas Day, and when the Doctor and Donna met for the first time. He sees her celebrating her hen party with her mates, and is glad to see her having such a good time. He smiles and chuckles to himself as he sees her laughing and gossiping away in the snow. He then staggers back to the TARDIS, the regeneration energy starting to kick in. Ood Sigma still appears and tells the Doctor that he and the rest of the Ood will sing him to his sleep. Once back inside the TARDIS, Ian McKellen's 11th Doctor says his final words, addressing the TARDIS. "Take care of the next me, won't you, old girl?" And then he turns to face just off camera and says, "I don't want to go." This will hit differently from how it did when Tennant said it in our timeline, as McKellen's 11 had barely even lasted that long, so him being reluctant to change would arguably make more sense. He then regenerates into Matt Smith, who is now the 12th Doctor, with the regeneration still blowing the TARDIS console room up. The music playing during the regeneration would still be Veil Disarm, although it would now be called Veil Undisarm, meaning Goodbye 11. And from there, things would play out pretty similarly to how they did in our timeline. Smith would still have the same kind of tenure and would be succeeded by Capaldi's 13th Doctor, who would then be succeeded by Whittaker's 14th Doctor in turn, and then Tennant would come back as 15 for the 60th anniversary specials, although it might be better if Billie Piper returns as Rose for the 60th, as obviously Donna wouldn't be able to return. This would mean that the toy maker would have to be the one to cause Rose to turn up again in the main universe. Perhaps he does this so as to confuse the Doctor into wondering who could have such power and be responsible, and to tease him about his still kind of unresolved romance with Rose, and to try and let it distract him through the course of the 60th specials. The Star Beast would have to be somewhat different, as it would literally just be Tennant's 15 and Rose for that episode. There would be no family involved, as Jackie, Pete and Tony would still be stuck in the alternate universe, Pete's world, and there would obviously be no Metacrisis Dr. Donut resolution to the episode, so the Doctor and Rose would defeat the Meep in a more bog-standard ending, with them managing to deactivate the Meep spaceship together, while Blue Yonder would still be the same, just with a different Doctor and companion pairing, of course, which would lead to some awful emotional manipulation by the Not Finns to the Doctor and Rose, about such things as when Rose was trapped in Pete's world, when McKellen's 11 snapped at her and others after Donna's death, and about how Rose never really resolved her romance with the Doctor. At the end of this timeline's version of the giggle is when Tennant's 15 would settle down with Rose and her family in Pete's world, effectively taking the Metacrisis Doctor's place, as he wouldn't exist in this timeline. He would be able to do this after his one final wish is granted by the Toymaker's domain, similar to how that Mallet was able to give our timelines 14 and 15 their own TARDIS each, technically speaking. And then the 16th Doctor would be played by Ncuti Gatwa, with his 16 returning to the main universe, aka N-Space, to continue on his adventures in the TARDIS. But there are still a few things I should address about this second timeline. First up is the matter of Ian McKellen's costume as the alternate 11th Doctor. I think something similar to his top hat look from the Mr. Holmes film would work best. So he'd wear a black Victorian frock coat with a plain black tie, white shirt and black waistcoat underneath. He'd also wear matching black trousers, polished black shoes and an aforementioned black top hat, complete with black leather gloves. He would continue to wear black for much of his short tenure, so as to portray him still being in a state of mourning after Donna's death. His sonic screwdriver would be a black version of 9's and 10's Sonic, We've added red and green settings, and a nice little callback to River Song's Sonic from Silence in a Library / Forest of the Dead, and the version of the theme tune that would be used during McKellen's short tenure would be a darker version of the 2008 theme, as Murray Gold wouldn't see much point in composing a new theme for a Doctor that wouldn't last that long. Although if you don't like that idea, then maybe a prototype version of the 2010 theme could be used instead, but with the RTD1 era title sequence still being used alongside it. I should also say that Ian McKellen would actually be the oldest actor to play the Doctor at the time of his casting. He was 69 in 2008. He would only be beaten by John Hurt, who would be 73 when he'd be cast as the War Doctor in 2013. So I could imagine Russell wanting to be a bit more considerate about McKellen's age, by not having his Doctor run about too much and not have as many action scenes as David Tennant arguably did. Ian McKellen would also have been the first gay person to ever play the part. This timeline's version of Dreamland would feature Ian McKellen's 11 instead of David Tennant's 10, obviously. Ian McKellen would appear as the Doctor in the Sarah Jane Adventures in this timeline's version of The Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith. This would be where his 11 makes up to Sarah Jane, as during the events of the story he would think that he'd lost her at one point, and realise how much she still meant to him. He would tell Clyde, Rani and Luke all about Donna's death, which would lead to them telling him that he's not on his own, and giving him a group hug, which would help him feel a little bit better. McKellen's 11 would then still save Luke from getting run over in the end of time, and say goodbye to Sarah Jane then as well. Ian McKellen might also be able to return as 11 for the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor. However, an agreement might have to be reached between the BBC and Peter Jackson to allow him to return to Doctor Who whilst he would still potentially be reprising his role as Gandalf for the Hobbit films. If McKellen was in a 50th, then I think it would make sense to have Ten travelling with Donna during the course of the special, because obviously there wouldn't be any Series 4 Specials era slots that you could fit the special in from Ten's perspective, and for McKellen's 11 to see Donna and to smile sadly at her. It would be McKellen's 11 who would convince Ten and Smith's 12 to help the War Doctor out, since he would kind of sympathise with War due to both of them going through a lot of awful stuff, with the Time War for the War Doctor and Donna's death and committing genocide in Journey's End for McKellen's 11. Obviously, Matt Smith would still be the Doctor's last incarnation in their original regeneration cycle, with John Hurt still being introduced as the War Doctor for the 50th anniversary. But now, instead of him being the last because of a combination of War's existence and Ten regenerating twice, it would be because of the existence of both the War Doctor and McKellen's 11th Doctor. McKellen might be able to eventually do some Big Finish audios, although it would be very much dependent on his schedule, as he is quite a big and well-known actor. Matt Smith's first episode would have to be called something like the 12th hour in this timeline, as obviously he will be playing the 12th Doctor now, not the 11th. Although you could always call it something else if you prefer, as obviously the 11th hour was probably called that in reference to the common saying, but that would no longer make sense with the 12th hour instead. I think that's pretty much everything major covered for this second timeline, although if you think I missed anything out or should have expanded further on anything, then please let me know below. So yeah, two very fascinating timelines, and I'm sure that this video will probably be another that beats the records for the longest what if video I've done yet, which is kind of why it took me so long to get this one out really, but I hope it was worth the wait for you all. But anyway, so there's my take on what if David Tennant had left after the Stolen Earth / Journey's End. But what do you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? Would you have done anything differently, and which of the two timelines I came up with did you prefer? Please let me know in the comments section below. And thank you to Nanny Nom Noms for his help with this video, and to Billy Bob for the awesome cover art. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. This channel currently has 2,404 subscribers as of time of writing and recording this video, but if we can get to 2,500 by the end of this year, then I will do a Q&A, where you can ask me whatever questions you want. Just keep them polite, please. Also, please rate and comment below your thoughts on all of this, and please feel free to donate to my Ko-fi page, link in the description, or send me a YouTube super thanks below, if you want to, of course. And I now also have a Discord server we can chat about anything from Doctor Who to what if scenarios, and just whatever you want really. You can find a link to it via a pinned comment below, and I shall see you all in another video. So until next time, bye bye. Hello everyone, and welcome to another video. Now today's what if is going to be a little bit different. I won't actually be narrating most of it myself. Instead, the guy who suggested this idea to me, Jeremy, will be narrating it. Now I hope you all don't mind this change, I just thought it made sense for him to do it, as like I say, it was his what if idea. And I was pretty busy with the what if Tennant had left after the Stolen Earth video at the time. Please give Jeremy all your support in the comments, and I hope you all enjoy the video. So without further ado, here's Jeremy with his what if the Dalek Recon Scout was in Series 1 idea.
Hi there, I'm Jeremy. I want to thank Type 40 Productions for allowing me to share my idea with y'all. Without further ado, let's get into it. There is little more dangerous in the Hooniverse than a Dalek. Sure, we can joke about them taking ages to kill you, or their incredible temper, but the Daleks are deeply clever, and very effective when given the right opportunity. Take the Metaltron Dalek, for example. It was put in an inescapable situation, and it used pity to extrapolate the DNA and Artron energy from Rose Tyler to escape. Had that Dalek's DNA not been compromised, there would have been a far more dire situation. So, what would happen if we replaced the Metaltron with a far less compromised Dalek, like the Recon Scout from 2019's New Year's Day special, Resolution? What if the Reconnaissance Dalek was found instead of the Metaltron? The Doctor and Rose receive a distress call from an unknown source. They materialize deep in Van Statten's collection as before, and are apprehended. The entire episode proceeds as before, but with a few subtle changes up to a point. Diana Goddard tells the Doctor and Rose about the origins of this Dalek. Apparently Van Statten had heard about the Order of the Custodians and done years of research. He wanted to have the creature in his collection. So he found all three pieces of the creature and carefully reconnected them with a containment pod. Because it has no casing, it was called the Creature and not the Metaltron. Van Statten is obsessed with finding a way to communicate with the creature, and yet, nothing. The Doctor is put into the room with the creature, and the moment he sees it, his face turns pale. He knows what it is. It's a Dalek. Van Statten had crude wires plugged into its brain to give it a voice. He almost feels sorry for the Dalek. Almost. In this timeline, the Doctor can see the creature and knows not to reveal who he is. Instead, he calls out the Dalek by knowing what it is to try and force it into speaking. It works. The Dalek has no idea how the stranger could know what it is. It has no sensors, it has nothing, but it still has its mind, and it would use it to the best of its ability. Somehow this Dalek can sense the Doctor is a time traveler. Our titular Time Lord finds out that this Dalek was sent out long before the Time War. He taunts it over its defeat by the humans of the 9th century. The Dalek retorts that while that may be true, it always survives. This enrages the Doctor to where he loses all better judgment and tells the Dalek about the Time War and the destruction of the entire Dalek race. The Dalek creature, now in a rage, attacks the reinforced glass, denying the validity of this stranger's claims. As the Doctor uses the torture equipment like in the original story, Van Statten and his guards pull the Doctor out, as Van Statten refers to the Doctor by his given moniker. As the Doctor walks out of the room, he gives the widest smug smile to the Dalek as it figures out who he is. As the Dalek starts to scream, the soundproof door shuts, silencing the rage in an almost comical way. The Doctor's smile drops as he yells at Van Statten. "Great! Now it knows who I am!" Van Statten, being observant, realizes that the Doctor is familiar with this creature, and overheard that he has traveled in time. He decides to torture the Doctor to learn the secret of time travel, and like in the original episode, catalogs his biology. At the same time, Adam and Rose talk about Adam's childhood, almost starting World War III, and Rose sees the creature through Adam's lashing up of the security camera feed being tortured, and even though it is hideous, Rose still feels pity for it. While the Doctor is being tortured, he begs Van Statten to terminate the Dalek creature, and even offers him the secrets to time travel in return for its destruction. To the Doctor's surprise, he accepts. However, it seems they agreed far too late, as Rose already entered the room with the Dalek. The scene plays out similarly, but the Dalek says all it wants is to feel the touch of a human that is not afraid of them. Rose opens the cage, but immediately after she does so, her instincts kick in, and she knows the true nature of this creature. Unfortunately, it's too late, and the creature has disappeared. Rose looks all around the room, and she can't find it. She sees slime drip down right in front of her. Petrified, she looks directly above her as the creature drops down from the ceiling and starts to envelop her. Adam, trying to help her, lunges towards the creature and intercepts the Dalek. Instead of it killing him, it starts to cling to him. Adam starts screaming as the Dalek's tentacles pierce the back of his neck into the base of his brain. Rose watches in horror. Once the Dalek acclimates to Adam's body, it scans his thoughts and realizes it could not have picked a better person to possess. Adam's familiar with all of the access codes, the entire layout of the base, has the perfect technical skill to create a new casing, and he has Rose, the perfect leverage against his enemy, against the Doctor. The Doctor and Van Statten, while on their way, unfortunately don't have a head start, as they have no idea this has happened. The alarm didn't go off due to Adam silencing it before it began. The Dalek takes Rose hostage, and they make their way to the armory. The guards attempt to stop them from entering, but they are too slow, as Adam, or the Dalek, uses one as a human shield and snaps the other's neck. Neither of them manage to pull the alarm. Using Van Statten's arsenal, it constructs a makeshift Dalek casing with help from Rose under duress. As the casing is finished, Rose begs for the Dalek to let Adam go. The Dalek kills Adam and slithers into the casing. While the Dalek enters the casing, Rose makes a break for it and pulls the alarm, presses the intercom and says, "Doctor, the creature's broken free and it's made itself a tank and we're in the armory." A shot fires as Rose tries to escape. She is able to start running as the Doctor tells Rose over the intercom to get out of there and that they have to close the bulkhead in order to contain the Dalek. She starts running for the exit and seems to escape for the moment, but all Rose can hear is gunfire, the Dalek screaming "exterminate," screaming and silence. The pattern keeps repeating as Rose tries to get out as fast as she can. She feels guilty, almost like she's abandoning the soldiers, but nothing will stop her from running. The Doctor, on the overhead intercom, instructs the soldiers to aim for the eyepiece as it's the weakest section of the Dalek casing, and this time, Van Statten backs the Doctor up. The soldiers prioritize hitting the eye stalk, and they partially succeed. The Dalek still kills them all and requests an audience with the Doctor. It goes just about how you'd expect. However, during their talk, Van Staten is working on closing the bulkhead. The Doctor asks the Scout what is it going to do if it gets free, since there are no more Daleks. The Dalek retorts that it thinks the Doctor is lying, and it knows that there's a fleet out there. But what if there isn't? The Doctor retorts.
Then the Dalek Empire will begin again with me, and your time war will have been for nothing.
The Doctor keeps getting more visibly distressed and shouts at the Dalek, attacking it in every way he can until the Dalek realizes what's going on. The Doctor has taken advantage of the situation and has been playing for time, as Van Staten has finished rerouting the power to close the bulkheads and the Doctor is waiting for Rose. The Dalek immediately looks upward and blasts a hole through the ceiling and ascends from level to level at a maddening pace. The Doctor realizes he has to close the bulkhead that very second, and he tells Rose to run and that it is right behind her. Just as Rose turns the corner and sees the bulkhead door, she knows she can make it, until she is hit by a ray of Dalek energy, screams, and hits the floor. The Doctor's heart stops, as if he's telling himself the Dalek has killed her. She was only 19. Van Staten apologizes profusely, and the Doctor begins to lose it. Before things can get too commiseratory, the Dalek patches through to show that Rose is not dead, but only her legs have been paralyzed. The Dalek makes an ultimatum. They can open the bulkhead and save Rose. The Doctor agrees, and opens the bulkhead, to everyone's dismay. The Doctor then uses his sonic screwdriver to locate any alien power sources to see if there's any technology he could use to fight the Dalek with, and he finds the gun that he found in the original timeline in Adam's stash. As the Dalek and Rose walk through the door into Van Staten's office, the Doctor immediately shoots the Dalek, and it erupts in an inferno of metal and wire. The Doctor laughs, but his laugh suddenly fades away into deep anxiety and horror, and he realizes he can't see the creature anywhere. That's when a sick, croaking voice bursts out and says,
You are my prisoners. Do as I say, and her life will be spared.
Those words were the Daleks. And those words came from Rose. The Dalek demanded that the Doctor take it to the TARDIS and travel to the Dalek fleet in Skaro's solar system. The Doctor agrees, as he has no choice. The Doctor, Rose, who is controlled by the Dalek, and Van Staten all enter the TARDIS as the Doctor sets the controls. During this, Van Staten is trying to take in the impossible nature of the TARDIS, time travel, and realizes the Doctor has access to true power, but is too much of a fool to use it to its fullest potential. The Doctor opens the door to the TARDIS, and all that there is a star gone supernova, and the vacuum of space eager to swallow everyone whole. The issue is that even though Rose is fighting for her mind and control, the Dalek is pulling her with it into the vortex. The Doctor realizes what he has done and tries to help, but can't get close enough. To everyone's shock and surprise, Henry lunges for the door, grabs Rose, and yanks the Dalek off into the boiling void of space, and those pull-to-open doors slam shut. It seems Henry has turned over a new leaf, or at least knows what pure evil looks like, and he has saved the day. Until he pulls a gun on a disoriented Rose, and tells the Doctor he's promised him the secret of time travel, and he would do anything to have it, even take it by force. The Doctor, with a straight face and completely calm, says, "All right, here you go. Just press that button, and you know everything you need to know about time travel." "What, do you think I'm a fool? That's probably a trap!" snaps back Van Staten. "My ship communicates telepathically. I can do it in case you're worried it's not safe." Van Staten gestures for the Doctor to do so, and as the Doctor looks into the heart of the TARDIS, he smiles and says, "It's quite beautiful. You should really take a look." Van Staten can't help himself, as the glow lures him to gaze into the console. He drops his gun and sees his whole life flash before his eyes. His childhood, his climbing the corporate ladder, his failed marriages, and then he sees what hasn't happened yet, and it shocks him to the core. He just starts sobbing as the Doctor sets Rose on the TARDIS bench. Soon after, they drop Van Staten off at his base in Utah, and the Doctor and Rose reflect on that Dalek. They reflect on the nature of the creature, and then they reflect on the nature of Van Staten. Rose says maybe he'll actually change. The Doctor says he thinks it's probably not likely, as the majority of people who have Ebenezer Scrooge epiphanies see them wear off in a few days. They remember their business, their finances, and say, maybe I'll be better tomorrow or the day after that, and they use that lie to make themselves feel better about their lives. But nothing else. Rose says that's what makes them so special, that they have seen the universe for what it really is. But more so than that, they have decided instead of living out of greed like Van Staten or hate like the Dalek, they live because they love life and want to see what's out there. Thank you very much for listening to my What If. If you think it would have gone differently in any way, shape, or form, please let me know down in the comments. Thank you very much.
But anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out. And I shall see you all in another video. So, until next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. The sonic screwdriver has been a part of the show ever since it first appeared in 1968's Fury from the Deep. It's been used by several incarnations of the Doctor from the 2nd all the way to the 15th. But there was a time when the Doctor wasn't able to use the Sonic. After it was destroyed by a pteroleptal in 1982's The Visitation, the Doctor wouldn't use it again until the TV movie in 1996. This meant that the 5th, 6th and 7th Doctors wouldn't use it in the meantime. But what if things had gone differently? What if, in an alternate timeline, the sonic screwdriver had come back a lot sooner? What if the 6th Doctor had a sonic screwdriver? Now, I have just explained the in-universe reason why the 6th Doctor didn't have a sonic screwdriver, but the behind-the-scenes reason was because then producer John Nathan Turner felt like the device was being used too much as a way of getting the Doctor out of a situation. So obviously, in order for the device to come back in 6's era, JNT would have to change his thoughts on the matter. Maybe he'd realise that it would make sense for the Doctor to have a device that can help him out of some situations after all. This might sound a bit implausible, but it's worth remembering that he seems to be okay with 6 having a similar device in Attack of the Cybermen, that being the Sonic Lance of course. So perhaps instead of introducing a similar device, JNT and script editor Eric Saywood decide to just bring the sonic screwdriver back for that story. But to take JNT's concerns about the device being overly used into account, it's only used every now and then, when the writers don't feel like there's any other solution to a particular problem they put the Doctor in. So 6C wouldn't use it all the time. He'd probably mainly use it in place of the Sonic Lance during the many times he used that device in Attack of the Cybermen in our timeline. It could also make one-off appearances in other stories, like Vengeance on Varos and Terror of the Vervoids. In terms of the design, I think this fan-made one by MT Studios would be perfect. I actually wanted to use it for my What If the 1985 Hiatus Never Happened video, but because I didn't hear anything back from them when I emailed to ask if I could use it, I didn't want to use it without their permission, so I didn't end up using it for that video. But now that they have given me permission to use it, I thought I'd make this shorter video and use it here instead. So thank you very much to MT Studios for letting me use your design for a 6th Doctor Sonic. I can imagine that maybe the 7th Doctor could inherit 6's Sonic and occasionally use it himself, although maybe it would be redesigned a little to better reflect his tastes and personality, but he would eventually switch to the one we see in a TV movie, and from there the order of the Sonics would continue exactly like it did in our timeline. And before we wrap things up, yes, I am aware that the 6th Doctor did technically have a sonic screwdriver in expanded media. He had one in the Target novelisation of the unmade Nightmare Fair story, as well as one in the audio adaptation of the Ultimate Adventure stage play. But the whole point of this video was that he has one during his era on TV. But anyway, so there's my quick take on what if the 6th Doctor had a sonic screwdriver. I know it's pretty unlikely to have ever happened on TV, but I thought it made for a cool little idea anyway. I just wanted to do this as a bit of fun, as well as to finally use that great design by MT Studios in a video. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, and I shall see you all in another video. So until next time, bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. So today marks 10 years since the 2014 Christmas special Last Christmas came out, and so to celebrate, here's the very first What If Christmas special, all about what if Jenna Coleman had left after Last Christmas. Now, let me provide some context to all of this. You see, originally, Jenna Coleman's Clara Oswald was supposed to have left during the course of Last Christmas. This was because Coleman had been unsure as to whether she wanted to continue working on the show or not. In our timeline, she of course decided to stay on for Series 9, as she and Peter Capaldi didn't want to stop working together just yet. But Stephen Moffat had written two different endings for the special, one where Clara really did leave and one where she stayed. So this what if scenario would start off with an alternate ending to the special, with us picking the one where Clara is written out. This would, according to Shannon Sullivan's website, see the Doctor saying goodbye to the older Clara, and might have seen her pass away peacefully, perhaps. Clara then has a dream where she imagines herself climbing up the staircase that leads to TARDIS in the Snowmen. As she goes, she shifts between the various Clara splinters seen in Series 7, before settling on the form of the younger Clara from the modern day, who had travelled with the Doctor. She then smiles as the TARDIS flies past, off to another adventure. If this is indeed what had been planned for her departure, then I think it would have made for an incredibly moving final scene for a character. It would feel sad and tragic, but in a way that would feel kind of fitting for the character, and for a Christmas special, I suppose. And it fits in really well with the discussions as to what is or isn't real that the rest of the special plays into. In terms of who would have replaced Clara as the new companion, we actually already have a pretty good idea. Moffat had plans to have Faye Marseille's Shona, who appeared in Last Christmas, as the new companion for Series 9. These were obviously abandoned when Coleman decided to stay on, but in this alternate timeline, Shona now does indeed travel with the 12th Doctor. Moffat himself has stated that some of the details from Bill Potts' character arc were originally intended for the new Series 9 companion. There's a commonality between the two. I knew where I wanted to go next was a kind of earthy irreverence, I guess, if I put it in the most basic terms. I hadn't got a fully formed character but I was messing around with that. So I can imagine Shona's relationship with 12 being similar to Bill's. She would be someone who wouldn't be afraid to quip back at the Doctor, but in a very endearing and teasing type of way. She might even ask lots of silly questions, a bit like how Bill did to start with. Think of her asking 12 lots of stuff in the pilot, for example. I don't think having Shona there instead of Clara would require a huge drastic amount of changes to the course of Series 9, but the beginning of The Magician's Apprentice would have to be pretty different. More time would have to be spent in the present day to reintroduce Shona to the audience and establish her as a new companion. Perhaps she bumps into the Doctor again, who Unit wouldn't need to look for now, as he would be there working with them to confront Missy after she makes her presence known to them. Think of 12 and Shona bumping into each other again in a similar tone to when 10 and Donna eventually bump into each other in Partners in Crime. Missy goads the Doctor into following her to Essex in 1138. Shona goes with the Doctor and they spend the next few weeks there, with the Doctor still engrossing himself with the locals, in playing a guitar on top of a tank fashion. Shona would roll her eyes at all of this. Missy would then gatecrash the Doctor's party and hand him his own confession dial, wanting to know what was going on. It is then that we would see the Doctor land on Skaro during the 1000-Year War and encounter a young Davros seemingly leaving him to the mercy of the Handmines. Back in Essex 1138, Colony Sarf then appears and takes the Doctor, Shona and Missy to see a seemingly dying Davros on modern day Skaro, and the rest of the story would play out pretty much the same from there. Even though she would be really put through her paces in her first proper story, especially when she's on her own with Missy, Shona would eventually decide to travel with the Doctor. 12 would no doubt be sad about Clara's departure, and so Shona might feel sorry for him and realise that he needed someone to cheer him up. As I say, I think the rest of Series 9 would be more or less the same as it was in our timeline, just with Shona instead of Clara, obviously. But it has been over a year since I last rewatched Series 9, so feel free to point anything out that you think might need changing that I might have forgotten about. I think it would be great if Frank Skinner's Perkins character from Mummy on the Orient Express became a secondary companion for this alternate Series 9 though, as I just absolutely love that character. He would probably be there to provide some comic relief in a way that would be similar but still fairly different to Matt Lucas's Nardole. It would now be Shona that would be killed at the hands of the Raven in Face the Raven, which would still cause 12 to go down the same dark path in Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. Perhaps Shona would now be the one that would get her own TARDIS and travel with Ashildr/me, and I guess 12 would lose most of his memories of Shona as well. The rest of Capaldi's era would be the same, although I suspect Moffat might want to take Bill in a slightly different path as a character, as he would have now already used some of her details for Shona. The same would be the case for Nardole if Perkins had come back, although I must admit that it's less likely that Perkins would have come back, and I've only included it as a possibility because of my own fondness for the character and knowing how much Frank Skinner wanted to return to the show. So yeah, I would have really loved it if Shona had been a companion for Series 9, and if Perkins had been there as well, and I think the ending Moffat had in mind for Clara would have been really poignant and moving. But it's difficult to say how much the addition of Shona and possibly Perkins would have on Bill and Nardole for Series 10, as they would have made for a very similar TARDIS crew dynamic with the 12th Doctor. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Jenna Coleman had left after last Christmas. But what do you think? Do you agree with my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. And yeah, I bet this came as a bit of a surprise for some of you, as you were no doubt not expecting another What If before the end of the year, but I wanted to try a festive What If in keeping with the season. If you enjoyed me doing this, then please let me know, as I might do more What If Christmas specials in the future. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it. And I hope you all have a Merry Christmas, or at least a Happy Holidays if you don't celebrate Christmas. So until the next time, bye bye! Hello everyone and welcome to another video. Now last year I did a What If video imagining Tom Baker leaving earlier than he did in our timeline. This video specifically had him leave at the end of season 15, with the invasion of time as his final story. But as I said in that video, there are a few other options for Tom Baker leaving earlier. He could have left at the end of season 14, or season 17, or season 16, which is what we'll be focusing on in this video. This is What If Tom Baker had left after season 16. So how would this alternate timeline come about? Well, in our timeline, Tom Baker caused quite the fuss when it came time to try to renew his contract for season 17 in late 1978 to early 1979. He had demanded more creative control over the show, saying that he would leave the show if he wasn't given it. He had done this because he felt that after spending 5 years working on the show, he should have more say in the making of the show, including choosing scripts, directors and casting. He had made his demands known to then BBC head of serials, Graham MacDonald, and BBC One's controller of programmes, Bill Cotton. MacDonald had instructed the show's producer Graham Williams to fire Tom Baker, although Williams felt like this was unnecessary as Baker had already sent him a note to say that he intended to quit the show. Now in our timeline, this all got resolved when Tom Baker had a meeting with the BBC's head of drama, Sean Sutton, where he agreed to not resign from the programme until further discussions had been held. To cut a long story short, after these further discussions had occurred, Tom Baker backed down and signed on for season 17, with him changing his mind over his demands for more creative control. But all of this could very easily have gone a different way. Baker could very well have never backed down and still tendered his resignation towards the end of season 16. Graham Williams and incoming script editor Douglas Adams would have had to hastily rewrite the ending of The Armageddon Factor to give Tom Baker a suitable enough exit from the show. I say Williams and Adams would have had to do this, as writers Bob Baker and Dave Martin had let Williams basically write the concluding scene for the whole Key to Time arc himself. I couldn't find any particular reason why the Black Guardian only appeared on the TARDIS scanner during his confrontation with the Fourth Doctor, so we'll say he is able to physically appear in the TARDIS console room. He tries to snatch the key to time from the Doctor and Romana, leading to a brawl between him and the Doctor. The Doctor gains the upper hand and breaks the key apart into its 6 individual parts. This enrages the Black Guardian, causing him to fire an energy beam right at the Doctor, before disappearing into thin air, laughing maniacally. This causes the Doctor to collapse to the floor and regenerate into a brand new incarnation. But who would play this alternate Fifth Doctor? Well, it wouldn't be Peter Davison, as like I believe I said in my season 15 exit video, he wasn't a fan of the undergraduate humour, as he called it, of the Graham Williams era. So it would have to be someone else. Two people that were considered for the part by J&T when he was cast in the role for season 19 in our timeline were Richard Griffiths and Ian Cuthbertson. Obviously, Griffiths would go on to be considered for the 8th Doctor if the show hadn't have been cancelled in 1989. But what about Cuthbertson? Obviously, it would be a different producer, Graham Williams, casting for the 5th Doctor in this alternate timeline. But Cuthbertson would make more sense to be Williams' pick than you might think. The two had actually already worked together a few times. Cuthbertson had starred in Sutherland's Law, which Williams had worked as the scripts editor for, and Cuthbertson had recently made a guest appearance during Williams' tenure on Doctor Who as well, when he played Gowron in the Ribos operation, and the two would later work together yet again with the ITV children's series Supergran from 1986 to 1987, so it's not implausible that Williams could have thought of Cuthbertson to replace Tom Baker. So let's say that he goes with Cuthbertson for the alternate 5th Doctor. An interesting thing to note is that Cuthbertson would predate some of our timeline's Doctors in a few aspects. He would beat Colin Baker to become the first actor to play a guest role in the show and then go on to also play the Doctor. And he would beat Sylvester McCoy to become the first Scottish actor to play the part. So what would Cuthbertson's costume have been like? Well, since he tended to like wearing big coats in everything he performed, based on what I could find on Google Images anyway, how about something along the lines of his look from The Railway Children? It looks probably the most doctory of all the costumes he wore that I could find. So why not? Even if that film was made about 9 years previously, so I don't know if it would be all that likely for the costume designers to use as a basis for his Doctor Who look. But anyway, I would have his costume be made up of a plaid-styled Inverness cape, which would cover up a smart black blazer, tweed waistcoat, and a red velvet cravat, tied at the top of a plain white shirt. His trousers would match his blazer with grey pirate boots and a tartan patterned short scarf, completing the whole thing. I've just realised now that the Inverness cape would give his costume a similar feel to John Pertwee's. I think Graham Williams would try to convince Mary Tam to stay on as Romana for another season, just to help introduce a new Doctor to the audience, and to avoid having both the Doctor and Romana regenerate at the same time. He did try his best to get her to stay on in our timeline anyway, so it is pretty likely. Tam might reluctantly agree to stay on, but would tell Williams that she wanted to leave halfway through season 17, rather than do the whole of it. Williams would agree to this with some hesitation, and Tam would ask that she be given much better material in her final few stories, as she had felt like her character had become too much of the stereotypical damsel in distress type of female companion that was often an issue in the show's classic series. I think Lalla Ward would still be chosen to replace Mary Tam, as Tam herself had suggested her to Williams during the making of the Armageddon Factor, even though I believe part of the reason was because of how well Lalla Ward got on with Tom Baker, which would no longer matter if he was replaced by a new Doctor for the next season. Beyond Romana's regeneration happening halfway through it though, I can't imagine season 17 being all that different to how it was in our timeline. It would still be made up of the same stories, with Destiny of the Daleks now obviously being the first story for Ian Cuthbertson's Doctor. Even though I have used a similar idea for What Ifs in the past, I can imagine Romana taking much of the lead during the first couple of episodes of the story, as the Doctor recovers from his regeneration. This might be Graham Williams' attempt at trying to satisfy Mary Tamm's requests for more substantial material to work with. The Doctor would come to his senses for the latter half of the story though, and it would be interesting to see how Cuthbertson's Fifth Doctor would spar and verbally duel against David Goodison's Davros. City of Death would be the exact same as it was for us, and the creature from the pit would mostly be the same too, although there would now need to be a way of having Romana regenerate at the end of it. Perhaps the Lady Adrasta stabs Romana when she and the Doctor help Erato to tell the truth to Adrasta's people about what she had done. This would obviously be just before Erato crushes Adrasta to death, and the stabbing would have to have been done in as softened a way as possible, to prevent the show being under any controversy with Mary Whitehouse again. Although having a companion get stabbed on screen would go against Graham Williams trying to move away from the previous era's sadism as he saw it. But regardless of how Romana would have regenerated at the end of The Creature from the Pit, she would then just be settling in to her new incarnation in Nightmare of Eden. And this is where we come to something to do with the production of this story, namely the drama with director Alan Bromley. Whilst you might think that this behind the scenes issue would never happen with Tom Baker no longer being there, I think it would still ultimately happen. Bromley was very uncompromising in how he talked to the actors, and I believe he basically treated Tom Baker and Lala Ward as completely inexperienced fools in our timeline, and he also made several last minute changes to the recording schedule. So yeah, I reckon there would still be an issue even with Ian Cuthbertson there instead of Tom Baker. Bromley might very well have still quit directing the serial, forcing producer Graham Williams to step in and take his place. I believe it was after all this had happened that Williams had decided that season 17 would be his last as the show's producer, which means that if the drama around Nightmare of Eden's production still happens, then Williams will still decide to pack it in and move on to something else after it's all done. But obviously we already know how that will turn out. Things would be pretty much the same as they were in our timeline, just with the addition of Ian Cuthbertson's alternate Fifth Doctor. So let's make things a bit more interesting by having Williams stay on for season 18. Perhaps that Alan Bromley drama never happens after all. Or it does, but it doesn't push Williams into quitting the show, and perhaps he has a better relationship with Cuthbertson than he did with Tom Baker, which helps to convince him to stay on for another year. Either way, what would Graham Williams staying on for another year mean for the course of season 18? Well, it would now be pretty different to what we got in our timeline, as a lot of the stories that were made for our timeline's version were for the direction new producer John Nathan Turner and script editor Christopher H. Bidmead wanted to take the show in, i.e. what is known as hard science fiction. So we'll have to turn to the world of unmade stories again for an idea of what a Graham Williams led season 18 would be like. Also, I think Douglas Adams would still leave as script editor, as the various media forms of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy would be really taken off by 1980, and I can't imagine Christopher Bidmead's vision for the show working well with Graham Williams's, so we would have to have a very different script editor for this alternate season 18. Now, J&T had originally considered Johnny Byrne to take over as script editor once Douglas Adams had left. The reason why he considered Byrne in particular was due to the fact that they had previously worked together on All Creatures Great and Small, but Bernard declined as he didn't want to move from his Norwich home all the way to London. But even if we were to say that Byrne didn't have these feelings in this alternate timeline, I still don't think it would be him. Graham Williams wouldn't have had that same kind of prior relationship with Byrne, so it wouldn't make sense for Williams to even consider him. So instead I'm going to choose someone that Graham Williams would be familiar with, someone who had written for the show over the past few years, that being David Fisher, who had written The Stones of Blood, The Androids of Tara and The Creature from the Pit. Now, Fisher only ever had script writing experience in our timeline, and never became a script editor for anything, but I reckon he would still be approached about it, as Douglas Adams hardly had any script editing experience either, and that didn't stop him from getting the role for season 17, did it? I know some of you might still think it's a bit of a stretch, but it's the best I could come up with. Perhaps to help ease Fisher into his new role, Douglas Adams might agree to stick around a little bit for the first half of the season, so that he could mentor Fisher and help him settle into things in a sort of transitionary period. But how likely this is with how busy Adams would be with Hitchhikers is debatable. We now come to the tricky matter of Sharda. It would still encounter the same behind the scenes issues as it did in our universe, and so it would still be unable to finish off season 17. But with Graham Williams now staying on, I think there's a good chance that it could get finished in time to be the first story of the following season. He did try his hardest to get it completed in our timeline after all, so I think it's fairly likely that he would move it back to the beginning of season 18's production schedule and broadcast order. Perhaps reducing its episode count from 6 to 4 would help get it over the finish line and fit more into its new slot. But I'm not exactly an expert on how TV productions work, so I don't know if reducing its amount of episodes would actually help get it done, but we'll just say it does for the sake of this scenario. So Sharda now starts off season 18, and here's how the rest of the alternate season would then go. Number 2, The Psychonauts by David Fisher, 4-parter. Number 3, The Doomsday Contract, 4 parts. I won't say who would have written this, as I'm not too sure actually. The original version was going to be written by John Lloyd, who then has to abandon work on it so that he could become the producer on Not the 9 O'Clock News. Lloyd gave his permission for another writer to work on the storyline, with Alan Pryor then working on a second version of it. But his stuff was rejected, with Douglas Adams trying to find another writer to work on it instead, again with Lloyd's permission. But Adams then left the show and nothing further was ever done with the story idea. So whoever Adams could have got to replace Alan Pryor is who would have written this timeline's version of the story. I'm half tempted to credit the story to a generic name like John Smith or the infamous David Agnew. Number 4, The Tearing of the Veil by Alan Drury, another 4-parter. This would have seen the introduction of a new companion for the Doctor, as Lalla Ward would still want to leave as Romana, even if Williams had stayed on as producer. At least, that's the impression I get from interviews, anyway. This new companion would be called Mary, and she would be a young girl who has educated herself in everything to do with science and spiritualism by reading lots of books. But due to her living in the Victorian era, which is when this story would be set, opportunities for women to go to university are limited, and she isn't able to afford it as she doesn't come from a wealthy background. She would help the Doctor, Romana and K9 save the day, and the Doctor would invite her to come travel with them in the TARDIS, being very impressed with her. I was thinking Belinda Main of Delta and the Bannerman fame could play her, as she was someone who was considered to play the first incarnation of Romana before she later played Delta. I should say that the idea of Mary is one that me and my friend Billy Bob came up with, so if you want to use her for your own projects, then please ask permission from one of us first. Number 5, Aranella by Pennant Roberts, again a 4-parter. Number 6, Sealed Orders by Christopher Priest, the season's only 6-parter. This would have been the last story for Romana and K9, with them both deciding to stay on Gallifrey to help the Time Lords get everything back to normal, after the events of this story have shaken Time Lord society to its very core. If you didn't already know, Sealed Orders was supposed to be a political thriller set on Gallifrey, where the Doctor is ordered to kill Romana by the Time Lords. A time paradox then causes another Doctor to appear, presumably still played by Ian Cuthbertson in this timeline, as there's no proper multi-Doctor element mentioned from what I could find online. Now, I should say that I went with these unmade stories in particular as they were ones that had been put forward or commissioned whilst Graham Williams was still the producer in our timeline, so I think it makes sense to go with these if he'd stayed on for another year, even if they were all at various stages. By the time this alternate season 18 would have finished broadcasting, I can imagine Graham Williams having decided that 4 seasons working on the show was more than enough for him, and so a new producer would take over for the alternate season 19, with it still probably being John Nathan Turner. David Fisher might stay on for this season as the script editor, but might leave after it once he realises how different his and JNT's takes on the show are from each other. I also think this would be in Cuthbertson's final season as the alternate 5th Doctor, as he would feel like the standard 3 seasons would be enough for him. This alternate season 19 would have the same structure as our timeline's season 18 had, that being 7 serials made up of 28 episodes. It would also be mainly made up of some remaining unmade stories. So here's how I would have it go in terms of stories. Number 1, The Leisure Hive by David Fisher, with Fisher being granted permission by the BBC to write a story of his own, as sometimes happened with past script editors. Number 2, Frau Noan by Andrew Stevenson. I couldn't find much about this unmade story idea, and the same goes for numbers 3, 5 and 6 too. Number 3, Mark of Lumos by Keith Miles. Number 4, Into the Comet by James Follett. Follett originally submitted this to Douglas Adams in 1979, who rejected the storyline. Follett then resubmitted the idea a year later when Christopher Bidmead was script editor in our timeline, so perhaps he could have done the same thing when David Fisher would be there in this alternate timeline. Also, since this story would have been about Halley's Comet, perhaps this would prevent Attack of the Cybermen from being able to use it as part of its own plot later on, and maybe it would be replaced with a more generic comet or even an asteroid instead, perhaps. Or maybe it's just used in Attack anyway, with the Doctor remarking to Perry how he'd encountered it before. Number 5, Romanoids by Jeff Lowe. Number 6, Soldor and the Plastoids by John Bennett. This would be Mary's final story, with her being replaced by Tegan, still played by Janet Fielding. And number 7, Space Whale by Pat Mills and John Wagner. This was the unmade story that kept being worked on by Mills, after Wagner wasn't interested in the project anymore in 1981, although we'll say that it gets made before he drops out in this scenario. Mills worked on this continuously for many years in our universe, with it being first submitted as a 4th Doctor story, then reworked into a 5th Doctor one for season 20, which would have introduced Turlough, and then changed to a 6th Doctor one for season 22, before it was finally abandoned in 1985. For this scenario, we'll say that the original version is submitted to Fisher and J&T, with a fewer amount of revisions being made to it. This would serve as Ian Cuthbertson's final story as the Doctor. Peter Davison would then take over as the Doctor, with J&T still deciding to cast him after working with him on All Creatures, Great and Small. Davison would obviously now be the 6th Doctor in this scenario. Now, due to how things have gone so far, Davison's era is going to be a bit different to how it was in our timeline. His first season, season 20, would be a combination of our timelines, seasons 18 and 19. So it would go like this in terms of stories. Number 1, Project Zeta Sigma by John Flanagan and Andrew McCulloch. This would now be Davison's first story as it was originally supposed to be. The Master wouldn't be in this version of the story, as his return will be touched on later in the season. It might not make much sense for Flanagan and McCulloch to write this without them having written Megalos first, but it's the best I could come up with. Number 2, Fall to Doomsday by Terence Dudley. Number 3, Full Circle by Andrew Smith. This would still introduce Adric as a new companion. Number 4, State of Decay by Terence Dix. Number 5, Warrior's Gate by Stephen Gallagher. Number 6, Kinder by Christopher Bailey. And number 7, The Keeper of Traken by Johnny Byrne. This would still introduce Nyssa and Anthony Ainley's version of the Master. The Master stealing Tremas's body and then escaping Traken in his TARDIS would now serve as basically a cliffhanger to lead into the next season. Nyssa would now join the Doctor, Tegan and Adric in the TARDIS straight away, perhaps so that they can try and find Tremas together, not knowing what has happened to him. For this to work, the Master would need to steal his body and leave the planet before the Doctor, Tegan and Adric have departed. I should also mention that Christopher Bidmead would be the script editor for this alternate season 20. Then we come to the matter of what to do with the 5 Doctors. Now, originally, J&T had wanted it to be part of our timeline's season 21. This was because of some complicated issues surrounding the new production schedule that our timeline's season 19 had introduced. He had wanted our season 20 to air in autumn of 1982, as he had realised that our season 19 would only be running for 13 weeks, from January of that year. J&T then wanted our season 21 to be broadcast in autumn of the following year, so that it could feature a 20th anniversary special during November 1983. He had asked the BBC's head of serials and series David Reed about this, with Reed then discussing it with BBC One's then controller of programmes, Alan Hart. Hart rejected the idea as he didn't want Doctor Who to be airing at the same time as another Peter Davison-led series would be, called Sink or Swim. This was because he and other BBC high-ups didn't feel like it was fair for Davison to take up so much of the schedule at that time of year. This was one of the reasons for why our timeline season 19 didn't air until early 1982, as opposed to the previous autumn, which had been the standard practice for the show for most of Tom Baker's era. But let's say for this alternate timeline, John Nathan Turner insists on the 5 Doctors, now called the 6 Doctors, being part of season 21, as he didn't think it was fair to have such a big anniversary special as part of Peter Davison's first season in the role. Hart agrees with this, but says that it would still be best if the anniversary special was a 90-minute episode, and would recommend that it start off Davison's second season. So the alternate season 21 would go like this. Number 1. The Six Doctors by Terrance Dicks. This would be where Nyssa finds out that the Master has stolen her father's body. Ian Cuthbertson would have to be represented through archive footage, as he wasn't acting at the time after he'd had a stroke in 1982. I should also say that this is one of the reasons why I had him do just the 3 seasons, as then that way he wouldn't still be playing the part when he had his stroke, as the alternate season 19 would still have been filmed in 1981, before he'd had it. Tom Baker might have been more willing to come back, as he had been gone from the show a lot longer than in our timeline, although then again he might still refuse, as he might still be annoyed with the BBC accepting his resignation at the time. Number 2. Arc of Infinity by Johnny Byrne. Number 3. Earthshock by Eric Saward. Adric would still die at the end. Number 4. Snake Dance by Christopher Bailey. Number 5. Mordrin Undead by Peter Grimwade. Turlo is still introduced in this as a new companion. Number 6. Enlightenment by Barbara Clegg. This still sees the conclusion of what we would know as the Black Guardian trilogy, but is now known as the Black Guardian duology in this timeline. I've saved Terminus for the next season, as I don't think Nyssa should leave just yet. And number 7, Castrovalva by Christopher H. Bidmead. This would obviously need to be different to how it was in our timeline in some ways, as the 5th Doctor would have already been well established as an incarnation, and wouldn't still be recovering from his regeneration. Eric Saward would still take over as script editor for this season, and this season would obviously start off with the 6 Doctors airing in November of 1983, with the rest of the season then following a couple of months later in January 1984. Also, this alternate season 21 would follow our Timelines season 20's format, of marking the 20th anniversary with having a returning element from the show's past in every story. Then the alternate season 22 would go like this. Number 1. Terminus by Stephen Gallagher, with all of the Black Guardian elements obviously removed and still serving as Nyssa's final story. Number 2, The Awakening by Eric Pringle. Number 3, Frontiers by Christopher H. Bidmead. Number 4, Resurrection of the Daleks by Eric Saward. Number 5, Planet of Fire by Peter Grimwade. Number 6, The Caves of Androzani by Robert Holmes. This would still be Peter Davison's final story as the Doctor. And number 7, The Twin Dilemma by Anthony Stephen. This would still see the introduction of Colin Baker, now playing the 7th Doctor, and it would obviously still be a new Doctor's debut tacked onto the end of the previous incarnation's final season. And from there, things would play out pretty similarly to how they did in our timeline, just that our timeline's season 22 would now be the alternate season 23. Our season 23 becomes season 24, and etc. And a numbering of Doctors would now go up by 1. So Colin is 7, McCoy is 8, McGann is 9, etc. This would mean that when it came time to this universe's Time of the Doctor, David Tennant's regeneration in The Stolen Earth / Journey's End wouldn't be counted as the Doctor using up a regeneration. I say this because obviously there would be no need for Moffat to include that in a Doctor's original regeneration cycle, now with the numbering of Doctors having been altered slightly. I should also say that the titles for Ian Cuthbertson's era would just be versions of the 1974 and 1980 titles, but now with Cuthbertson's face in them instead of Tom Baker's. But anyway, in conclusion, if Tom Baker had indeed left after season 16, then it could have led to some interesting butterfly effects rippling down the timeline. We would have most likely had a very different Fifth Doctor, with his tenure potentially having some repercussions and effects on the Peter Davison era, which is why, as much as I would have loved to have seen Ian Cuthbertson's take on the Doctor, I'm a bit hesitant about whether I would have liked how this scenario played out. Peter Davison is one of my favourite Doctors, so I don't really know how to feel about his tenure getting so dramatically affected like this. And as much as I find the idea of Tom Baker leaving after season 16 fascinating to think about, I think I prefer the idea that he leaves after season 15 instead. I just think that works a lot better, and doesn't cause the potential ramifications that this scenario did. But this was still a good one to think about, and I hope it was worth the long wait for those of you who requested it. But anyway, so there's my take on what if Tom Baker had left after season 16. But what did you think? Did you like my take on it or not? And would you have done anything differently? Please let me know in the comments section below. This will be the last What If video for 2024, so I won't be doing any more until at least sometime in the new year, so I hope you all don't mind that. Anyway, so thanks for watching, I hope you liked it. Please don't forget to press that subscribe button below, as well as press the bell icon at the side of it, so that you'll stay notified of when all my new videos come out, and I shall see you all in another video. And as you can probably tell, my voice has gotten pretty tired at points during this recording, because I've been recording this video literally in the space of just a few hours on the exact same day, so yeah, I'm going to need a bit of my voice is going to need a bit of a rest after this. So until the next time, bye bye.